The dungeon invasions that opened 5 years ago resulted in many disasters that clearly no one could have foreseen. People were oddly enough in complete panic about what was happening in their lives. However, there were those who were not ready to simply accept their fate of being killed in such unusual events. They were ready to fight back the threats that appeared in their world. They were called hunters because of their tenacity and courage in the face of upcoming dangers. They fought with some creatures that looked like the animated skeletons of dead people. They were also not just people but possessors of abilities powerful and incredible. They saved their world not only because of their own benefit but also because of moral values. One of them during his attack was clearly confident of his victory and was not ready to give up so easily. The Ghost King named Salagis was lost and defeated forever. Of course, all these stories do not concern our main character who should explore this world. The girl was walking alone along the street at night and realized that she had too much alcohol. She remembered with horror all the events of this evening. She clearly didn't really want to go there from the very beginning. Her name is Jessica, a girl in her 20s who could only afford to rent a place in the basement. Office worker at the Hunting Civil Relations Agency. Usually she calms the hunters, takes their side, and so on forever in a circle. She was the most ordinary girl, and there was nothing special about her. She needed to go to bed. Jessica decided to just lie down for a while and then go wash up. And as a result, she found herself in an unusual and completely unexpected place. And in addition, a huge monster similar to a praying mantis appeared right next to her. She is as far away from this kind of work as she is currently undergoing. After a few, she decided to look out and see if the monster that had been waiting for her all this time had left. The girl could not understand what happened to her because she remembers exactly that she fell asleep on the bed but suddenly found herself in this place. She knew for sure that she was in a dungeon, but she just didn't know why everything had turned out this way in her life. Entry into the old dungeon is prohibited, so abduction is excluded, and it is unlikely that anyone would harbor such a strong grudge against her. It's impossible that she could end up in this place so absurdly and stupidly. A random rupture, a special rupture that has only been seen twice in the entire world, and both times this thing destroyed the sewer. Jessica assumed that she was the same person who was first involved in this explosion. She was sure that the end had come for her because she had no fighting skills, and besides there was such a dangerous monster nearby. They say that monster hunters fought on instinct alone, and in the middle of the battle they simply woke up. Jessica couldn't believe that she would have to fight this huge monster. But at one point the monster began to leave the girl. The main character was incredibly scared, and of course she wanted to get home to a cozy bed. She noticed a certain material from which the potion was made. She knew that among the dungeon loot they were considered quite expensive. She remembered the words of a certain girl that one such flower costs as much as 100,000. And here there was a whole mountain of these flowers, which meant that in front of her there was now literally a field of money. She didn't know that she had been here, but she knew that she wanted to eat and drink very much. She urgently needed to get out of this place because her stomach couldn't growl like that when the monster passed nearby. Still, Jessica decided to pick this expensive flower. After that, she had a notification menu open right in front of her face after she picked the flower. It seemed to her that in this way she was simply not being asked to die here so easily. And now Jessica realized that she had finally awakened, just like the hunters during the battle. She thanked the Lord for giving her the opportunity to get out of this place, even though he had not listened to her before. She decided to look at her characteristics because her strength and magic should be much greater than always. Well, she was very surprised when she realized that she simply had no bonuses. She couldn't why nothing had changed, and she didn't even have any fighting skills. But still she had a skill that helped her collect high-quality grass. She was very angry when she found out about her skill. Now she was sure that the end had come, and the beginning she had a more powerful skill in order to get out of this place. But the girl still decided to try to somehow escape from this dungeon horror. She realized that she had managed to collect something in this extraordinary place which also contained many useful things. In her hands she held an S-rank Evatonis core which cost more than 50 million because a D-rank core costs exactly 50 million. Jessica realized that she had a real treasure in her hands for which she could get a lot of money and get rich. But she realized that now is not the time to dream of wealth, and her main task is to survive, otherwise there will be nothing to dream about. The hunter's store will not open in the dungeon, and she will not be able to buy a return stone. If she knew that this would happen, she would buy one just in case. But she knew one thing for sure: she needed to do everything possible while collecting the items. Sitting in one place will not help her at all. The girl continued to collect objects and realized that she could not stop and needed to continue. She had already collected a bunch of things and she needed to check what she had managed to collect. The girl noticed that she had a lot of items in her inventory. Jessica couldn't understand what agility meant in the stat line. She couldn't believe that so many cores came out and assumed that this hidden skill allowed something. It allows you to get the best materials when collecting with a 100% probability. Jessica just didn't know what to do with them anyway. The chances were slim and she needed to try to eat it. She had a huge pile of money in her hands, but still she decided to try an unusual delicacy. A split second later she swallowed the kernel, expecting something incredible and promising. But still she realized that she was doing something wrong. Although this was an ingredient, the potion would probably be better. She suggested that it would be much better to eat another kernel. Most likely it would give much more effect. Agility becomes much greater, but time still does not increase. She felt sorry, but despite this she still has a chance to get out of this terrible place. The girl believed with all her heart that she could cope with all the obstacles on her path to liberation. There are 3 options to leave the dungeon: destroy the boss and exit through the gate that appears. Use a magic stone called the return stone, or kill the boss and use the magic stone from it if it falls out. For all the time the hunters were able to destroy only one boss. This method clearly will not work. She cannot find or create a return stone because her store does not open. It seems that if you cope with the monster, the girl will receive a magic stone and accordingly will be able to get out of the dungeon. By the way, a hunter named Michael found the 3rd way, and it seems that at that moment he was surrounded by monsters. In such a situation, hunters without the stone of return are doomed, but the first who did not give up and resisted fate was Michael, the best hunter. Jessica understood that if she had such strength, she would easily get out of this terrible place. Just at that moment I felt the presence of a monster right behind me and became quite frightened. The main character immediately hid behind a stone, so that the monster could not see her and tear her to pieces in the blink of an eye. Jessica wasn't sure that she would succeed because she doesn't know how to fight and she doesn't have any fighting skills or even weapons. She decided to just wait until he left so as not to fight with him and save herself not only life but also health. Well, at that moment what she feared most happened. Her stomach began to grumble very much from hunger. Jessica realized that the monster had found her after a while, and apparently an absurd death awaited her. She couldn't understand what was wrong with her stomach because she ate 50 million worth of stones and it still wasn't enough. She bought stones again and began to eat them completely so that she would be full and her stomach would stop making such loud sounds. For a split second the girl felt something and realized that apparently this was all over and death was not waiting. The monster immediately attacked her and oddly enough the girl was thrown several meters away from the shelter. And she almost became a corpse. She also wore everything she had, so now she will definitely have to fight. Of course the monster was angry and was ready to literally eat the girl right there on the spot no matter what. This whole situation was similar to the fact that a monster had snuck up behind him. He realized that the girl was not a combat hunter and still something had to be done. She begged for the monster to open up for a blow, otherwise she did not know how to attack him differently. Jessica really needed to wait a moment to attack him and escape from this trap. She herself knows that the enemy is not afraid of her, but the monster had to lower his guard. Despite this, oddly enough, the monster immediately began to attack Jessica in order to quickly finish with her. But still Jessica had a good reaction and was able to avoid getting hit. The girl herself was surprised that she was able to dodge. Her body seemed very light compared to an ordinary day. Well, inexplicable things began to happen to the monster which could very much play into the girl's hands. Jessica noticed that his paws were stuck and this was her chance to retaliate. She was sure that she could hit once and hoped that this would be enough, otherwise she would be in trouble. Using all her efforts and strength, she struck back at the monster right in the head. But he was tougher than he seemed. A simple blow would not be enough for such a huge monster. She needed a weapon and something stronger. Just at that moment she noticed a stone next to her. Jessica grabbed a stone and threw it straight at her opponent in the hope that it would somehow help. Well, unfortunately the monster simply cut the stone as if nothing had happened and did not see the danger in it at all. Jessica was surprised that nothing worked for her and that the stone did not help at all. Her blows didn't work and neither did the stones. There was 1 minute left before the boost. She needed to hold out for that time. Throughout this entire moment she periodically dodged the monster's attacks. Jessica noticed something interesting about the monster's physique. Perhaps this would give her a chance to defeat him. Its claws resemble human shoulders. If you attack them from behind, she may be able to break them. Jessica realized that she needed to once again make all her efforts and attack the enemy again and finish him off. Once again using all her efforts, and before throwing a stone she struck straight at his claws and was confident that she could handle it. And apparently she really succeeded, because after her blow some green liquid came out, and most likely it was the blood of a monster. And then he completely fell on his back, producing a very loud sound like some kind of explosion. She needed to kill him quickly before other monsters gathered and came to his aid. Jessica took his claw and decided to finally kill him using this method. And a split second later the monster fell lifelessly to the floor and stopped making any sounds. But Jessica still couldn't understand whether he had finally died, because perhaps he still had some strength left. And turning back she felt that someone or something was approaching right towards her. She needed to hurry up and get out of here as quickly as possible. She was completely right, because his friends came to help his comrade. Now that Jessica could return home with the help of the return stone. But finally she said goodbye to the monsters, calling them ordinary insects. But still one of them tried to attack Jessica at that moment, but still nothing worked. The girl really managed to get out of that hell, and she found herself on her bed and realized that she was in damn pain. In addition, during the return it was almost cut in half, which could have led to much more problems. She also faced the problem that she could not unlock the phone because all her fingers were bleeding. The rich could just drink a healing potion, but one bottle costs a whole 1,000,000,000,000. Jessica realized that she was already awakened, and she was not in the dungeon, which meant that she could use the hunter's store. She was glad that the company explained this to her. Before entering the store she had to choose a nickname to use. Each hunter in the store has a nickname. This guarantees their anonymity above all. Although there are loopholes through which you can find out your real identity, they are very few. The girl remembered that later the nickname cannot be changed. Usually people put their class special trait or something like that in their nickname. Jessica began to think about a nickname with the theme of killing monsters and collecting items. And yet, after a split second, she came up with a nickname such as Luther. Jessica realized that after she entered the store it's still not so simple, because many potions were only for bruises and cuts, and some were too slow, and some she couldn't afford at all, so she would have to take B-rank ones. She had to pay billions for the bottle. She would have to sell all the items received today. Now she can only pray. She didn't know whether she would wait for the money or bleed to death. She should have chosen a nickname faster, but now she almost doesn't feel her arms and legs. She already had 800 million in her account. She still had just a little bit left. Jessica, oddly enough, at that moment felt an unbearable cold because her strength began to leave her. But just a minute later there was already 1 billion in her account, and she was able to purchase her potion. Before purchasing she was asked whether she was sure that she wanted to purchase this treatment potion, to which strangely enough she answered positively. Immediately after the purchase the girl began to drink this potion so that she would feel better and be able to survive. And yet wound healing has finally begun under the influence of the potion. Of course the girl was glad that she was able to survive after everything that happened to her. When she got up for work in the morning she was once again convinced that she hated getting up for work so early. Jessica decided that she would leave work early today and rest a little after it. When she saw her face she was scared to death, because she couldn't understand what was wrong with him. She realized that everything that happened to her at night was not a dream at all but reality. Jessica realized that she really woke up tonight, but she still couldn't quite believe it. She was wondering what happened to the items she put up for sale. The main character was surprised by what she realized a second later. Jessica had 250,000,000,000 in her account. The girl realized that all the items were sold while she was sleeping. She became a billionaire at the age of 25. Of course, this could not but please the girl herself. Jessica immediately cashed out more than 2 billion. It was huge money that she held for the first time in her life. Exchange was possible in the store, so there were quite a few ways to withdraw funds. She can get not only dollars but also a lot of gold, which means the store is multifunctional. But for now the currency will be kept in 1 gold and other currencies can be exchanged later. Since everything has turned out this way in her life, she has only one thing left, and strangely enough that is to quit her job. Previously she lived from paycheck to paycheck, and now she has a huge cash cushion. She just didn't know what to tell her mom and assumed that she could lie and say that she won the lottery and send her 1,000,000,000,000. But this was too much for the lottery. It was necessary to send 500 million. The rest of the money would be carefully spent. Now her life is not in danger, so she can enjoy it to the fullest. When she came in, they immediately asked her whether she was not sick because it was the first time she had appeared in such a long time. Two managers stood in front of her and said that she hadn't even warned anyone, and that meant she was definitely sick. Jessica realized that the potion was too effective, and they even joked about her. The man told her to warn them in future, and this time they would forgive her. She was very angry with him because she understood that she couldn't even hit him. Jessica didn't think that she would be locked in the dungeon all day. The assistant manager asked Jessica if she was okay because she was worried about the girl. The main character said that everything was fine and apologized for not reporting. She almost died yesterday and still went to work, and they are still mocking her. Jessica just couldn't figure out where the general manager was. As it turned out, she was doing the girl's work, so she sat until dawn and would come a little later. She began to ask for forgiveness again. She was very sorry she did not want to do this and asked to fill her with work to the limit because she was ready to die to complete it. But the girl simply asked her to give it her all because she still had work left. And she will need to tell the general manager that she is quitting. Of course she is ashamed, but this should not influence the decision. Jessica couldn't understand why there were so many papers, namely requests to purchase items. She said that she would go for lunch because these requests would take 4 hours. The assistant said that first she should eat and then work and could buy her some porridge. By the way, the meeting will end soon and she should go to the store manager while he is not too busy. The assistant didn't even ask her for money for buying her lunch. Jessica used to think that she was cold towards her, but in fact she is very caring and will not leave anyone hungry. She just didn't know if she should tell her about her awakening, then she could become a store manager. And hunters mainly need return stones, and they just need to keep notes on transactions. She will have a lot of problems if everyone finds out about her skill. If she is a hunter-gatherer, she will definitely be used and thrown away. Jessica decided that it was better for her to remain silent about this. Just at that moment she walked into the man's office. Jessica asked if he had already had breakfast and said that today they had a lot of items from, thanked him in advance for his help. He said that it's so early in the morning and he can't believe that there's already so much trouble. He was a real drama king after all. He just needs to find and buy, but the pants are full of importance. She realized that the book that was lying on his table might contain the monster she fought with. He assumed that if she was looking at the book, it meant she wanted to learn something about monsters. Jessica said, or he knows a huge insect with the legs of a praying mantis and the body of an ant. It was an F-rank insect king, but it didn't have a name because only bosses have names. There are simple, volatile, poisonous, and are also divided into ranks depending on the dropped items. Ordinary people still wouldn't be able to meet him, according to the man, even though he didn't know the whole situation that happened to Jessica. Still, he gave her the items, but she was angry because she couldn't say that she had already seen this monster. Jessica realized that an F-rank monster almost killed her, but still decided that there would be no more dungeons in her life. When she returned, the assistant immediately met her with some kind of package and told her to hold it. She thanked me, and immediately, as soon as she finished, she would send the money. She only needed the card number. The girl told Jessica not to worry. Besides, she had the whole evening to send the items and she had to get started. Still, Jessica agreed to have lunch because she couldn't argue with the girl, and there wasn't much point in it because she was really hungry. She was enjoying lunch because there was no crumbs in her mouth today, and just at that moment someone came in. Suddenly the person who entered turned out to be the general manager, who turning to her said that she could remain seated without getting up. Interrupting lunch, she apologized for her sudden appearance, but said that she would have to leave soon. Jessica insisted that she should be the one to apologize to her, creating tension that was felt in every word and look. The girl began to apologize for not warning in advance, despite the fact that the manager worked until dawn, and yet she came to work so early. The girl assured her that everything was fine and reminded her that she had warned her superiors so that the situation would go unnoticed. But Jessica had already told everyone that she didn't warn anyone, adding misunderstanding and confusion to the situation. The general manager told the girl that she could contact her if anything happened and she would support her. But it may also give rise to rumors that the general manager cares more about her than her direct manager, making her less likely to be fired. The general manager categorically stated that he would not allow rumors to spread about her, providing her with protection and support in the office environment. It was at this time that the girl noticed that the general manager was nervous and wanted to talk about something that aroused her interest and concern. Jessica realized there was no point in waiting and decided to announce her resignation as soon as possible. But at that moment she was interrupted as the building began to literally shake, causing panic and confusion. They were both confused, unable to understand what was happening to them, and fearful of an unexpected event. Jessica was completely confused and could not explain the reason for this unusual phenomenon that made the building shake. She could only assume that it was an earthquake, and in such a situation their main task was to leave the building as soon as possible for safety reasons. The general manager assured that she would be back soon. As she checked the situation, Jessica was required to hide under the table, following instructions to ensure safety. She didn't know whether she should listen and wondered whether she should also go check the situation or stay put and be safe. Jessica was completely at a loss and did not know how to behave during all this chaos and unexpected events. But she decided that it was necessary to act because inaction would not change anything, and she began to think about possible steps in this situation. At that moment she seemed to feel as if she was beginning to be sucked somewhere into the abyss, which caused an even greater feeling of anxiety and concern. And as if by magic a portal to an unknown world opened in front of her, enveloping her in a feeling of mystery. After this, Jessica realized that it was not an earthquake, but also could not understand why the gate opened right there, leaving her in a state of complete bewilderment and amazement. But there was no time to escape, and she had to make a quick decision, taking the re-entry stone in advance to avoid being pulled into the unknown. It was already too late, and she could not have time to purchase the return stone in order to return home and ensure her safety. Milliseconds later, she found herself back in the dungeon, feeling a mixture of fear and misunderstanding shrouded in its gloomy atmosphere. This was the second time, but she could not believe that she was again in the damn dungeon, experiencing mixed feelings of horror and despair. But it was different from the previous one, giving the impression of something unusual and unusual, which added even more mysteries and mystery to this place. Jessica suddenly heard sounds, or rather cries for help, echoing through the dark corridors of the dungeon. She saw a monster in the distance attacking and killing some unfortunate person, and this vision made her freeze with horror and disgust. Everything turned out to be much worse than she expected. She needed to run, but if she started it would attract attention, although there was no one to help. But Jessica suddenly realized that the store manager was probably also supposed to come here with her, which gave her hope that help would be available. No matter how Nazi they may be, they are still awakened hunters, and they are unlikely to leave people unprotected at the mercy of the dangers that lurk in this dark place. First, Jessica decided to find managers, and then save herself with them, relying on their experience and help in this dangerous situation. When she saw this incident right before her eyes, she was terribly scared, feeling fear cover every cell of her. And just at that moment, a monster appeared in front of her, increasing her horror and making her heart beat even faster with fear. Suddenly and unexpectedly, the girl was grabbed by the arm. She was relieved that she did not scream at the sight of the monster, but in the darkness it was impossible for her to see who it was who had grabbed her arm. She simply trusted and ran after him, realizing that she could not stay there and coming to the conclusion that she had to act quickly in order to survive. As it turned out, the main manager also survived, which was a good sign and gave hope that they could overcome these terrible ordeals together. Jessica was very glad that she was alive, but she couldn't tell if she had already found the store manager. As it turned out, the assistant was also alive, and the managers, oddly enough, also survived, which brought relief and hope for the best. Helping the executives and assistant, she informed them that they were hiding here, but the executives should look for another shelter now that things had calmed down. The men asked if she was going to convey the information to her boss at such a difficult moment. Jessica was furious about the whole situation and the men's behavior. She felt hurt and disappointed. Jessica couldn't understand why the men were so ungrateful, because the assistant saved them and now they want to take her shelter away from her. The man said he was her team leader and asked her to watch her language, which made Jessica even more angry as she felt unfairly treated. All three girls were outraged by the behavior of the men and wanted to fight back together for their injustice. The assistant said that in such a situation no one cares about his position, emphasizing that justice and safety of everyone are more important. When the man began to run for cover, the assistant said that she would not allow them to go inside, emphasizing her determination and steadfastness. But the man didn't care and pushed the girl out of his way, showing his aggression and indifference to their well-being. The general manager, sensing the urgency of the situation, instantly set off in a race, rushing towards her, determined to assist in any way possible. Jessica still felt bitter about the actions of these two men, for true men never act this way, and this made her feel angry and disappointed. The men insisted that Jessica should forgive them despite their terrible actions, because there was room for one in the building. Jessica, of course, refused to go along with this decision and was not ready to forgive them for their terrible actions. Unfortunately, the men still refused to let Jessica even into their hideouts. She was puzzled and could not understand how they could do this, considering that they themselves had spoken of betrayal and had done the same thing. Seeing the stone in front of her, the girl suddenly realized that they could hide behind it and find shelter. They had no time to think. Their situation required immediate action without unnecessary delay. She grabbed the general manager's hand with determination and urgency, pulling him along with her, having no time to hesitate, and they hurried to find a shelter where they could be safe. Just at that moment, the monster passed right above them, and not all three of them trembled in fear with one force. Of course, both leaders stood nearby and anxiously watched what was happening. Their hearts beat faster, and their gazes were filled with a mixture of horror and hope for salvation. Just at that moment, the monster approached, directing its attention and threat specifically to the men and girls. The man could not believe his eyes because the monster had found them, although the girls were in a more visible place. Jessica, despite all the strange things around her, was still frightened by this situation, as if every moment could be her last. The last word the man spoke was for help, coming out of his lips in a desperate attempt to get attention and get the help he needed. If they had chosen to hide with the men, they would likely have faced the same consequences and suffered the same fate. The general manager expressed the opinion that they were very lucky because they did not lose their lives in this situation. Jessica assumed that luck might be on her side, but she didn't really believe it. She realized that the options were few and she had a choice of either finding the managers at the store or collecting magic stones like she did last time. Doubting the manager's help, Jessica knew she would have to defeat 3 monsters and collect 3 stones to achieve her goal. With no plants around, Jessica decided to look for managers along the way, gathering the necessary resources in the process. Jessica realized that they couldn't just remain inactive. She stressed the need to take the initiative and find a way to escape the current situation while they still had the opportunity. The girl admitted that she understands how difficult it is to remain calm in such a situation. However, she expressed the opinion that the best option would be to remain in shelter and wait for the rescue squad of hunters. The girl remembered that when the dungeon opened for the last time, a detachment of hunters gathered for a whole week, but by the time the operation began there were no survivors. The girl realized that they could not hold out here for a whole week and realized that they would have to deal with this situation themselves. The general manager assured that now the situation has changed and there are many people in the dungeon. She assured that they will definitely be evacuated and taken out of danger. For the sake of her plan, she would have to tell them about her awakening, which she really did not want to do in order to maintain her anonymity. Strongly unwilling to share this information, the girl had to do this since otherwise there was no other way out, and it was necessary to ensure safety and develop an action plan. Jessica finally started talking about how she herself was an awakened hunter, one who was capable of fighting monsters. Jessica realized that for their survival the others must know the truth. And the assistant apologized for interrupting, but apparently she heard something. Hearing the sounds of blows from afar, the general manager also paid attention to them. Jessica realized that the sounds of banging they heard were associated with the arrival of the store managers. She realized that this was their chance for salvation and an opportunity to get help from them. Jessica realized that they needed to find managers since they could not hide behind a stone indefinitely. She decided that she would talk about this later, since now it was more important to find salvation and help. The main character realized that there was a risk of encountering monsters, but staying in her current place meant losing her last chance of survival. The girl firmly stated that they needed to hit the road immediately, otherwise they would simply die. She emphasized that time was working against them and inaction would only increase the risks to their survival. The general manager noted that the discovered traces clearly indicate the presence of the skills of the monsters and the fact that they were definitely hunters. The assistant began to converse with the general manager, exchanging information and discussing possible survival strategies. They discussed the importance of teaming up with other hunters. Jessica noticed the lack of monster corpses around them and began to think about possible reasons. She realized that she could extract useful items or information from the monsters' bodies. The general manager suddenly noticed something in the distance and, in order to attract the attention of others, pointed his finger at it. Everyone else turned their attention in that direction. In the distance, they noticed 3 men who also appeared to be not part of the store's general manager's group. The other men found in the distance were glad to see that the head manager was alive, and they quickly invited him to join their group and go with them. At this point, it turned out that one of the men was seriously injured. This became a major challenge for the group as they had to deal with his injury and provide him with the necessary care. The wounded man, realizing the seriousness of his condition, asked whether they had decided to get to know each other before their possible death. Jessica, observing the wounded man's behavior, was surprised by his calmness and ability to maintain a composed expression despite the fact that he was injured. Indeed, despite Jessica's admiration for the wounded man's fortitude and selflessness, she had deep regret for the general manager. If the general manager was still alive but had lost a lot of blood, this was a serious health condition that required immediate medical attention. Realizing that the general manager could no longer fight and that the return stone was missing, it became clear to them that the situation had reached its breaking point. The group realized that danger could return at any moment. They understood that in a world full of threats and uncertainty, they could not let down their guard because there was the possibility of even more dangerous creatures appearing. The assistant was shocked that the group didn't have any potions or recovery supplies. She could hardly believe it, since they were hoping for such resources to ease their situation and increase their chances of survival. The assistant was surprised by the man's words that they should leave him and go without him because he would only add to their problems. He lost a lot of blood, and they would simply find him by smell. Without him, they would have a chance to survive and get out without a fight. He couldn't understand why they didn't understand this and simply wouldn't leave him and move on. They may stumble upon another manager, and then I will definitely be able to survive without the help of a man. Even if they leave him, it won't change the situation much, so they'd better stick together. Even without him, they don't have a chance. There's no point in leaving him. In such a situation, everyone is responsible for their decisions. Mutual assistance and group unity can increase the chances of survival. In this situation, the man experienced mixed emotions that caused him some confusion or misunderstanding. He started telling them all to leave him again. The man said that the next monster was approaching them, creating additional tension and a sense of threat. When Jessica looked back, she noticed that a completely new monster had appeared in front of her, one that she had never seen before, which caused her to feel a sense of surprise and increased anxiety. The man warned them that they needed to escape, but they did not have time to do so, and now they faced the inevitable end. In front of them stood a C-rank insect, clearly superior in strength to the previous monsters, posing a serious threat. Jessica couldn't believe that the hunters were fighting such monsters because the enemy in front of them was 10 times the size of an elephant. This impressed her and made her feel incredible. Everyone approached him, possibly to offer support or discuss the situation. Suddenly, at that moment, the man activated the protective dome to provide protection for everyone present. The men found themselves in a situation with no way out and felt a sense of despair due to not knowing what to do. The man realized that he could hold off the monster to allow the others to escape. At least a small group had a chance to survive running under his feet. The man was puzzled that Jessica was looking in a different direction, even though the monster was right in front of her. They must flee urgently as the monster has begun to attack, and they have up to 3 counts to escape. They all gathered together the necessary things and supplies so that they were ready to run away and save themselves from the impending threat, joining forces in an effort to save their lives. But as soon as the man said the number 3, someone suddenly attacked the monsters, striking directly from behind, hitting them with an unexpected and powerful blow. To the surprise of everyone, the legendary hunter Michael stood in front of them, who asked if there was a survivor of the monster attack among them. Jessica couldn't believe her eyes. She actually met her hero Michael in person, which made her heart beat even faster with excitement and joy. The guy was silent, not uttering a word, maintaining a mysterious silence that made them feel bewildered, but suddenly he began to slowly approach them. They were glad to see him because they had not expected hunters for another week, and his appearance was unexpected for them. But Jessica couldn't understand what it was because only Michael was here, and the rescue group was being assembled at least a day in advance. Michael noted that she had good eyesight and logic, which could be useful in their difficult situation. He gave her some kind of stone and said that they could use it, but did not explain how exactly this stone would help them. Jessica had to finish some work, but it wasn't clear how to do it in their current situation. After these words, he simply ran away, leaving them all bewildered and not understanding what was happening. The assistant knew that it was a return stone that was worth a lot of money and that it could help them get out of that situation. The general manager noted that the stone was reusable, which added value and relevance to their situation. They all started asking what this stone was and whether it might have any problems or negative consequences. The girl said that this stone was only enough for 5 people, which meant that they needed to use it wisely and carefully. But the problem was that there were 6 of them, and the stone was only enough for 5, so one of them would have to stay. The man asked to give the stone to him because he had much more reasons to stay alive and use the stone for salvation. He said that they needed to leave now, otherwise he would just die, and if they couldn't decide who stayed, then he would do it himself. The general manager agreed with the man and did not argue with him, understanding the seriousness of the situation and the importance of making a decision. She said that she had already decided everything and began to open the portal, preparing to send them to safety. She told them all to go and she would stay here ready to sacrifice her life to save the others. Of course, everyone was shocked and did not expect such a decision from a girl who showed courage and dedication. The general manager said that the gate will close soon and they know that it works for 5 minutes, but she decided to just wait for the rescue team without risking her life. They were all perplexed by the girl's action, not expecting such self-sacrifice and determination. They didn't have much time, which is why they shouldn't have delayed this decision, but they ended up in this situation anyway. The assistant still tried to dissuade the manager from this decision, trying to find another way out of the situation. Jessica didn't know what to do, but she was sure that the girl would definitely not survive and the gate would soon close, so she had to make a quick and right decision. And the assistant said that this was the first company where they treated her like this, and that she would have quit long ago if it weren't for the main manager who always took care of her. If it weren't for the two of them, she wouldn't have gotten as far as she did, and the situation might have developed differently. Jessica realized that she could not survive at the expense of someone else's life and decided to take responsibility for her actions. She decided that she would do what she had to do, and she was ready to begin it, making a decision with courage and determination. Jessica deliberately pushed them both into the portal, choosing to stay in the dungeon, making the decision herself and acting with courage and determination. At this point, she remained calm, held her face, and simply smiled at both of them, bidding them farewell before her decision. She said that everything would be fine, and was confident that she had made the right choice, touched by her confidence and courage. Jessica was confident that everything was fine, and she had her own plan that would help her cope with any difficulties. She has a few cores, and in general she is awakened, so she should not worry, everything will be fine. She is confident in her abilities. But she was still very scared, but she understood that she needed to calm down because Michael had gone forward and the path was most likely cleared, which gave her hope for the best. But she was still tensed by the very cave where she needed to go because it looked too ominous, causing her anxiety. The girl had to pull herself together and convince herself that she would succeed, supporting herself in moments of doubt and fear. Although she was alone now, but the best hunter was nearby, she just had to ask him to collect 1 stone from the monster and leave to avoid danger. He seemed kind, so he's unlikely to refuse, although he doesn't really want to show her hidden skills. But she simply has no choice and she needs to ask him for help. Once he collects, he will immediately understand what the skill is, and he will be lucky if he does not force her to work as a slave to the collector, forcing her to use her abilities. Working with such a person will even be beneficial since his skills and experience may be useful to her in the future. The same footprints were left after killing the C-rank monster. It looks like he went to the right, following these footprints to find it. She had been walking for an hour without encountering a single monster. I'm sure that Michael immediately collects the items from them, and I thought that he would leave at least one, but no. Finally, she came across the same flower as last time, meaning that she was on the right path to her goal. She'd rather collect the flower just in case she runs into Michael and decides to eat some to speed up her journey. There were quite a few flowers in this part of the dungeon, and perhaps if you continued forward there would be even more which could be useful. She saw in the distance a whole clearing of these flowers, which gave her hope that there would be enough of them for her purpose. She needed to collect some more flowers and continue on her path to liberation to achieve her goal. Just at that moment, she saw Michael in the clearing, who simply stood and looked into the distance, causing her a feeling of bewilderment and excitement. She couldn't figure out what the open space in front of her was, but it looked very suspicious and was clearly a difficult place. She found Michael anyway. Half the job was done. All that remained was to escape from this place and stay alive. Jessica couldn't tell whether Michael was deliberately ignoring him or simply not noticing her, but she felt that he simply didn't care about her presence. But she will have to eat flowers, and if she eats them all, maybe she will be strong enough to defeat one F-rank bug. She decided that Michael would deal with his problems himself, and she did not need to help him, focusing on her goals and objectives. Well, just at that moment, Jessica felt some inexplicable feelings inside herself, which added to the mystery and unpredictability of the situation. She was scared, realizing that she literally couldn't breathe, which made her feel panic and fear of the unknown. The appearance of the boss Kyrgyz, the insect lord, puts a pressure effect on you, causing a feeling of threat and suspense. Jessica realized that she was in the boss's room, and now her end had come, facing incredible danger and hopelessness. But now she was also curious about what was going on with Michael. and how he was dealing with it, all adding new layers of excitement and curiosity to her situation. But Michael was not at all afraid and was ready to fight the Insect King as if nothing was happening, demonstrating his courage and determination. He went alone to kill a boss that an entire army could not handle, and she considered him a mad hunter who decided to do the impossible. Michael fought as a team only once, and it was the first boss he ever defeated, making him a truly legendary and brave hunter. She thought that he became number one due to his contribution to the battle, but most likely one due to the support of his comrades, which made him a strong leader. Only one thing was clear to her: she needed to escape from here as quickly as possible. She just had to figure out how to do it. The monster, ready for a direct confrontation with the hunter, met him with a bold look, preparing for a merciless battle of life and death. The girl was amazed, not understanding how an insect could make such disgusting and loud sounds, awkwardly intertwining glances with those around her. Jessica received the notification again, but could not read it because her eyes were blurred and her body did not obey. Jessica begged for just a second to escape from this disgusting place, feeling an indomitable desire to leave it immediately. Michael, unable to bear waiting any longer, decided to take the initiative and attack the monster first, preparing to fight without hesitation. The monster, resorting to a mysterious force clearly aimed at helping in this battle, began to use it, hoping for an advantage in the battle. But of course Michael was not going to give up so easily and deftly dodged his attacks, maintaining control of the situation. His gaze was confident and cold. He was not going to give up so easily, remaining determined and persistent in the battle. Michael was fast, but he lacked the strength to kill the monster. He was strong but clumsy compared to his opponent. The girl, despite the fact that she practically did not know him, began to sincerely worry about the guy in this deadly situation. She didn't understand why the monster was showing new techniques in battle. After a moment, Jessica realized that this was the moment when the monster showed its weakness. At this moment, Michael was scared because he did not expect such a sharp and unexpected move from the monster. The girl was surprised that she survived such an attack because she wouldn't even leave a wet spot from her. Michael was also able to survive this attack and remained quite healthy after it. Michael was like an army in one man. His fighting skills covered a huge area, and he seemed to have special defensive skills that absorbed attacks and enhanced his own. His black aura was the very tax that constantly helped him in battle, granting him strength and protecting him from attacks. Michael turned his attention to the monster again, aiming to end this fight once and for all. Of course, he was not going to give up so easily and was preparing for a counterattack against the guy. Jessica couldn't believe that Michael was an ordinary person because he really didn't die after the monster's attack. His scythe appears to have been the weapon of a spirit lord, the only boss he has ever defeated. She remembered that Michael killed Kalagi's and took his lion scythe, an amazing item that could be used for both defense and attack. Jessica was even a little jealous of the guy for his ability to use such a powerful weapon. She wished to have a similar skill, but she only had gathering abilities while others had more useful skills. Jessica couldn't understand what the guy was going to do when he started taking out a piece of paper, making her curious and bewildered. And then he began to use it in a non-obvious manner, causing even more bewilderment in Jessica. Immediately after this, he began to attack the monster, putting his unusual plans into action. Jessica realized that she needed to leave because her presence would definitely not help in this situation. They should not be distracted by her and continue their business. But the girl, it seemed, could not leave again because she suddenly stopped, perhaps feeling vague anxiety or curiosity. She didn't even have to turn around to realize that there was a monster right next to her. With just one glance, she could no longer hold her breath in horror. Jessica realized it was over and decided to just lie still, not trying to resist. She knew that she had nothing to regret because she had done everything she could in this fight. The monster was ready to form his magic ball to the end and launch it at the girl. Then Michael appeared in front of her and told her to run while he would repel his attacks. She realized that if he protected her, he himself would become much weaker. The guy constantly urged her to move faster because there was little time and the situation required quick action. Michael risks his life for her, even though the news didn't say that about him. But now is not the time to think about it because the faster she runs away, the easier it will be for him. Michael said that Kyrgyz had become too relaxed and had become weaker as a result, warning her of a possible threat. He decided to use an unusual attack and see how the monster handled it, preparing to test the new method in battle. Jessica also wondered what he was going to do and was excited to see what would happen next. Unexpectedly for everyone, the wave hit the monster much earlier than the guy himself had time to attack. Jessica saw the blood spatter and immediately screamed in horror, realizing that something terrible had happened. Michael fell silent abruptly, apparently losing consciousness for several minutes, causing Jessica even more concern. As it turned out, the monster still managed to stick its paws into him, which led to Michael losing consciousness. Michael said he was in a lot of pain, which was unexpected at that moment, making Jessica even more worried. Jessica would like to retreat, but it is unlikely that the monster will allow her to do so, creating a threat to her safety. It looked like a mortal wound, but she couldn't understand why Michael's braid had become even larger than before. Immediately after this, the guy came to life and even smiled at the monster, causing surprise and bewilderment in Jessica. He called this action excellent and was ready to meet the monster. Jessica doesn't understand what's happening, but she stands still and doesn't want to stay here anymore. She doesn't belong in this situation and she has to run home. But at that moment, only one thing was unclear to her: how she could run away, because Michael sacrificed himself for her. Michael, of course, continued the battle and now raised his hand to strike, demonstrating his determination and courage. It was clear from his gaze that he was confident in himself and his abilities, ready to face any challenge. Jessica realized that it was too late for her to escape and that the attack was about to happen. Immediately after this, a huge and powerful explosion occurred, from which he was thrown to the side. When she woke up, she could not understand what had happened to her and where the monster and Michael were. However, she noticed something and was scared to death. Luckily, the monster was defeated, but Michael was nowhere to be seen, making Jessica even more worried. The girl managed to find him with her eyes and immediately began to approach him, relieved that he was safe. Jessica probably felt guilty at that moment because she left him without protection. She didn't know what to do because it was unlikely that a healing potion could help him in this situation. Just at this moment, a notification appeared that the Insect Lord had been destroyed and the domain of Kyrgyz was freed from his influence. Jessica realized that the gate would soon open, and this was her chance to finally leave this merciless place, which filled her with hope and relief. The girl noticed that Michael was alive and told him to hang in there because they would get out soon and everything would be fine, trying to support him in this difficult moment. Michael did not think that he would die this way in such circumstances next to the girl, and this caused him a feeling of misunderstanding and dissatisfaction. He went to fight the boss alone but was not ready to die. He was crazy and just a good person. Michael wondered if they could now get out of this horror, expressing his hope for the outcome of the situation. The guy fell silent as if he had turned into stone, leaving the girl in horror and bewilderment, not believing her eyes. She begged him to open his eyes, begging him not to leave her alone, offering to go together into the unknown future. Michael was the winner, #1, perfect, so his death seemed impossible and unjust, so delusional, inappropriate for his status. Jessica should have stopped crying and concentrated because she needed to find a way out of this situation. With a heavy heart, she bid him farewell, explaining that she needed to leave to find her own path forward. With the death of the monster, the gate opened, unblocking the exit from the dungeon for the survivors, giving them a chance for salvation. The girl realized that she needed to examine the boss's body and take useful items from it. She doubted whether she should take the items but decided to do so that Michael's sacrifice would not be in vain, realizing that these things could be useful to her in the future. She decided to take his body too, not wanting to give up her life here, feeling that every sacrifice has its own price and meaning. Seeing the golden glow around the guy, Jessica felt surprised, wondering about its origin and meaning. As it turned out, he was also engulfed by the new glow that Jessica was experiencing, causing surprise and possible questions about its nature. When Jessica learned that the guy's body could be added to inventory, she was surprised, because she did not intend to do this, since she believed that he deserved a decent burial. But despite this, she thought about the possibility of adding his body to her inventory. It's time for Jessica to return home to her family to start a new chapter in her life. At this point, there was chaos in the streets as all the survivors actually left the dungeon, causing panic and chaos. Jessica also made it out successfully and was fine, ready to start a new chapter in her life. She was just surprised by everything that had happened to her over the past 2 days, feeling mixed feelings and experiencing many emotions. The general manager immediately ran up to her and asked where so much blood was coming from, causing her embarrassment and confusion. But Jessica replied that she was fine and did not need the help of doctors, claiming that she could handle it herself. She burst into tears but stated that she was indeed fine and that she was able to survive. Jessica said she was not injured and that the blood on her clothing was unrelated, leaving the manager confused. Finally, she decided to say something to the manager, preparing to voice her thoughts and explain what had happened. The girl said that she was ready to tell anything and that she was ready to listen to her story. With a smile on her face, Jessica nevertheless announced that she was quitting, preparing to start a new chapter in her life. The general manager wasn't annoyed or anything like that. She just smiled back, understanding Jessica's decision. She said there was no problem with it and that Jessica had the right to do what she wanted in expressing her support. Jessica's patience asked her to wait in the hallway, leaving her feeling expectant and uncertain. They needed to talk about Michael's death and leave his affairs to the mortuary to give him a proper farewell and funeral. When she looked into the inventory, she realized that his body was not there, causing her concern and confusion. She was sure that she had taken his body, but apparently she was still in the dungeon, leaving her feeling lost and confused. Despite this, she still had something in her inventory, leaving her with hope that there might be a solution to the situation. There was Michael's soul stone. The item belongs to the one whose inventory holds it, opening a new chapter in their history. Jessica couldn't believe that she had taken the soul of the world's best hunter, feeling the weight of the decision and worrying about its consequences. Late in the evening, she finally returned home, feeling tired after all the ups and downs she had experienced. She bought a new phone, and it took her a long time to convince the manager and assistant that she did not need rest, since she was full of determination and energy. Having never told anyone about Michael's death and still not revealing the secret of the soul stone, she did not even begin to clean the room after the last rift. Realizing that she just needed to lie down and rest, she decided that tomorrow she would buy new bedding and for now just take a rest. But before she can relax, she needs to solve the immediate problem and call her mother, whom she clearly saw on the street. Jessica noticed that her mother immediately answered the phone, indicating that she was probably expecting a call from her. Jessica said that she only had a couple of scratches and they didn't even want to keep her in the hospital because she was fine. She said goodbye to her mother, saying that she was going to bed but would call her again tomorrow to talk. Now she needed to deal with the second problem, prepare for a solution, and continue to move forward. This soul stone didn't look particularly impressive from the outside, but perhaps there was some kind of magic or power hidden within it. She couldn't believe that inside that thing she really was Michael's soul. The soul inside the stone was very bright and pure, indicating that Michael even sacrificed himself to save it. Some rumors claimed that Michael went to the death of people he hated, but this may have just been slander or a lie without any basis. She tried to find out at least something about the soul stone, but all her attempts remained in vain, leaving her bewildered and uncertain. Jessica decided to find out where the nearest morgue was in order to draw some conclusions or actions regarding the soul stone. Someone warned that this was not a good idea. At that moment, she saw him in front of her, a ghost, causing her shock and mixed feelings. To her surprise, a legendary hunter named Michael stood in front of her, causing her mixed feelings of surprise and bewilderment. The guy himself could not understand why he became a ghost and how he managed to survive after death. She didn't know, but she had a hunch that she was willing to investigate and find out. She began to say that she used the gathering skill on his corpse, explaining that she did not want to steal anything but was only going to hide his body in her inventory so that he could have a decent burial. A soul stone appeared in her inventory, and she didn't know what happened after absorbing the hunters, leaving her in a state of confusion and bewilderment. Jessica couldn't understand why Michael's soul stone was giving off such pressure even after his death, leaving her feeling mysterious and uneasy. The girl said that such an effect was only possible because of a hidden skill that was activated after Michael was absorbed. Michael sensed that she was awakened, which explained her strange behavior and the power she displayed. He realized that she was not a warrior, but something about her made him believe that she was capable of much. Michael was interested in what hidden skill the girl had and why she had such strength and determination. He realized that hunters usually shared such information because it was the only way to learn about her skills and use them to their advantage. Perhaps she will be able to understand his request because she absorbed his body and perhaps inherited some of his knowledge and experience. She appears to receive any items that may drop from the target of her skill, making her even more mysterious and dangerous. If this is true, then she is truly guilty and her abilities can be dangerous to others. Michael asked what she was going to do with him, realizing that her skills could pose a danger to his life. Jessica replied that she hadn't even thought about it, emphasizing her calm and unpredictable nature. He asked why she absorbed the corpse in the first place, since she could have simply placed it in her inventory, hinting at the unusual nature of her actions. Jessica does not intend to harm him, and does not intend to harm him. She will not do anything to the soul stone, which indicates her good intentions. Michael assumed that she was pretending to be kind and was planning to sell the soul stone on the black market, suspecting her of ulterior motives and greed. The girl suggested that he share his family's contact and she would give them the soul stone, claiming that it would be much better for everyone. It turned out that Michael had no family at all, which caused the girl surprise and possibly compassion for his fate. All his friends were dead, and he was completely alone, which made his situation even more vulnerable and lonely. He clearly hated his hunting partners more than anything, which spoke of a deep sense of resentment and retribution in his soul. Jessica even felt sorry for Michael because she really had no one and she could feel his loneliness and suffering. She asked what kind of food he wanted for the funeral, showing care and understanding at this difficult moment. He saved her life, and although it was a farewell ceremony, she could organize it for him as a show of gratitude and respect. But Michael refused and said that this was all unnecessary, showing modesty and simplicity in his desires. He asked she had been told that she was very frivolous, which could give him an idea about her character and behavior. Jessica theorized that breaking the stone would free him, perhaps believing that it might help Michael break his curse or gain freedom. Jessica decided that it was none of her business and let Michael decide for himself what to do next, respecting his right to his own choice and decision. Michael said she shouldn't have gone there, perhaps concerned for her safety or thinking she was getting into a dangerous situation. If she had stayed in the place where they first met, she would have simply walked through the gate after the boss died, which could have changed their future fate. He could have said that the sixth one should just wait and then shout that the arena was the boss when she called him, which could have saved him from being attacked. But it was too late. The boss would have simply attacked her if she had started to run away, but he was busy spying on Michael, got distracted, and was eaten, which changed the outcome of events. He could wait for the other hunters and fight the boss with them, which could increase their chances of victory and survival. Michael was told that he simply had no choice but to do so, highlighting his desperate situation and the need to act this way. But Jessica couldn't figure out what to talk about because the rescue team was already ready to go in this time, gathering in record time, which created a tense situation. Still, the girl decided to apologize for what happened, thus showing her awareness and respect for her interlocutor. Michael himself apologized and said that he was not going to blame her since it was his decision and his responsibility. He was only surprised that he became a ghost and therefore said too much. Jessica felt awkward when he spoke like that, and he was also surprised by what happened, which underscores their general misunderstanding and desire to resolve the conflict. But she will still try to find a way to send him to another world, demonstrating her care and desire to help him. If she couldn't understand why he was looking at her that way, it could make her feel confused and uneasy, making her more determined to help him. She said that he is much better than rumors describe him, and in battle she felt that he was a bit eccentric, which may have made her interested and respected him. Rumors that there are no balanced warriors among hunters seem to be true, which may indicate the peculiarities of their characters and behavior. But Michael said it was all because of his special skill, which could explain his eccentric behavior and abilities. Jessica couldn't figure out what skill the guy was talking about, which could make her even more curious and confused. She theorized that he had a skill that gave him pleasure when receiving damage, which could explain his strange behavior and abilities in battle. But it was actually an absorption skill, and its power increased with the damage absorbed, making it an increasingly powerful and dangerous opponent. He prepared for the final attack and for the first time received such damage that it was able to penetrate the dark energy, thanks to which he was destroyed in one blow, which led to his defeat. People often discuss the incredible skills of hunters, and in this regard Michael is more famous than others, which is probably why he is number one among them. Jessica said that she was sleepy, and it was time to go, which indicated that she was tired and wanted to rest. The girl said that a lot had happened during the day, and she was very tired, which explained her desire to rest and go to bed. Michael will not be able to appear if the stone is removed from inventory, leaving his fate unresolved and unfinished. She was very tired but could not fall asleep, which could be caused by stress or anxiety due to the events that were happening. She's just worried everything feels like a dream. She came back alive, and Michael's stone adds reality to her, which could be a symbol of her return to life and awareness of what is happening. She didn't know what to do next, and the unknown frightened her very much, which may be understandable after the events she experienced. She is afraid of ending up in the dungeon again when she falls asleep, which is understandable after the trials and dangers she has experienced. Michael couldn't understand what the problem was in simply using the hearthstone, which could be due to his ignorance or misunderstanding of the situation. Now being awakened, all roads are open to her, and she decided to sell all her goods to buy the stone of return, which cost 500,000,000, and she only needs to get a little money to purchase it. Due to the new rift, the demand has most likely increased, and the money from all the things should be enough for at least a day, which can help her purchase the return stone. Michael advised her that if she wanted to hide her awakening, it was best not to sell boss items which could attract unwanted attention. But they will be indifferent to her, since the main thing for her is to acquire the stone of return and return back. She can use them at her discretion because he doesn't care he's already dead, which could mean that she doesn't see a problem with it and is ready to accept any consequences. Jessica couldn't understand why she thought he was fine in the first place, perhaps realizing she was naive or misjudged the situation. It's better for her to put things on the street if he doesn't know their prices, that can help her sell them faster and for a better price. Usually rare or high-quality items are displayed there. It is better not to sell the core through it to avoid unwanted attention or problems. He explains in great detail, and she needs to figure out how to help him so that he stops worrying, which requires her to understand and pay attention to his problem. There was some confusion between them and silence ensued, which may be due to their differences or misunderstandings. She couldn't understand why Michael dropped so few things, which might have made her confused or suspicious. She herself understands that losing the right things is very rare, and he is extremely lucky in this regard. Not only are they of low rank, but they also rarely drop out. Now it is clear why he did not throw a single monster body, which may explain his caution and thrift. Things have been put out, and now all that's left to do is wait. It's scary to sleep without the return stone, but nothing can be done. Michael asked Jessica if she was worried, showing concern and interest in her condition. She replied that she was a little worried, but after doing the work she felt a little easier, which could be a sign that she was coping with the situation. After killing the boss, it is unlikely that another dungeon will appear nearby, which may be a relief for Jessica and Michael. It's safe here, and she can sleep peacefully, finally resting after all the worries and dangers. Jessica was wondering why he fought the boss alone. Perhaps she wanted to understand his motivation and reasons for such a decision. In the morning, a person from the emergency department called her with urgent news that could bring new turns to her life. Jessica couldn't understand why this department needed her. As it turned out, her mother was caught in the resulting dungeon, which could be a cause for concern and action on Jessica's part. They carefully explore the surrounding area, trying to find any traces or clues that explain the appearance of the dungeon. Jessica felt an urgent need to quickly get ready and run to her house while there was still time. And she didn't care at all what would happen next, as long as she managed to get to her home. She prayed that her mother would be alive and well, and that everything would be fine when they met. Fortunately, it turned out that all her fears and worries were just a nightmare, and her mother was alive and well. Jessica was relieved and said that it was a stupid dream. There was nothing new in the news. Deciding that she had time, Jessica decided to study the policy of dungeon exploration. With the freedom from work, she felt that messages from the company should no longer worry her. The girl was glad that everything was fine with her mother and thanked fate for this. As it turned out, there were as many as 30 billion in her account, which amazed her and forced her to recalculate the amount several times. The return stones, which became valuable once the price of one reached 13 million, made her decide to buy two just in case. Having spent a lot, she still had 4 billion left, which made her feel quite comfortable. It's time for her to go because Michael must stay home to avoid the possibility of being recognized and seen like this. He claimed that no one would see him because some guy would notice him, and that would be bad. But Michael explained that he was bound to the soul stones and could not leave this place to go anywhere. He said that this freak was spying on the girl through the window. After this, the girl immediately came to the police station and told about what had happened, demanding that measures be taken to catch the peeping freak. She said that the night before someone had been staring at her through the window, causing her to feel uneasy and anxious. She was absolutely sure of this, even claiming that the peeping Tom must have been caught on camera. The man then told her she could go, promising to investigate the incident. Jessica said he didn't need help, but asked that a patrol be sent to her house for safety. After she left, Michael admitted that he started choosing lunch because he had other things on his mind. She didn't worry about it. She had to eat first and then go shopping. In addition, she needs to buy new bed linen because her old ones are all covered in blood. Evening came, time flew by. Dinner cost 100,000 per person, but the food was not only prestigious but also delicious. She felt that Michael was watching her strangely, but could not understand the reason for this constant attention. He frankly admitted that his thoughts were completely absorbed in what she was talking about, and it bothered him. She was surprised at how calmly she reacted to the situation, as if nothing serious had happened at the police station. Since childhood, Michael has been immersed in a world of abundance and practiced martial arts, shaping his life around these activities. Michael, who actively served in the special forces before his awakening, could not understand why the police were so indifferent to ordinary people. Jessica decided that nothing could be changed and would simply not pay attention to it in the future. She decided that she would first give the stone to her mother as compensation and spend the remaining money on the trip. In order for her to return to me, she needs additional funding. Jessica agreed that the dungeon was a scary place and didn't want her loved ones to face the same horror. Michael may have had his own way out of this situation, perhaps based on his experience and skills. He asked if she wanted to become stronger and not be afraid of the dungeon anymore. The girl immediately smiled and agreed, saying that if it was possible, then she was not against it. Now it is clear that even outside the dungeons there are no safe places, but if he has power, then even the psycho who spied on her will not be able to cause fear. Michael is ready to tell her everything, but he wants her to give him her promise. Yes, of course, Jessica was interested in what kind of promise Michael would like her to make and was waiting for clarification. He suggested that when she becomes strong enough, she should take on the mission of destroying all the bosses in this world. It was difficult for her to accept that he insisted on this, and she felt mixed emotions: distrust and bewilderment. He looked at her soulfully, and in her eyes he saw the courage and determination that impressed him so much. At least 60 mysterious dungeons were hidden in the depths of the earth, but the exact number of the country was carefully hidden. Perhaps their number exceeded even this incredible figure. Jessica sought to increase her strength, but did not want to return to the dark depths of the dungeon, especially to its dangerous bosses. No matter how strong she becomes, she will not agree to this, because a sweet life full of wealth and abundance opens up before her. Michael insisted that she think about it. Jessica, however, refused to return to the dungeon, preferring a bright future with him. He claimed that after defeating the first boss everything would change, but she understood that he would strive to destroy the second, third, and beyond. Jessica couldn't understand why he would do this. The more she tried to convince him, the more interesting his motivation became. He sought to develop her strength to such an extent that she could defeat every boss in this world. He asked to take his ring out of inventory, hinting at its importance in their journey and battle together. And then he asked me to put it on, as if emphasizing its importance and necessity for successfully completing the game. All the same, his items now belong to her. Let them not sit idle in inventory, she uses them for good. Michael said that even though the sizes didn't fit, she just had to scroll to make the item fit her. And in a split second, the size actually changed and the ring fit perfectly on her finger. He wanted to tell her about the ring when she bought the blanket, hinting at its special meaning and history in their adventures. He was worried that it was hard for her to carry the bag, and she was surprised at his thoughtfulness, not expecting this from him. Jessica told him to take his time, reminding him that he had a 3-meter limit on what to do. He exhibited strange behavior, which allowed her to think carefully about what was happening. She is afraid to return home, realizing that even strength is not always able to help in such situations. Michael understands her anxiety and discomfort at the thought of returning home, so he offers to stay at the hotel and subsequently find a new home. But there was an alternative scenario that could radically change her life and open up new opportunities. Michael suggested punishing the person who was spying on her, expressing his outrage and willingness to protect her. Late at night, as Jessica lay in bed, Michael was waiting for that same guy ready to handle him. Throughout the day, Michael tried very hard to convince her to make this decision and support him in this. He said that with her power, it would be easier to punish him by convincing her of her abilities and importance. Jessica was sure that the hunter would rather not lie, trusting his words and feeling his sincerity. Just then, Michael announced that the guy had come again, causing a new wave of anxiety and tension. And after that, a piece of paper that they left immediately fell out of the window, foreshadowing something unusual and important. She had to pretend that she had accidentally woken up, then open the door and leave the room, following the plan they had discussed. Jessica heard someone coming down the stairs and assumed it was him leaving, causing her to feel somewhat relieved. Michael said that he did not run away but simply lay low, emphasizing that the situation may be more complex than they expected. Jessica said it was time for them to go but decided to punish him anyway, expressing her determination and justice. Michael led the way, with Jessica running behind him, ready to support him and work together as a team. A split second later, when they came out of the alley, they saw a guy standing on the street alone, causing them more questions and concerns. Michael said she caught him because he was the guy they were talking about. The stranger could not understand what had started to happen, suddenly finding himself drawn into their situation. And Jessica was ready to really punish him once and for all, showing her determination and strength. She instantly twisted his arm so that he could not get out and run away, demonstrating her determination and strength. The girl could not understand why he did not resist and thought that he was somehow weak, assessing his behavior. Michael said that Jessica was now repeating after him and asked him who sent him, hinting that they wanted to know the true motives. The girl actually asked the stranger who sent him, showing determination to reveal the truth. Michael gave her advice for the future, suggesting not to push ahead because he is not good at acting. Michael advised her to tell him not to move, warning that things would only get worse. Now she had to slowly let go of him, take off his mask, grab his neck, and if necessary simply break it. Jessica again asked who sent it, insisting on getting an answer and demonstrating her persistence. She squeezed his neck and noticed that such ability to lie indicates that he does not value his life. The guy suddenly said that he was ready to give all the money to confirm his words, trying to convince them of his sincerity. Jessica said he was trying to pay him off with money and called him a crazy pervert, expressing her outrage and contempt for his behavior. She was furious when the guy suggested that she pick out his eyes, outraged by his cynical and aggressive proposal. Despite all the circumstances, the girl actually began to tear out one of his eyes. The guy begged for mercy and promised that he would never forget about her kindness, hoping for mercy at this moment. Michael said it was time to wrap things up, offering to take his wallet and check his documents to end this unpleasant episode. Jessica is done with him, and he must convey a certain message to his employer so that he understands the consequences of his actions. If he repeats this again, she will find him and will not spare him next time, showing determination and steadfastness. 7 dungeons have already opened in Korea, including this one, and the frequency of their formation is alarming, calling into question the security of the region. According to statistics, there are much more similar dungeons in other countries, and public opinion claims that some hunters of market companies even make enough money to carry them out. Each opening of the dungeon leads to many victims, which causes criticism from society. The number of dungeons in a country directly affects the ease of obtaining mana stones and other consumables, having a significant impact on the economy and resource base. The woman believes that their words may cause disorientation, so they will explain everything in more detail to avoid misunderstandings and clarify the situation. The rescue operation in the first Korean dungeon was possible only thanks to foreign support, but the second time there were difficulties with a quick response due to the insufficient development of the domestic hunter market. There were no guilds at the time, and many hunters hid their identities, which became a serious social problem. As the number of dungeons increases and the hunter market expands, the subsequent opening of them will be easier to cope with, as resources and experience will be more accessible. Now she simply announced new information, starting with the fact that she is quietly entering the hunter industry. This is Luther, who puts up high-ranking cores for sale, introducing a new figure to the hunter market. Michael has no choice because the soul stone is with her, and it seems that he is stuck with her forever, finding himself in a difficult situation without the possibility of free choice. In the cafe, the girl met with the manager and assistant, which may indicate work or a business meeting. Jessica said that everything is fine and she is already better. Her energy is in full swing, which indicates her recovery and good health. She and the manager left the company. The reason for this was the statement she wrote. She began to think about it even earlier when she was not given a promotion. I completely agree, this can be a source of frustration and disappointment, especially when you see smoking and inactivity being rewarded instead of hard work and professionalism. Of course, relaxing after hard work is a pleasant pastime, and it is good that they have good news about the new office, although they have not yet decided on the choice. Having decided to join the White Light Guild, they chose the 4th support team as their leader, confident that in the guild they could receive the support they needed to develop and achieve their goals. Jessica nodded in approval, expressing her approval and congratulations to both girls on joining the White Light Guild. They suggested meeting because they had Jessica in mind when forming the team and thought she was a good candidate. They were invited to join the guild and work with them. The guild leader intends to form 4 teams after receiving permission from the government. Jessica was unsure whether she should reveal her awakening and remained undecided. Not only that, but Jessica revealed that she lives in a basement and they had something special planned for her. They handed her an envelope and told her it was from them, but she should just take it without refusing. Of course, Jessica said that she couldn't take the envelope because she felt like it was too much and she didn't deserve that kind of attention and support. They insisted that she accept the envelope as a sign of respect for them and move to better housing. But being awakened, she feels that accepting such a gift is like robbing the workers of their hard-earned money. She decides to trust them and accept their gift, feeling that in this way she has circumvented certain death. Michael looked at her seriously and said that talking about awakening could attract unwanted attention and create danger for her and those she cares about. After saying this, Jessica said that she needed to make an urgent call and promised to return quickly. The girl immediately began to find out why he warned her when talking in private. It is safer to keep secrets if fewer people know them, as this reduces the likelihood of information leakage and maintains its confidentiality. Michael advised her to just make a decision, and maybe it would be easier for her if she admitted her feelings. But they can become her accomplices in keeping her awakening secret, helping her maintain confidence and security. Jessica thought that telling the truth was always good, but Michael warned her that this was not always the case. In the end, she still took the money, but she felt insecure, not knowing how much longer she would have to hide her awakening. Michael couldn't understand if she had ever deceived someone before or why she doubted her actions. She is not used to lying because in the past any lie was immediately exposed. She is so afraid of giving herself away that it seems easier for her to just admit it herself. Michael immediately remembered her outstanding acting skills while working with the guy they were catching. She was unsure whether she should officially register as a hunter, as it might draw unwanted attention to her and increase the risk of her awakening being discovered. So she collected ingredients for the rest of her days, although she knew that it could be dangerous. However, if she decided that this was her path, then that was her business. She hadn't been following the news and didn't know that recently everyone was talking about Luther, who had filled the market with S-grade items. He will tell her to use her skill with him, as he seems to beckon her as if to say, "Use me." When the girl hit the pervert, he felt that she was not someone who used power evenly with her intentions. Jessica wondered how he would make her even stronger, wondering what methods he would use to enhance her strength and capabilities. After this, she began to look for the Horn of Kyrgyz, believing that its powerful properties could help her become even stronger. A split second later, the girl found it, the Horn of Kyrgyz, which lay in front of her, emitting a mysterious light and the promise of new strength. Michael was even a little surprised at what began to happen around him. He felt that events were developing in an unusual way, like in a fairy tale, and he became part of this amazing story. Jessica asked what she should do with the Horn of Kyrgyz, how it would help her become even stronger, and how to use it. To be honest, he himself did not expect this. The Horn of the Lord of Spirits turned out to be much larger and more important than he expected. It seems that he was so influenced by her hidden new power that he was able to place the horn in his inventory at its original size. She didn't know how to explain the destroyed apartment now because it happened because of her new power. Michael suggested we start by going to the penthouse to discuss what to do next with her new power and how to use the Horn of Kyrgyz. When they arrived at the penthouse, Jessica was amazed by its splendor and luxury. She felt like she was in a fairy tale. She immediately asked Michael to look at the size in the bathroom, perhaps to check if she was actually able to fit Kyrgyz's horn into inventory. She spoke so humbly to the landlord, and now she is acting like crazy, running here and there. Also, the landlord, by some miracle, believed the story that the apartment was destroyed by hunters. Jessica was surprised by his trust and grateful for his understanding. Having received compensation for repairs, he reassured the girls now they do not need to worry about the condition of her house. If he asks for more, let her allocate more, because soon such amounts will become trifle for her, and his desires will be satisfied. He especially wanted to deliver the horn again because his girlfriend was afraid he would trash the apartment, but he promised to be careful. She noticed that he was not as heavy as she initially thought, which added to her confidence in their future together. The girl wondered with interest what to do next because the new situation opened up many opportunities and prospects for them. Michael immediately warned that a difficult path awaited them, and now the situation has definitely become even more difficult than when he first received compensation. It didn't matter to Jessica, she was just curious about what she should do. She longed for new adventures and challenges. She suggested that she needed to break wooden mannequins to express her energy and resolve internal conflicts. Or clench your fists and beat the red-hot sand to release pent-up emotions and find inner peace. Or you can meditate under a waterfall to find harmony with yourself and the world around you. As it turns out, she will have to eat the whole horn in order to overcome the trials and find her strength within. Of course, Jessica was shocked by this this answer because the horn turned out to be too huge, and she did not expect such a test. He acquired the skill in exactly the same way and let her believe the words of someone who has gone through this personally. By absorbing the horn of a boss, a person gains his skill. This has become a kind of ritual in their world, passed down from generation to generation. She decided to believe Michael, but realized that if he were not the #1 ranker, she would not listen to him with such attention and trust. And yet Jessica finally made up her mind and ate a piece of the horn, gathering her courage and preparing to overcome new challenges. Michael told her that eating the horn could give her a new skill, and she decided to try this path to self-improvement. Apparently, because she had the entire fragment, they believed that he had only been given one new skill in the past. C-rank Dead Man's Death. He increases his attack power based on the level of damage he deals, making him an even more dangerous opponent in battle. The girl received a skill called Insect Lord Lightning and Insect Lord Thunderstorm, which gave her control over insects and powerful attack power. When he talked about getting stronger, she expected something debilitating, not just a diet break, and this made her anxious and confused. Jessica suggested that they could just cut it up like a side dish and eat it, hoping that would be enough to teach them a new skill. The first thing he did was show it to the awakened manufacturer, wanting to know what could be done with this skill and how to develop it further. But the manufacturer explained that this horn is not a suitable ingredient for creating a new skill or enhancing an existing one. He was sorry that the horn might get damaged in his inventory, so he tried to use it in various ways, confident that he was the only one who knew about its features. Now she keeps thinking about how this cute but unfriendly face is trying to eat this horn, imagining the transformation it could bring to her life. Michael said that Jessica can do whatever she wants with the horn, but to get its full effect she needs to eat it completely. She has eaten about 5% of the horn and can now return it to her inventory, knowing that she still has a long way to go before fully absorbing its power. Michael said it was getting late and it was time for her to rest, so she could start digesting the horn she had taken and gain a new skill. Jessica was surprised when he said she needed to get a good night's sleep, realizing that rest plays an important role in this process. The girl again noticed the expression on the guy's face, which bothered her, and wondered what could be the reason for his anxious mood. The past day's life as usual for her and Michael remained in the past, and he also did not expect this, realizing that everything had changed. I wondered what would happen if she died. If the soul stone remained in the inventory, it would likely simply exist in its space alone without an owner. Thus it is likely that Michael will remain a ghost forever if the soul stone remains in inventory after Jessica's death. Still, Jessica wished Michael good night, but realized that this situation could not continue, because he must find his place even after she left. After 10 days, Jessica had already eaten 35% of the horn, and she continued to build up her skills, feeling the power grow within her with each move. For the entire 10 days she ate that damn horn and tried diligently to find other methods, hoping to find a way to make the most of it to her advantage. Michael was confident that she had really done a great job, and that she had demonstrated a truly outstanding effort in learning a new skill. She had an idea to make kimchi stew with horn, but delivery to the hotel seemed difficult. Then the girl dialed and her brother invited her to have dinner together in the evening. The idea of kimchi with horn was postponed for another time. Jessica assumed that he had hit his head because he looked very suspicious and asked if he needed money. It wasn't like him at all, but she decided to go and find out what was going on. When they arrived, the brother asked her to wait and give him the floor. He pulled out a ticket and announced that he had selected a huge amount of money from the lottery, which caused Jessica incredible shock and joy. He didn't even buy tickets, he just felt one day that he had to try, realizing that the chances of winning were great. And since that's the case, he suggests taking a vacation to enjoy the winnings and perhaps plan how to use the money in the future. Jessica would like to add her money to the expenses of the vacation, but she understood that she probably shouldn't shock them with the news of her awakening. First, she needed to finish the fragment, join the guild, and then announce her return. Jessica said it was really great because now he takes care of her and his mom. He looks like an adult and she is proud of him. True, before departure she has one more important matter that she must solve before leaving. She had a time limit of 2 weeks, and during this time she had to finish off the remaining horn of Kyrgyz in order to use it completely and gain a new skill. 2 weeks later, on the day of her flight, her stomach hurt very badly, which made her anxious about the upcoming trip. Michael suggested that she eat the horn a little while on vacation, but for some reason she decided to finish it off quickly. Jessica just wanted to master the science as quickly as possible and use the full power of the horn for her development. But now only the last piece of the horn remained, and she was ready to take on this challenge to complete her journey. After that, she felt indescribable emotions that overwhelmed her inner world. Jessica felt the power of magic right within her, as if she had awakened to a new level of consciousness and power. In addition, she was filled with energy from within. She felt how every cell of her body was filled with power and a thirst for new opportunities. Michael noticed that she looked impressive, and asked if anything else had opened up in her inner world. Michael asked her only not to tear out the eaten fragment, perhaps fearing unpredictable consequences. He thought that she concentrated so that she could at least use these skills, realizing their potential and power. It was good to see Jessica was leaving for a vacation tomorrow, and the first thing she wanted to do was try the luxurious dish there. The brother asked his sister in surprise why she acted as if she had never been on vacation before, surprised by her unusual behavior. The brother asked his sister in surprise why she acted as if she had never been on vacation before, surprised by her unusual behavior. Jessica then said that it seemed they should go to the line where passport control was held, emphasizing the importance of following the correct route. The sister said her brother had a stomach ache because he drank so many free drinks on board, expressing her concern for his condition. Jessica noticed that her mother knew how to communicate because she had already made a friend, which made her happy seeing how her mother made new friends. Jessica began to worry because her brother had been gone for a very long time, and she began to worry about his well-being. He felt that something was happening behind him. His heart began to beat faster. He turned around carefully, but there was only empty space, and goosebumps ran through his skin. They immediately turned to Michael to see what had happened, intrigued by the sudden event that made them take notice. At that moment, a man ran out of the darkness and began to beg for help, his voice trembling with fear and despair. Jessica, stunned by the events, could not understand what was happening, and decided that she needed to find out what was happening in order to decide what to do next. The mother said that something bad had happened and asked her to find her brother, causing anxiety and uncertainty in the girl. Jessica told her mother to wait here. She would go look for her brother herself, showing determination and independence. Immediately after these words, an explosion occurred, and everyone was thrown to the floor. The situation became even more tense. Michael asked if she could hear, and if so, then she should get up right away, emphasizing the need for action in this critical situation. Apparently, this is a dungeon that has opened. Explosions are rarely isolated, and another one may happen soon. She needs to get out before the building collapses, and she must rise carefully, ensuring her safety. And then Jessica realized that her mother was lying right on top of her, making her feel anxious and uneasy. Mike said that she had simply passed out, and that she needed to get out quickly, emphasizing the urgency of the situation and the need for action. Michael reported that fortunately she had no serious injuries, and that she needed to run towards the light, urging her to make a safe choice. Jessica was at a loss because she was very scared and did not know what to do in this tense situation. If the mother was seriously injured, then there should be healing potions here, and her brother would also need to be collected to provide them with medical attention in this critical situation. Then it was necessary to find the men's restroom in order to find his brother and provide him with help. Jessica said that it didn't matter since when she was so strong, and asked if her mother could go on her own, expressing her willingness to help and protect her loved ones. And she herself had to go to the restroom to find her brother, demonstrating her determination and willingness to take care of her family. And then she noticed a portal begin to open, adding a new element of mystery and danger to the already tense situation. The last time the dungeon opened was a month ago, so a new one should appear around this time, which could lead to additional unforeseen challenges and dangers. The mother said that the toilet was right where the dungeon opened, adding mystery and danger to the situation. Jessica realized that her brother was inside the dungeon, which made her even more worried and worried. He ended up in a place where she had already been twice, creating additional stress and danger for their family. Jessica turned to her mother and said that she would save their brother, showing determination and willingness to act to protect her family. She finally told her mother not to worry because she was awakened, showing her confidence and determination in her actions. Of course, the mother was against it and said that she couldn't just leave now, expressing her concern for her daughter's safety. But Jessica didn't care and went into the dungeon despite her mother's objections, showing her determination and willingness to save her brother. Jessica went into the dungeon despite her mother's objections, and Michael warned that the environment inside might be different from before, as the insect lord might be present there. But there are so many trees here that there is no end to them, and the brother probably was not the only one who was brought here. Michael told the girl to calm down because her screams could attract monsters. She had to focus and quietly listen to the sounds around her in order to remain unnoticed by the monsters. It's even more important to return home safe and sound because you can't let your mother grieve again. Jessica calmed herself down by focusing on her breathing and staying calm in the tense environment of the dungeon. A split second later, she apparently heard her brother's voice, which awakened her hope and eased the tension. She realized that someone was shouting from the other side, causing her concern and determination to find her brother. Jessica did not want to wait and figure it out, but simply began to get offended, giving in to emotions in a situation that required quick action. Michael told her to calm down and warned her that it was not a fact that it was her brother Jackson calling for caution and reflection before acting. Just from the thought that it was him, her heart began to beat faster, emphasizing the strength of emotions and excitement in this situation. But at one moment, when everything had already stopped, they froze to look closely at everything, as if expecting further events. Jessica realized that her brother was there in this place, which gave her mixed feelings of anxiety and relief. Michael agreed that the situation had become a little more complicated, emphasizing the need for a careful approach to resolving the problem. Monsters that looked like wolves gathered around the surviving people, creating a threatening environment and causing them to feel apprehensive. Jessica realized that she needed to find Jackson as quickly as possible, realizing the urgency of the situation and the importance of saving her brother. Michael noticed that there were almost no hunters around, which was a very bad sign despite its surprise. If hunters don't deal with them quickly, they can attract other monsters, increasing the danger and difficulty of the situation. One of the guys began to use some kind of protection, but at that moment all the people looked up, caused by some unexpected event or threat from above. It was these monsters that Michael spoke about a couple of seconds ago, confirming his fears and warnings regarding the possible threat. Jessica didn't know what to do, run or stay and fight the monster, facing difficult choices in a critical situation. But she realized that it was too late for her to be offended and decided to use the messenger's scythe. She wanted not to resort to this, but she had no choice. When the monster lunged at Jackson, the girl immediately ran towards him, showing her determination to protect her brother in a dangerous situation. Luckily, the monster failed to hit his brother, and he was able to dodge the attack, which relieved Jessica and encouraged her to take further action. Jessica was surprised by what she saw in front of her, feeling a mixture of shock and excitement at the unexpected occurrence. She was furious, could not understand how the monster dared to touch her brother, feeling internal outrage and a readiness to protect her loved ones at any cost. Now they were left alone with the monster, and she decided that she would definitely have to cope with this test in order to ensure the safety of her brother. Jessica decided to use her magic bug Lord Lightning to fight the monster, hoping to weaken it or cause damage. She didn't care that she had to control her power, she just wanted to finish off the monster and destroy the rest of the cattle around. The girl was ready to attack with all her might, aiming to deal the final blow to the monster and end its threat. After a split second, she could not understand whether she had succeeded in fulfilling everything, feeling excitement and uncertainty about the outcome of her action. But as it turned out, her attack penetrated directly into the monster's torso, causing him enormous damage and weakening his defense. She couldn't understand how this happened, since the Overlord's lightning was not usually that powerful, and she was amazed at how effectively her attack had gone through. Jackson couldn't understand what had just happened, feeling a mixture of surprise and bewilderment at the unexpected outcome of events. Jessica realized that she needed to calm the situation, and she said that she was not the source of such power, admitting that something incredible had happened. Of course, everyone present could not understand what she meant by her statement, greeting it with bewilderment and disbelief. Jessica herself knew that she had said something ridiculous, so Michael had to stop laughing and take her seriously. They all look apparently at the action of the Insect Lord's lightning, realizing that words alone are not enough to explain what happened and trying to understand what really happened. Jessica decided to ignore it and just go and get on with it, deciding not to go into too much of a discussion about what had happened and focus on what needed to be done next. It is best for humans not to come into conflict with the Insect Lord's lightning, given its power and potential consequences. It's good that at least she was able to test her skills on a monster and understand that they could really be effective in battle. Because of this monster, she received a B-rank magic stone that will allow her to get all the survivors out of here, providing them with a safe path out of a dangerous situation. Jessica then began to call everyone to her, so that they could use the magic stone and leave this place together. And after a moment, she opened a portal and told everyone to enter it, so that they could leave this place and be safe. She announced that she herself would enter the portal later and asked everyone not to linger or wait long for her. And finally the brother said that Jessica should not linger and should follow them as quickly as possible. Now everyone has passed through the portal and only Jessica herself remains. Michael said it was unforgettable and it was essentially her debut as a huntress and it was impressive. Jessica, clenching her fists from nerves, asked her interlocutor for a minute of time, trying to find an excuse not to meet with her mother in her current state. Ultimately, everything turned out well, but Jessica and her brother almost became victims of a tragic accident. Jessica held her breath, knowing that if her mother noticed her trembling, she would certainly start to worry. She had to muster all her strength to breathe in just a second. Then Michael came up from behind, hugged her, and reassured her, telling her that she was safe. It was very strange for her because despite the fact that she felt the touch, she felt warmth around. Still, the girl felt better and she decided that she should go. Now it became clear to her why he said to control the power she would not be able to change her abilities again. She turned to Michael, noting that after calming down it was time to act as the monsters were gathering again. But Jessica suggested that it was too early since some of her strength had not yet recovered, and she would like to test one more skill before acting. She mentioned her skill of calling the storm the main insect master. Jessica was confident that everything would be okay and that the stone of return would always be at hand. Michael only asked her not to overdo it in showing concern for her well-being. As Michael suggested, she began to slowly gather energy, focusing on the process. And then, gathering all her strength, she released it to attack, channeling the full potential of the skill. Jessica felt that everything had worked and realized that her attack had surpassed all previous achievements. Michael noticed that he was not doing well, as she seemed depressed, and suggested that she come back. But Jessica realized that she also needed to pick up all the items before returning. Realizing the need, she decided to pick up the items after going to the guild, so as not to be distracted from the task at hand. The idea interested her. Monsters increase their rank with every action they take that puts the lives of others in danger. It was important for Jessica to know where the boss was in order to understand how close they were to the final goal. Michael asked if she wanted to kill him, raising the question of strategy in fighting the boss. The girl didn't even know what to answer at that moment because such a question took her by surprise. Jessica said she was just lucky and suddenly defeated the bear, expressing her surprised and happy attitude. Jessica invited Michael to think for himself that if he started pounding the ground, she would not be able to stay on her feet. Jessica couldn't understand why Michael suddenly brightened up, feeling some confusion in his reaction. Due to the difficulty of the target, when the insect lord's lightning strikes, she would be powerless against a dozen opponents. Michael reminded her that she still had thunderstorm and insect mastery skill that could come in handy in the fight. But Jessica was sure that this skill would not work against higher-ranking monsters, and the accuracy of shooting lightning was doubtful. She would have to turn her head in all directions. Michael, to be honest, was surprised. He didn't expect her to be able to analyze the situation like that. This was her first decent fight, and Michael realized that after this many hunters become arrogant and careless. In her first encounter with the insect lord, she broke his joint with a side kick, and she showed good fighting sense. Hunters capable of defeating such monsters alone are very rare, and Jessica was one of them. Her powerful strike, aimed at a single target, along with her ability to kill on a large scale, made her an outstanding hunter. Simply having such skills was already an excellent combination, enough to be considered one of the best hunter mages. Jessica only has 2 uses of powerlessness left, but this can be corrected by using the appropriate items. A guy named James, ranked 3rd in the battle rankings, doesn't talk much, but nevertheless he turned out to be a good fighter with a good sense of tactics. Michael knows him well personally. They fought together in the past when they had to defeat the Spirit Lord Kilgalus. Jessica was interested to know who finished 2nd in the battle rankings, as she was impressed by their joint victory. She noticed that Michael clearly didn't get along with him, which made her curious about their past relationship. 2nd in the battle ranking was a guy named Oscar, known to be invincible. He had a huge amount of base stamina and the ability to absorb damage thanks to powerful defense and the ability to self-heal, allowing him to fight endlessly. Michael noted that they have different personalities, but there is one thing in common that binds them together. But their relationship is not serious, and Michael believes that it is better to stay away from him, since one should not expect anything worthwhile from communicating with him. Jessica was sure that they had definitely met him face to face in battle. They had disagreements and he often lost control if things didn't go his way. By the way, the first 3 guys are all Korean. It's really surprising, but their ranking was formed during the Spirit Lord's raid. Jessica now understood everything but also noticed something interesting on the field. She wondered what kind of trees they were and whether they should be given any significance because of their unusual appearance or properties. She said that these trees which survived all this stood here for a reason and decided to collect objects associated with them. When Jessica finally returned, her mother was furious at her long absence, and she only now realized that Jessica had moved on. Jackson told her that she would be out soon, but several hours passed and Jessica was still not there even when people started saying that the portal had already closed. She said she was lost and was worried about her because she couldn't find her the whole time. Jessica was glad that neither Jackson nor her mother were hurt, and she realized that the decision to save them was the right one. It was at this moment that someone greeted Hunter Jessica, expressing their gratitude for her actions. She was approached by a woman who introduced herself as Christy, the leader of the dungeon cleanup team, and Jessica was glad to meet her. The mother said that she was acting like a child at the moment, having returned home after a long absence. To begin with, she would like to thank her for her active participation on behalf of the government of the country in accordance with government protocol. Housing was prepared for her. Jessica could not understand what kind of government guest protocol this was and how it related to the participation of the national government. When they entered the room, Jessica realized that she needed to remain calm because now she found herself in a situation that required a calm and collected behavior. The woman explained that Jessica used a rare stone to save people, and for this she once again expressed gratitude to her from the entire government. The government promised to compensate her for using the magic stone, as well as give them a tour the day after tomorrow to highlight her achievements. And then they both said goodbye to each other, thanking each other for their help and support in a difficult situation. Jessica was glad that she could finally relax after stressful events and meetings. At this moment, Jackson had obviously prepared gifts for her, which made Jessica smile and thank her. But as it turned out, these gifts were not prepared by Jackson, but from the survivors and their families as a sign of gratitude, which touched Jessica even more. It became clear to her that Jackson really shouldn't have done all this, and it was unnecessary, but at the same time a very touching gesture. Jackson asked Bobin to watch the news as they were talking about that same airport, which piqued Jessica's interest. Talk of Hunter Jessica's heroic deeds spread throughout the country even at this late hour, and they discussed it with the Korean survivors. The man already thought that his end had come, but then the bear fell to the ground with a crash and she noticed that it was not him. The surprising thing is that there were no deaths in this case because usually such explosions lead to many casualties. By the way, recently the huntress also found herself in a Korean dungeon and got out alive in a short period of time. She had already been to 2 dungeons. Currently, the hunter's personal life is under the protection of the country's government, and she was prohibited from giving interviews. Jackson asked her to look somewhere, making Jessica curious and interested. Michael said that everything was fine, and that now was her time, which could mean the beginning of a new important chapter in her life for Jessica. Moreover, her debut was really successful. Jackson believed that the owner was one of the people Jessica saved in the dungeon and assumed that he could help them with their current situation. The mother, of course, is grateful for this attitude towards them, but she believes that this is unnecessary, which is being repeated for the umpteenth time. Jackson read that everyone is still kind because he has such a cool sister. He thought that thanks to her, people become kinder and relationships improve. When she killed the bear with one blow, goosebumps ran throughout his entire body, and he was amazed at her strength and skill. Jackson had read that Jessica the huntress was worthy of all this, and he believed that her courage and skill deserved recognition and respect. The mother could not understand why Jessica was offended by the praise. She felt that it was unnecessary attention which could be unpleasant or cause doubts. At this time, Michael simply watched them and quietly smiled to himself on the sidelines. Jessica made a brief statement about her power, and now reporters do not rush at her. News about her also began to appear less often. In the eyes of the students' heroes, a foreign hunter has become a foreign hunter in the country, and that victory is not so joyful. They saw it as a threat and a challenge, and not a reason for celebration. Even though the student heroes in the country were somewhat wary of the foreign huntress, Jessica was glad that she received the B rank stone, seeing it as an important confirmation of her strength and skill. And the Bracelet of Wisdom and the Moonstone, I can't even believe that it gives plus 20 strength, but the increase is super twice as much as the Azure Ring. The Ring of the Apocalypse Stone doubles the base strength of the wearer, it's just that hers is small, but with her she feels how good it is. But now with the increased power of magic, it will be much easier for her in the dungeon. She will be able to use her abilities more effectively and cope with obstacles. The mother shouted from afar for her sister to catch up with them. She wanted them all to be together and not lose sight of each other. Jessica was already tired of watching the news, and she said that they had been watching it for 5 days in a row. She was tired of the constant flow of information and wanted something new. But the mother just wanted to look at her daughter to make sure she was okay despite being tired from watching the news for 5 days in a row. She asked if Jessica had decided what she would do. If it weren't for the dungeon in the country, she would have registered as just a hunter and lived as usual. Jessica thought that she would go to the guild and start working as a hunter. She was wondering what tasks she would get and how she would cope with them. When they return home, the media will be interested in whether it is better to join the guild at that time. For Jessica, this will be an important step in her new life, and she hopes that she can succeed in this field. Jackson noted that since the advent of the guild, almost no one has died, and emphasized that his sister is very strong and able to cope with any challenges. The mother said that if this was true, she would calm down but would still worry about her daughter. Jessica said that she now has something for both of them that can help them in the future. She prepared a few items that could be useful in case of need. The mother was pleasantly surprised when she saw the items that Jessica had prepared, and she appreciated their value. Jessica will create an outline by touching it and turning it upward. This will allow her to reach items, and a scroll will be used to hide it back. Jessica said that for her now a billion is just a change. He recognized her coolness, but her actions began to irritate him, which affected his attitude towards her. Jessica canceled plans to have dinner with them and expressed her desire to spend the evening alone. Jessica lied and said she was just feeling ill, but in reality she had completely recovered. Yes, she hides the fact that she is being dragged somewhere by a battle-crazed ghost so as not to bother those around her with her problems. Jessica doesn't like that. After the news is published, a lot of people start contacting her en masse. Selling items can help manage contacts and ease the situation after a news release, when many people reach out to it. Yes, brokerage companies play an important role in tracking and trading Lutera items, facilitating the process of monitoring the market and items. It's possible that Michael's market name could be Knife, but without more information it's hard to say for sure. When Michael came out of the dungeon of the Lord of Spirits, a certain user with the nickname Knife began to put the items mined there on the market, and over time this hypothesis was born. So it wasn't just a coincidence that Michael used the name Knife at the market to sell items. Michael said that if she doesn't believe it, then she can wash the items. The second party has an advantage because it does not show its nickname on the market and does not pay for it. This is a resale strategy where an item is first purchased and then resold to another buyer for a higher price. After collecting more than 3,000 Garnida leaves, Jessica decided to start selling them. Jessica today collected enough items to create a decent guild, even two. If she is discovered, she will immediately be turned into a cheating slave, entangling her in a network of subordination and loss of independence to the point of complete hopelessness. Michael, a master of aim, can solve the problem of lightning and the bug lord by applying his skills to this mysterious fight. Michael, the master of aiming, solved the problem with lightning and the bug lord, and then Jessica looked at him with a very strange look. Immediately after this special evening training began, which she cannot talk about without crying. If the government takes over the dungeons, access to them may be limited. The destruction caused by her actions is clearly different from the results she achieves by shooting from the forehead. Jessica noticed that she didn't need to gather energy to aim close, so she could use her skill right away. Just in case, she should hide her strength as much as possible and develop skills that can be demonstrated to people. Now she needs to hit that tree and increase the energy output to achieve the desired result. Flights are arriving soon and passengers are being asked to board in preparation for departure. Jessica was a little surprised that there were so many people crowded around outside waiting for their flights. She was angry because she knew that as soon as they noticed her, they would immediately start filming and asking questions, which usually happens. Michael suggested that if she was so worried, she could use teleportation since she had already passed passport control. Jessica said that then they would better leave here and use teleportation to where no one will see them. Michael asked if she had already thought about which guild she would join, pondering the choice she had to make. It is known that there are 3 guilds in their country, among which the largest is the Daehan Guild in Korea, which was controlled by the founders. The second guild, called Sky, is led by the second ranker and is known for its security and careful attacks. And the third guild, called Gloomy Sky, is led by the third ranker and is known for its power and ability to operate on the edge. Well, besides these, there is another guild called White Light that attracts her attention because of the manager, but apparently their methods are not particularly admired, so the choice is narrowed down to the Gloomy Sky and White Light guilds. Since she is not going to Sky, it is better to choose the appropriate one, and decided to go to any guild except Sky. It was Michael who was there during the attack on the Spirit Lord, which could have influenced Jessica's decision. She just became a huntress, so she doesn't know yet, but conflicts can arise between guilds on a political level, for example due to increasing power or influence. Jessica wondered if Michael was reluctant to leave given that he no longer joined the guild and therefore could not participate in land raids. She was completely right. Even when the government was in control, it was still the people doing the work. The patrolling hunters were very tired, and he put them to bed so they could rest and recover for their next tasks. He did this only a couple of times. Border security became stronger over time, and it became more difficult to penetrate. Then the young ones saw the hunters passed out, after which they chased him and caught him right in front of the boss. That's why he was in such a hurry in that dungeon. He was afraid that he would be intercepted in front of the main room. The rescue team was assembled so quickly because of Michael, and now it is clear to her why he wanted to defeat the boss. She unleashed her enormous power without possessing any fighting skills. Apparently Michael was hunting for power, which explains the condition for defeating all the bosses. The point is that he wonders how hard they can push with their skills and items. A representative from the guild came to her and asked to go with him for a minute, probably to discuss some important issues or proposals. Out of desperation, Jessica followed him, deciding to find out what the guild representative had in mind. Michael said that simply being a hunter is only possible if you have a fortune in the guild, and an offer from them is already considered a profitable chance for her. The man convinced her that such a favorable chance does not present itself to everyone, so she should trust and sign. Suddenly she felt that the connection with them had not been severed, and she confidently thought that they would soon cross again on their common path. The man felt bewildered, not understanding the meaning of the fact that she would contact them, as she thought, trying to decipher the secret messages of her thoughts. Then, with a disgusting expression on his face, he contemptuously declared that she was stupid, expressing his bewilderment and disdain for her words. Jessica couldn't accept the fact that her true poor judgment had been recognized, and she rejected the thought with disbelief. The man asked her to contact him after careful consideration, expressing his desire for her to make a balanced and informed decision. Often recruiters in large guilds are hired through referrals. Their influence is quite significant, and this is a common practice in the field. A newcomer to the hunting guild would probably be happy to sign up for such an offer. It probably interested him. Jessica immediately emphasized that they had misjudged her character or capabilities, making it clear that they had chosen the wrong subject for their proposal. She felt bewildered, not understanding why he had suddenly become silent, wondering about the reasons for his abrupt silence. She was amazed when he advised her not to take things to heart, causing her to be surprised and wonder internally about the meaning of his words. He had no idea that his words would lead her to such disappointment, being so unpleasant that they reached the peak of unpleasantness. Hearing this, Jessica informed him of her dissatisfaction with his impolite behavior, expressing her indignation at his words. She noted that he was 4 years older than her, so hearing such words from him was strange and unexpected for her. Realizing that there were different people, she decided that it was best to just get used to this kind of treatment and start speaking the same way. She thought he was too focused on it, because at the end of the day they were all human and everything would be okay. His formal speech might have embarrassed her, but she didn't want to talk to people either, simply because she was a huntress. Courtesy also makes it easier to maintain distance and control communication in social situations. Michael advised her to try being polite, at least when it came to him. Jessica was mildly surprised, assuming that Michael wanted her to address him as brother. After this, they decided that he would call her by her first name to emphasize the closeness and trust between them. When she said his name, he became slightly embarrassed, suddenly feeling an unusual feeling caused by her directness. Both of them suddenly blushed and became embarrassed, realizing the unexpected turn of events and their inner feelings. The general manager then called and immediately asked if she had arrived without incident, showing concern for her well-being. Jessica reported that a recruiter recently approached her out of nowhere, spoke rudely to her, and walked away. The girl noted that in their guild all the people are like this and do not hide their dishonesty, just as she does not try to hide her dancing skills. It may seem strange, but she wants to recommend a skilled shaman who specializes in protection from harmful influences and hopes that Jessica's psyche is not too damaged after the incident. Jessica thanked him and promised to definitely turn to him for help. And then the girl in the office congratulated her on waking up, expressing joy for her realization and the opportunity to move on. Jessica was surprised that that was all she was hoping for, a recommendation from the White Light or an offer to join them, or at least something more. Being a hunter in a small guild like White has many disadvantages and limitations to consider. Therefore, if she felt disappointed, it would be an unnecessary emotional burden considering the difficulties of working in such a guild. Essentially, Jessica had already made the decision to join the White Light, realizing that it might be the best choice for her. She did not even have to hesitate about this decision, since she was confident in her choice to join the White Light. Michael had already guessed, but she could have told him earlier so that he would have had more time to prepare for her decision. The girl thanked her for the desire, but explained that this was not the best place for a beginner, especially considering the recent departures of hunters and the possibility of the collapse of the guild. Jessica did not see a problem in this and stated that she wanted to join the White World, expressing her decision and readiness for change. She announced that she would be leaving the office soon, preparing for her new start in the world. And then in the office she used her teleportation powers to instantly transport herself to them. The manager failed to mention that the site is so limited in size that there is limited scope for development. Jessica immediately wanted to discuss her awakening and its implications with her manager to share her thoughts and feelings. The girl noted that she probably had a good reason for waking up, given her personality and ability to introspect. Jessica decided to find out how she was doing, since she had not had the opportunity to contact her earlier, showing concern and interest in her well-being. At that moment, the assistant entered, interrupting the conversation, perhaps for an important business matter or urgent task. Her friend began to explain to her that Jessica had expressed a desire to join their guild, emphasizing the importance of this choice for her. She was really happy that Jessica came, but asked her not to misunderstand for fear of misunderstanding or mistrust. One hunter left them again. They never received permission to clear, and it's not a fact that they will find someone who can be sent to this task. They had all already decided to talk about the possibility of joining the White Color, discussing the prospects and conditions for joining. She offers her one last chance to think, claiming that if she dealt with the monster on her own, then she can approach any major guild. The girl promised to inform the leader and prepare a contract for Jessica, demonstrating her serious intention to accept her into the guild. Michael warned that the place would soon collapse due to lack of people, citing a problem with the guild's membership numbers. During their conversation, concerns were expressed regarding the clearing permit, as the dungeon office would not issue it unless the guild was deemed worthy of the task. Since its formation, the dungeon has become considered a treasure trove of resources and items whose value exceeds ordinary resources, and the appearance of which cannot be explained by science or technology. It is logical to assume that the indicator of national security depends on the number of hunters and controlled dungeons. Michael was right, and therefore the purge should have been carried out with the participation of the strongest and most capable guild. There are actually 6 dungeons and 3 major guilds in North Korea, highlighting the importance of controlling these resources and dungeons. If they exert their influence, they will control the clearing rights, which will cause the majority of hunters to end up focusing on them, resulting in the guilds steadily expanding their size and control, expanding their influence on society under the guise of providing security and functionality. At that moment, a man entered and expressed his joy at the meeting, joining the discussion. Just think, the most famous huntress in South Korea came to them, which is a significant event and recognition for their guild. The leader heard that Jessica refused the sky and decided to join their guild, which aroused the leader's interest and approval. Michael couldn't understand how he managed to remain among the leaders, considering that even at the moment Jessica was capable of defeating him. The man stated that even despite their small size, their guild would definitely be successful successful, he proposed to work hard to dislodge the Daehan Guild from first place. He suggested that we join forces and overcome the current downturn by focusing on teamwork and mutual support. Now it became clear to Jessica why the assistant disliked him given his approach to running the guild. The girl noticed that this man was again supporting his interests and noted that they had not received a single clearing permit for the entire year, which suggests that success in their guild is not guaranteed. Jessica was given the contracts and told they were simple with no onerous terms or clauses emphasizing transparency and openness in their proposals. She should read and consider the contracts carefully before making a decision, especially since she might have heard from them about some hunters they could team her with. Jessica noted that the contracts do not have restrictions on activities and clauses on the transfer of part of the collected loot, which allows everyone to freely enter and leave the guild. Jessica agreed to join, realizing that she still needed the guild to find shelter from the media and maintain anonymity. Then she came to the ideal place where for unknown reasons they are avoided, although there is plenty of room for rumors, especially when it comes to the leader who was originally a member of the Daehan Guild. If the media avoids this guild, then why not enjoy the peace and serenity of being in such a safe and little-known place? The girl thanked her for her decision and admitted that she did not expect their meeting to go this way, expressing surprise and gratitude for the decision. Jessica hoped for long-term cooperation with them by showing her friendliness. Jessica said that the luxury penthouse and the beds were great, which was good for her health. The main character said that Michael will find out where they are going now on the spot. She gave an interview when she entered the world, but according to the news there was silence. There were at least 10 reporters there. She is no longer asked for interviews. Jessica said that they came and this place is really close. Michael apparently recognized the place immediately. Nevertheless, she came to the shaman. The girl was talking about the woman, immediately began to ask whether she had problems with the man. He was very stubborn, died, never went on a date, and he would undoubtedly never leave her side. But Michael said the woman was lying and he was on a date. Sure, he didn't do anything wrong and didn't intend to deceive anyone. It seems that Jessica herself wants to get rid of him, realizing that desire alone is in any case not enough to change the situation. The woman said that Jessica should just live with him and that he would do no harm, claiming that when the time was right everything would work itself out. Worry will not help, so a woman can tell her fate so as not to return empty-handed. She said that Jessica would have a rocky road ahead, implying that she would have to go through many difficulties and trials. She chose the difficulties herself, although she cannot avoid them. However, everything will end well. Now she can enter into a woman without seeing anything else around her because her thoughts and heart are occupied with something else. Then Jessica saw a voodoo doll for 50,000. The idea to make a purchase came to her unexpectedly, and she decided that this was exactly what she needed. She looked very cute and Jessica decided to take it as a souvenir, confident that it would become a symbol of their unusual meeting. Late at night she woke up and heard a rustling sound. Realizing that there was someone behind her, she felt fear but decided to check what it was. Turning around, she was very frightened when she saw in the twilight a black shadow standing motionless next to the bed. But the voodoo doll asked not to be scared of her because it was her friend. As it turned out, Michael merged with this doll and now he could communicate with Jessica through it, which allowed him to monitor her and help at the right moments. Considering that nothing else worked this way, this doll seems to be a particularly spiritual one, capable of establishing a connection with Michael regardless of time and place. He was sleeping next to the soul stone. It looks like he was absorbed by this doll when he was in it. Jessica was very angry about what happened to the doll, which was her only link to Michael. Jessica said that no matter how she reacts, the whole room remains in straw. That is, her reactions do not lead to anything or do not change the situation. Michael will be able to do everything because now he has a body through which he can influence the world around him. Jessica offered to help him and gave him some tape so he could stick something together or use it for his own purposes. And then she told him with an angry look on her face to start rolling the tape, implying that it was his task or responsibility. Jessica went to bed and the guy had a lot of work to do to correct the situation and restore contact with Jessica through the doll. Michael knew he needed to figure out how it got to this point so he could find a way to get back to Jessica and fix the situation with the doll. When she woke up, she thought that she had forgotten to turn off the TV but noticed that the soul stone was also next to her, and this made her feel a strange feeling of anxiety. Well, as it turns out, it was Michael who turned on the TV to get attention or send some message to Jessica through the TV. It turns out that now he can go somewhere independently of her, which opens up new opportunities for interaction and helping her. She wondered if he could use his skills in this state, implying that his abilities might have changed or been limited due to the new situation. That shaman definitely knows her stuff. I'll have to buy something else from her later, Jessica thought, assessing her abilities and willingness to help. Only when he walks from the doll around the house does the broken loan spill out, so a robot vacuum cleaner won't hurt either to keep things clean. Jessica suggested dressing the doll in a princess dress. She was sure that this would help prevent the straw from spilling, creating the appearance of the doll's integrity. The girl said she needed to go to the civic center to register as a hunter, but she had doubts about whether to do it. Those who have permission to defend dungeons have been told that they are not trusted due to their past or questionable motives. But he couldn't let her go alone because they were destined to be together and cope with difficulties together. She even said that she had received a message about registering the hunter's information, confirming that her decision to go for registration was correct. One by one, she would need to place her fingers on the scanner, and the hunter's ID would be ready in 30 minutes, which meant that everything was successful. When the woman realized that Jessica was the hunter in front of her, she was surprised, not expecting to see such a determined and brave girl in front of her. Everyone present was delighted that it was really her, expressing surprise and admiration for her determination and fortitude. Her face was practically not shown, and she recognized them only by looking at her passport, which added mystery and unusualness to her image. Since they registered immediately after awakening, she had to pay a fine -50% for the fact that they showed up voluntarily, the total amount being 100 million, which turned out to be an unexpected expense for her. Michael said that 100,000,000 is still a divine amount, implying that it is quite a large amount even for them, but necessary for their purposes. Either way, the registration was easier than she expected. Although there were some hiccups, she was relieved that this step was successfully completed. At this time, Jessica could hear the girls sitting next to her wanting to come up to her and ask for her autograph, which made her feel like a celebrity or a champion. According to the news this morning, the founder of the Amhen Guild was found unconscious in his workshop. He was immediately taken to the hospital, but unfortunately he died. This hunter was a leading crafter in the production of consumables. Their source among the hunters shared that the incident could lead to a shortage of consumables, causing concern among the hunters. Even Jessica knew this hunter in Korea. He was one of the few important manufacturers of consumables, became famous, and even became part of the Amhen Guild, and now he simply died. What is even more shocking is that the person identified as the criminal as a result of the police investigation was a suspect in the murder of a hunter, which causes surprise and bewilderment. The news reported that it was the #1 combat hunter and ranker named Michael. Calculating how dangerous Michael was, the police publicly put him on the wanted list and made an emergency statement. Of course, it couldn't be Michael, and Jessica knew that very well. Everyone present said that they knew that someday he would do something like this. His gaze was full of malice, and he himself did not look kind at all. They say he seduces innocent girls and then abandons them inhumanely, which created threat and mistrust in his personality. Michael didn't even know how to react to all this. For the first time, he found himself in such a situation that caused him mixed feelings and emotions. Jessica asked her to listen. Maybe he was rude, but still not as bad as he was made out to be. And she said that he once helped her in the dungeon, and thanks to him she survived despite his aggressive and frightening appearance. She added that he did not look like a killer and his actions could have a different explanation. Of course, everyone immediately believed it because Huntress Jessica had no need to lie, especially when it came to such a serious and important issue. One of the girls saw the news and said that Jessica looked very cool in it, which made her admire and respect her. The girls began asking to see their lightning skill, wanting to see it in action and marvel at its power and magnificence. Michael said that this was just news about another scumbag who did what only scumbags do, emphasizing his attitude towards the crimes he committed. Jessica couldn't understand what was so scary about someone who littered straw, not seeing it as a serious threat or crime. Michael has no idea there are a lot of people in the world impersonating others, and he feels displeased that someone would do that. They create unrest and blame him, beat a person and blame him before the guild did not take action, but over time it became more difficult to understand what had happened. The top people allowed such trifles, which caused dissatisfaction and disappointment among the guild members. A couple of days ago, Jessica could not sleep because of rumors that she had taken money from rescued people, which greatly upset her and disturbed her peace. If it came down to murder, then Michael knew a person who could do it, which caused him indignation and possibly bewilderment. Still, he constantly created problems in the guild. When he was angry, he believed that it was better to be eternally inactive for such a scumbag, which caused irritation and dissatisfaction among other guild members. They were still close to him, and Jessica was wondering why they had gone their separate ways, perhaps wanting to understand what had caused their separation and disagreement. This story is known to only a few. At the very beginning, the dungeon was opened only once every 6 months, then the interval was reduced until it reached 1 month. But with the victory over the Lord of Spirits and the closing of his dungeon, the appearance of a new one was delayed. The speed of the appearance of new dungeons was shortened, leaving us only a moment of peace. Also, time is directly proportional to the number of already open ones. Bone hunters are too inclined to safety and therefore hate violations of stability. Jessica realized that the man was seeking to take control of the dungeon, which appeared once a month, and realized that this lust for power could lead to devastating consequences. Jessica wondered if he realized that such a dungeon could end them once and for all, or if he neglected this possibility. At first, he liked to raid the dungeon with him, even though he was suspicious he was a good fighter and he could afford bold attacks when fighting with him. But there is no logic in this. He strives to safely control the situation, but at the same time allows 1,000 civilian casualties every month, which contradicts his stated goals and principles. Even if they were separated, would someone as close as Michael try to set him up now, based on the assumption that trust and loyalty remain unwavering even in the darkest of times? Jessica believed that it was all pointless, some kind of crazy game with unnecessary sacrifices and reckless risks, and they decided that they would go to Amhen Hospital hoping to find answers and help in this confusing maze of events. She just wants to find out who is framing her friend behind the mask of the enemy, trying to uncover the secrets of this mysterious world and protect those who are dear to her. Michael asked people to ignore the fact that he was already dead, insisting that it no longer mattered and urging them to focus on current tasks and challenges. But Jessica still strives to ease his state of mind, realizing that even small acts of care can make a big difference to a person. Michael is easily touched by all this display of care and attention, which highlights his sensitivity and deep connection with Jessica. But it can be dangerous there, and Jessica could run into someone caught on camera encountering something unpredictable and threatening along the way. Jessica said that nothing would happen to her, and if something went wrong, she would simply teleport away using a scroll, showing her confidence and preparedness for any possible situation. The girl only looks good, but her conscience will not allow her to sleep if she does not try to do something with this traitor. Michael asked to leave as soon as anything seemed suspicious, trying to protect Jessica and himself from any threat. First, she did what she does best, acquiring scrolls of stealth and invisibility, preparing for operations in the darkness. It seems that we will have to wait until the guards come out to avoid possible obstacles and risks in the pursuit of the truth. She took a scroll of stealth, a scroll of invisibility, and a couple of mana potions with her, preparing for the various scenarios and challenges ahead. Michael forgot to say earlier, but there was something else that might be a clue to the current situation. Unexpectedly for the girl, he simply thanked her, recognizing the value of her support and devotion in difficult moments. Jessica said he could have simply spoken louder, and she wouldn't have pretended not to hear, showing genuine openness in communication. Just when all the people were out, it was time for them to go to the morgue, focusing on the next step of their plan. There is no funeral home in this hospital, so it must still be here, which creates an additional difficulty in their task. At that moment, the girl heard someone coming and tensed, preparing for a possible collision or hiding. And one of the guards said that there was a lot of Morocco and for the dead, which caused Jessica bewilderment and suspicion. They haven't seen their leader for God knows how long, and he has no idea where he is or what he's doing. Jessica heard in their conversation about the man's wound, which greatly stressed her, causing excitement and anxiety for her safety. She was sure that he probably tortured him on purpose. The scythe has dark properties, and this, considering the same thing, caused indignation and anger in her. Jessica was slightly perplexed by all this reasoning, feeling confused and puzzled by the complexity of the events taking place. Michael reported that the inside was clean and they could go, assuring her that they were safe and ready to continue on their way. The body lay on the table, and the girl had to hold back a scream, suppressing a sudden feeling of horror and disgust. Michael confirmed that this was exactly who they were looking for, admitting that they had finally found what they had been looking for. Oddly enough, the man was indeed completely dead, confirming the fact that they had arrived in a place where death reigns. Jessica immediately fell to her knees and said she would do her best to see justice served, expressing her determination and dedication to her principles. Nevertheless, the girl decided to get down to business, preparing to reveal the secrets and solve the riddles facing her. Michael was surprised that it really works and the girl succeeds, assessing her abilities and determination in the matter. Jessica has already finished and now it is time for them to leave this place, completing their mission and moving further along the path of truth. Michael asked to check if the soul stone was in the inventory, concerned about the importance of this item in their task. Jessica began to search and apparently found what she needed: a soul stone, which caused relief and confidence in their success. She has some kind of stone in her inventory. Unfortunately, apparently this is it, which caused some disappointment but also hope for possible use in the future. Unfortunately, their intentions were evil, and they studied very evil things, filling their hearts with darkness and disturbing their souls with their malice. This type does not bode well, and the name itself does not either, causing a feeling of anxiety and fear of upcoming events. At that moment, words of injustice began to be heard directly from the stone, enveloping those around them in an atmosphere of tension and anxiety. He did not stop for a second and continued to talk about injustice, as if drawing attention to the importance of this problem. Jessica was very frightened and thought that she would already die, succumbing to excitement and fear of the unknown and injustice of the world around her. Michael was very annoyed by this stone, and he suggested simply breaking it, trying to get rid of the source of anxiety and worry. The girl turned to the man and thought that he would at least somehow respond, hoping for understanding and support in this difficult situation. She said that Michael was also wrongly blamed, so we need to find out who killed him, seeking to resolve justice and truth in this case. If a man feels injustice, then let him say who the criminal is, and she will take revenge for him, ready to take on the burden of justice. Jessica cannot give up after so much effort, deciding not to abandon her mission until the very end of the truth. The man does not know the name. He has not seen that person before, which complicates their search and resolution of this mysterious case. And now Michael still wanted to break this stone, deciding to get rid of the source of anxiety and trouble. He asked to help him, and then in return he would help him with it, striving for a mutually beneficial alliance in resolving this difficult issue. A window appeared, writing that if you take revenge, the reward will be receiving the man's memories, offering to make a choice between revenge and truth. She received her fighting skills from the boss, and that's why they are so rainbow, but in the case of the awakened one, the maximum will be rank A, which indicates a high level of skill and danger in battle. The girl felt an earthquake around her, which surprised her greatly, forcing her to pay attention to possible dangers. She realized that something was wrong and decided to run outside because it was safer there, trying to avoid danger and find shelter. A split second later, the girl was thrown upward by the explosion right behind her, making her realize that danger had overtaken them. Michael immediately ran up to the girl and began to ask if she was safe, showing concern for her condition. They were interested in whether she had any pain and how she was in general, because they were concerned about her well-being and safety. She lay unconscious for 2 days, and he felt despair and helplessness, not knowing how to help. Michael, completely convinced that she was already dead, felt in his soul the oppressive weight of hopelessness and irreparable loss. Jessica reassured him, saying that he was fine, but only his body felt heavy, and he had almost no strength left. With every moment she felt worse and worse, although she felt her liveliness, but strong fatigue gripped her being. With doubt in her voice, she asked where the stone of regret had gone and whether Michael had gotten rid of it by chance. If you successfully conclude a contract with him, a new quest should appear reflected in the game interface. It was still unpleasant for Jessica to realize that the regret stone was now in her body, causing discomfort and anxiety. Michael took on several quests more than once, even when he started out with no money, trying to overcome any financial difficulties. Michael took on many quests even without money, where he was required to use or solve a task related to revenge, and if he failed, there were no consequences. Michael simply advised the girl to rest and relax for now, without offering anything more. During her desperate state, no important calls were received and no news was published about the missing man's body. She used scrolls, but was still afraid that her actions might be discovered or attracted attention. At that moment, Michael brought the girl something special that could help her in her situation. He cooked something nutritious, since she had not eaten anything to satisfy her hunger for a long time. Jessica was touched that he did all this with such strong and tender attention to her tiny body. 7 days later, nothing much had changed in their lives. Everything continued to go as usual. Michael assured her that everything would be fine, and even if she failed the quest, there would be no serious consequences and there would be no penalties. The guy assured that the girl's safety was the main thing. She had enough skills, and she shouldn't be too modest. Jessica imagined her clothes on his doll, imagining what she would look like in the outfits. It turned out that the guild to which the girl belonged had received permission to clear the dungeon, and they agreed to meet there the next day. Michael found this event very strange and unusual, causing him bewilderment and mixed feelings. Michael felt that she shouldn't be drawn into the guild for an entire month so quickly, since she had only joined the guild 2 days ago and had not yet gotten to know the rest of the members. Jessica suggested that perhaps they simply made a mistake and the guild did not have enough professionalism when drawing up the contract. At this time, a certain woman said that several men were expected and asked them to move on. When the man entered the room, he was greeted unanimously, expressing the joy of his arrival. Not only was the chief of police in the room, but also the chief of the hunting association, creating an important and influential presence. One of the men claimed that without his participation, no one felt the desire to start anything. The man was slightly surprised, but still agreed with this statement and recognized its significance. He politely asked how everyone was doing, showing genuine interest and concern for their well-being and well-being. The man reported that they were told that the body had disappeared, causing surprise and bewilderment among those present. Either way, he argued that he was nothing more valuable than an ordinary dog, perhaps expressing modesty or self-criticism. Thanks to the efforts of the head of the Hunters Association, they were able to tame him, and now he understood his place. A warrant has already been issued for his arrest, and he will be caught soon. The man said that if the boss was arrested, he would write a great article to publicly expose the violations and perhaps push for the introduction of the death penalty in this case. The man stated that enough talk was enough and that further discussion was not required or desirable. He hoped that everyone present understood the reason for today's gathering and asked whether all preparations had been completed. The guild leader announced that they were going to the dungeon tomorrow, and no one showed much enthusiasm about this. No one suspected anything unusual. If he completes all the tasks according to the rules, he was promised a place in the Daikon Guild, but he should not miss this opportunity. The cannon fodder is already ready, so everything will end as soon as Michael is ready to take action. One of the men had already taken care of everything, and for this he was very loved and appreciated. They wanted to show that they were not just hunters who could only wave their fists, but also experience the bitter taste of life and face difficulties. In a world where rules rule, they, like scumbags, find their place of safety by faithfully following commands. This is why the policy of issuing clearance permits becomes necessary. Previously, the guilds acted too arbitrarily, but soon this will end and new regulations will be introduced. He was confident that soon the guilds would completely stop resisting and accept the new rules and regulations without objection. They planned to have Michael kill the unwanted girl, so that the incident would spread around the world and prohibit small guilds from obtaining permission to clean up. The permit policy was put in place to prevent accidents, and the move to law only allowed the major guilds to protect and control the dungeons. Michael would become a key player in their plan. The man stated that people are jealous of strong hunters, perhaps indicating that they admire and view strong hunters with envy. However, there is a person with the surname Ban on the cleanup team, and it has become known that he is related to the head of the Sky Guild. In any case, everything is going according to plan. Soon a new head will appear in the Sky Guild, and the rest will just be small fish. They then started discussing Jessica and the situation where she saved many people at the airport. One of the men noticed that the conversation was going on too long and suggested ending it with a short conclusion. He decided to end the conversation and suggested a drink in honor of their plan to celebrate its successful completion. 2 days later, the action will take place in the Dungeon Control Center. Jessica was talking on the phone and said that she was going to the dungeon. Soon she wondered if it was true that no one was there. Other people warned Jessica to be careful and to call them as soon as she left the dungeon. It seems that those men did not discover that Jessica was collecting items, otherwise they would have already taken some action. A woman suddenly appeared in front of Jessica, noticing her nervousness, and asked what was going on and why she was so worried. She was nervous because the woman approached her so silently that it made her feel anxious and wary. Jessica, realizing this, realized that everyone had gathered together. Jessica noticed that all the men looked clearly too drunk yesterday. She could not understand how it all came down to this state. A day earlier, Jessica was at the White Light Guild. When Jessica came out, her longtime friend came up and cordially asked how she was doing, asking about her life and making sure she was doing well. The girl was interested and asked why the raid on the dungeon was being organized in such a hurry. To be honest, they were only granted permission to raid the dungeon yesterday. She expressed her concerns to the leader that the raid might be too difficult, but the leader informed her that if they refused the dungeon control center plan to send another guild. Jessica came to the conclusion that they had no other choice and would just have to agree to this. The girl had already mentioned earlier that all the best hunters had left and therefore if anything happened she should contact her at any time. Jessica couldn't figure out what could go wrong because she didn't know what she could do or what power she had. Indeed, Jessica worries too much. She realizes that strange people are found everywhere and this is constant. When the girl entered the room, she was immediately asked how she could be late for the meeting. The leader of the melee hunters named Mason was present there. In addition to Mason, a melee hunter named Alice was also present in that place. Besides Mason and Alice, there was also a defensive hunter named Ben and a support hunter named Alex. Mason's behavior towards the girl made Michael very angry. In such situations, the only correct answer is that she said that she hopes for their protection. A man who received a recommendation from his uncle learned that she was reliable and could be relied upon for support and help in difficult situations. If she has any questions or misunderstandings, she can contact him and ask her questions. The leader came to them and asked for forgiveness, explaining that his meeting had been delayed and he was late. They all know that the raid will take place tomorrow, although the decision was made suddenly due to some reasons. However, since they are the most experienced and skillful members of the guild, high expectations are placed on them. They have a full month to stay inside the dungeon, so they don't have to take that into account when preparing their personal items. This time the raid leader will be Mason, who has many successful raids in the Daehan Guild. The rest of the participants can rely on his experience and skills. The leader gave the man the stone of return from the very beginning. The leader said that tomorrow's dungeon belongs to the Insect Lord, which means that the raid participants will have to fight a powerful and dangerous enemy. They know about him. The hunter Jessica was previously involved in this. Even if the Insect Lord is of the same type as the previous one, there is a possibility that it may differ in its characteristics and behavior. If Jessica is feeling nervous, you can ask her what's bothering her and offer support and help with the problem. Recognizing that Jessica was too cavalier about the raid, it is important to express understanding and support for her feelings. If Jessica reports that she has explored dungeons on her own many times before, this demonstrates her experience and knowledge in this area. By analyzing past failures, lessons can be learned and steps can be taken to improve the chances of success in the current raid. The woman and the man could not tolerate each other at all. Understanding that one partner has depression, it is advisable to seek professional help and be understanding and supportive in the relationship. And this one was actually the cherry on the cake. He drank all night. You could hear the smell even from a distance. Jessica shrugged off the general manager's words with disdain, as if throwing away an unnecessary burden, maintaining her steadfastness in the face of the situation. Michael stated that if he is a poisonous dungeon monster, then he is weaker than Kyrgyz, and that the Overlord himself is also slower and more pliable. Bargyz, the Lord of Insects, is represented by a huge poisonous centipede, whose menacing figure inspires awe and respect among the other inhabitants of the dungeon. Michael repeatedly tried to kill Bargyz, but his plans were always thwarted by the guards who stood guard over the Insect Lord, leaving him unharmed. He doesn't ask Jessica to interfere in his affairs, so she shouldn't interfere unnecessarily and risk her safety. At the beginning, he wanted her to defeat all the bosses in the world, but now he only asks her to be careful and extremely attentive. The man asked to stop daydreaming and focus on moving faster and more persistently in completing the task. One of the women asked if she would be included in the collection, to which she received a positive answer confirming her participation. She tested the return stone for 5 people, completing the process successfully and without incident. It opens a dungeon passage for 5 individuals, allowing them to enter and explore the mysterious depths together. At the end of the program, she wished him a dacha, surprising everyone with her unexpected and unusual wish. And so the seconds alternated, and now a group of people found themselves at the other end, crossing the border between worlds. Jessica noticed that here she had to move harder than usual, as if every step was burdened with an invisible weight. The pillars influence everything around them, with the exception of portals, which the Dungeon Control Center creates using a special magic circle. Michael suggested using the portal even with the manager disabled and filling it with magic, creating new opportunities for exploration and travel. Their leader asked if everyone was ready for the raid to begin, making sure every member of the team was ready to go. Jessica, outdoing everyone else, loudly shouted that she was absolutely ready, demonstrating her determination and readiness for action. Understanding the need for communication, Jessica could not understand why even ask about readiness if there was no communication between the participants. This place strongly reminded her of the place with Kyrgyz, except for the increased humidity, but the atmosphere remained no less unbearable. Michael warned that it was a poisonous mist and recommended that she immediately drink a purification potion to prevent poisoning. The potion was very bitter, but the girl needed to drink it despite the unpleasant taste in order to avoid dangerous poisoning. The man immediately determined the place where they needed to go, focusing on his knowledge and experience. Alice could not understand what the man's motives were and why he was leading them there, feeling vague anxiety and uncertainty about their intentions. He asked if he made her unhappy with his leadership by showing concern for her opinions and feelings. But first there was a need to create a safe zone, and he was going to just go there at random to ensure their protection and safety. Eventually they locked horns over what they should do next, discussing and sharing opinions and ideas to reach a decision. It is common for participants to hold hands or bond together when entering this area to support each other and ensure safety in an unknown environment. The girl asked his opinion on how they could survive in battle, as well as the need to build a camp and his role in it. He had already warned her to watch her words, and if she wanted to act like a housewife, then she should stay here and set up camp. Michael said that this is the leader you need to be most patient with, emphasizing the importance of restraint and endurance in dealing with him. Alice seriously asked him if he was really tired of living, expressing concern for his emotional state and well-being. The girl's words greatly angered the men, causing indignation in their ranks. Alice asked him if the man was deaf, emphasizing that he could die from monsters simply because he would not hear them approaching. The extreme degree of chaos only heightens Michael's interest in the situation, making him more curious and eager to get to the bottom of it all. Jessica tried to intervene, but Michael said it was unnecessary, implying that her intervention was unnecessary or inappropriate in this situation. Moreover, they are almost at the raid site, making any additional action or intervention undesirable at such a critical moment. And then the earthquake began, disrupting their plans and causing nervousness and anxiety in the group. But it turned out that this was not an earthquake. Monsters suddenly appeared, forcing them to be ready for battle without prior preparation. Ben began to raise the morale of all participants in the battle, motivating them and inspiring them to courage and decisive action. Mason immediately readied his weapon, ready to begin the battle and protect his comrades from the onslaught of monsters. Alice did not wait and immediately entered the battle, showing determination and courage in protecting her group from the onslaught of monsters. Jessica needs to use her magic to create a thunderstorm to make the insect lord lose control, but at the moment everyone is in range and she needs to find an opening to act. Moments later, this opportunity presented itself to her, and she immediately took advantage of it, summoning a powerful thunderstorm to disrupt the insect lord's control and give her group an advantage in battle. She asked the man not to move and promised to help him, demonstrating her readiness and determination in the fight against a common enemy. And then a moment later they were attacked by a monster who sought to finish off the man, emphasizing the need for urgent and decisive action. But it was at that moment that the monster attacked Jessica, posing an immediate threat to her life and requiring a quick reaction. Fortunately, Alice was able to cover for Jessica, speaking in her defense at the crucial moment, preventing the monster from attacking. Everything turned out to be not as scary as it seemed, and they were able to cope with the situation, demonstrating their strength and unity in the fight against the monsters. And to add to the already strange monster, scorpions have appeared on the battlefield, increasing the complexity of the situation and requiring additional caution and skill in the fight. Jessica asked everyone to step aside so she could use her skill safely and effectively without the risk of harming her teammates. When things get tough, it's important to block paths and retreat strategically to ensure a safe retreat and preserve your strength for the next attack. Immediately after these words, she used her skill to prevent the monsters from finishing everyone off, creating a temporary obstacle and providing an opportunity for the team to retreat and regroup. Jessica suggested camping here, presumably to rest and recuperate before moving on. Jessica told the man to catch his breath first before telling her that they were not experienced, expressing her confidence in their ability to handle the situation. The leader could not understand what one of the men was doing, perhaps because his actions seemed incomprehensible or ill-timed in the situation. Jessica told Oscar that wealthy people don't sweat things like this, hinting at the importance of staying calm and reasonable in difficult situations. If the passage did not completely collapse, perhaps he intended to use it as a tactical point of support in the fight against monsters. As unpleasant as it was, she acted as she considered best at the moment, following her beliefs and intuition. Just after death, he is dissatisfied, perhaps because he believed that he could have done more or better in this situation. At this point, Ben, for some reason, decided to drink, perhaps in an effort to forget or cope with a mental burden. The leader stated that he would stop such actions by expressing his displeasure or concern about Ben's behavior. Of course, everyone was unhappy that he decided to calm himself down with alcohol during the raid, considering it inappropriate and dangerous behavior. The man began to ask why his gaze seemed downward, expressing his concern or dissatisfaction with the attitude of his interlocutor. The leader nevertheless told the man to give him the bottle, clearly expressing his seriousness and desire to stop such behavior. The leader, as expected, showed wisdom and ability to make difficult decisions, coping with the challenges of the situation in the best possible way. The leader then asked if Jessica had a boyfriend, showing interest in her personal life or relationship. She couldn't tell if they were in a dungeon or at a company party with an obnoxious boss, feeling a vague sense of disorientation. They've already rested, and it's time to move on, as the temporary collapsed ceiling means they can't linger here. The leader just couldn't understand how they could get out now, because Jessica had blocked the entire passage, casting doubt on the possibility of continuing the path. Outside monsters move stones. The ground needs to be broken through with skills. Now they need to move carefully because of some people they could not even collect items. This became a lesson for future adventures. Jessica had to stay calm. If things went wrong, she would just run away with the return stone because it was safer that way. After she broke through the wall of rocks, everyone immediately began to attack, but Jessica was cunning and agile enough to avoid danger. The leader wondered how far the noise would go. It was unfortunate for the team in his opinion, but he knew they had a lot to overcome together. The leader said that Jessica was lucky to be a ranged hunter, as her skills and experience could be decisive in their future battles. Truly lucky to be a hunter-crafter. They make goods from ingredients from the market and earn big money as if they were shoveling it. Even though they earn a lot, they still remain craters, with the exception of Luther, whom everyone recently told me was an exception. The leader said that he made a big fuss when he put the cores on the market, and he couldn't even imagine what effects potions based on them could have. Jessica couldn't believe that the potion made with the cores she collected was so impressive to everyone. If he successfully completes the quest, he will be able to create these potions himself, which will be a great achievement in his life. The girl was not entirely happy that his entire inventory was packed to capacity, leaving little space for other necessary items. The leader said that it just so happened that he was lucky, but he already had to go. Time was running out. Right in front of them at that moment, they noticed 3 people standing nearby and looking in their direction. They assumed that it was another raid group or guys from a large guild and began to prepare for a possible meeting or skirmish. Jessica didn't know why, but she had a terribly bad feeling, as if something bad was threatening them ahead. 3 people asked if they were members of the White Light Guild, expressing interest in their affiliation with an organization. The leader could not understand why they were attacked without giving them a word of explanation or warning. It confused him. The man immediately recognized the scythe that one of the attackers was wielding, realizing that the opponents were not just random passersby. He assumed that in front of him was the same Michael about whom there were rumors and whom everyone was so afraid of. In a split second, the man really believed that Michael was in front of him. This gave him mixed feelings of fear and determination. He said that they need such an incident. At the same time, they will also record a video of Michael committing a crime in order to use it for their own purposes. Now, after these words, the man realized that this was not Michael, and this became a relief for him. All they have to do is scream and act out the role of the victims dying at Michael's hands to create the illusion of a crime scene. Jessica couldn't figure out if these people were related to the man everyone thought Michael killed, or if they were just random people. The stranger wondered if they could do their part well, questioning their ability to play their part convincingly. Alice immediately grabbed Jessica's hand and said that they needed to get out before it was too late. They run away, but the stranger catches up with them in an instant, and then they need to figure out what to do to get away from him. Alice told Jessica to get the summoning stone, which she hoped would help them summon one of their friends or allies to help. Well, after all, Jessica wondered in a split second what she needed to do in this situation to save herself. Jessica said that she would later explain where he got the stone of return, hinting that it was their secret. But they still failed to use the portal before the stranger caught up with them. In the dungeon, there was a stone of return for several people, which was truly surprising and presented a certain mystery. Jessica realized that the more she moved, the tighter the grip became, and this made her stop and think about the situation. The stranger stopped in front of Jessica and asked if she was a savior without victims, causing her bewilderment and surprise. When everyone hears about the death of such a wonderful person as part of a bad guild, they will definitely be upset and perhaps change their views on him. Moreover, Michael will be Jessica's killer according to everyone, which will add complexity to their situation. She can rely on him. He will definitely avenge her because they were inseparable friends and supported each other. The guy noticed Jessica's look and asked if that was her lifeline or something like that. He didn't ask if it was some kind of smoke bomb. If it was, she wouldn't even try to use it. Jessica could not understand what was happening since she could not see anything in this darkness, and this added to her fear. She realized that it was the stranger who killed the man, and this caused her shock and despair. The stranger may have believed that the man was actually alive, perhaps due to his ability to feign death. Jessica began to notice that darkness was gathering around her, which made her feel restless and anxious. Alice also began to notice that she could already see at least something, which led her to some relief. And then they saw two dead men in front of them, which caused them horror and surprise. So the quest ended, but she didn't seem to do anything at all, deciding to see later how everything would turn out. Jessica realized that she had to catch the guy with the camera. The recording would be excellent evidence in a murder case, which would help figure out what happened. But Michael said that it was too dangerous because she knew nothing about his skills and decided not to risk it. If he runs away, it means he does not have the stone of return, and most likely, he will die somewhere in the dungeon, unable to return. Jessica tried to argue with Michael, but it didn't really work since he was convinced of his decision and had no intention of changing it. Alice said that Jessica could move on and enjoy time with her imaginary friend, hinting at some irony in the situation. Jessica asked if they needed to look for some kind of hunter, perhaps for help or support. But Alice said that he was already on his way to them, implying that they should not waste time searching. He didn't find the two when he was able to escape and returned back, perhaps to continue the search or take other steps. He realized that two men had died and the stranger, the one with the camera, had run away. He didn't know how they coped, but he wanted to go after him to avenge his two partners and find out the truth. Since Jessica is afraid she can leave, but he will not give up the stone of return, leaving her without this opportunity and giving him an advantage. Alice was angry with him that he himself ran off with the stone of return, leaving them with no way to return back. Of course, he didn't like the fact that Alice was starting from scratch again, perhaps because of her dissatisfaction and distrust of him. However, he veered too sharply from that first topic, which speaks volumes about his expectations or assumptions about the situation. Judging by the trajectory of the scythe, it should have been cut, but it seemed to be deliberately directed past, which looked like a miracle or luck. Jessica realized that he did not use the recall stone and dodged the first attack. She suspects him from these 2 points, although this may be a wild guess. Upon learning that their identities had been studied, they realized that their fate depended on the leader who wielded the return stone, which could change the research in return. The leader asked why he did not seek to kill her at any cost if she was so dangerous and a threat to him. They are already tired of quarreling because he still has to catch the fugitive, so it is better to focus on the task and act together. Jessica realized that she needed to end the conflict between the two of them in order to maintain unity and focus on a common goal. The man did not object to resolving all disagreements this way, agreeing with Jessica about the need to end the conflict. Then both of them, along with Alice, were caught. He was already fed up with this, and he immediately felt that it was necessary to do this. He was ordered to get them here to get good shots, but now that his people are dead, it doesn't matter anymore. If they had followed him, they wouldn't have lived much longer, but that would be fine since he had wanted to kill her for a long time. Alice was glad that her assumptions turned out to be completely correct. He decided to see how long her smile could stay on her face and watched her every expression closely. The men were thrown back sharply when she used self-defense skills and the ability to defend herself from an attack. He still couldn't understand what had happened to him, suddenly finding himself in a state of shock and confusion. Alice asked him if he was really surprised by all this, trying to understand his reaction to what had happened. Alice asked him if he was really surprised by all this, trying to understand his reaction to what was happening. She noticed that not only he had secrets, but she also had secrets, emphasizing that she too knew how to keep secrets. She admitted that she initially only planned to quarrel with him, and then apologize if he continued to deny. Michael expressed hope that Jessica could free herself without requiring help from others. The man stated that from now on it will not be so easy, hinting that future events will be more difficult and serious. He lacks any melee skills at all, and she enhances her abilities with telekinesis, rendering him powerless. Also, apparently she had not knocked down a person for a long time, so he would have to be quite durable to withstand 100 blows. The man was able to get out and was ready to attack Alice, intending to respond to her aggression with his own actions. She asked if those were his last words, leaving him in doubt about his fate. And then she instantly appeared right behind him, causing him to turn around and face the unexpected presence. After that, she struck again, and he flew several meters away, exposed to the force of her blow. Alice was not going to stop and came closer to the man, continuing to act with persistence and aggression. She uses telekinesis to move with precision in battle, thus creating a serious threat to Jessica, who has difficulty against such opponents. Now Alice turned to Jessica as if challenging her to a fight, preparing to continue the fight to the end. She would not have wanted to kill Jessica, but she understood that the secret had to remain a secret at all costs. She asked Jessica if she herself was aware of this, questioning her understanding of the importance of keeping a secret. She will make a sign of apology very quickly, expressing her regret for having to keep the secret. At this rate, even a cook's head would be torn off, he said, expressing concern about the rapid development of events. But then Jessica remembered her skills called Insect Master Storm. Alice was surprised by what began to happen, suddenly aware of the possible consequences for herself. Of course, she did not expect that anyone would resist in any way, and this surprised her. The girl was interested in whether she got what she wanted, asking a question about the result of her actions. Jessica hoped that Alice died after this, wanting to get rid of the threat and danger to herself and others. Unfortunately, she was completely alive, which left Jessica disappointed and led to new thoughts about her actions. Jessica realized that it was all over because all her energy was spent on that attack, and now she was powerless. Alice asked if Jessica was hiding any other skills similar to her smokescreens, implying possible surprises. But Alice reiterated that she seriously did not want to kill her, expressing her desire for a peaceful resolution to the conflict. Then she suggested that he just stop trying to find a compromise solution and avoid further confrontation. Jessica doesn't seem like the type to divulge other people's secrets, and she doesn't have any particular desire to take her life. In short, if she tells this secret, she will die. Jessica said that in this case it would become their common girlish secret, emphasizing their solidarity and mutual understanding. Alice realized that before killing the man, she needed to take the Hearthstone from him to prevent his return. Alice was surprised that Jessica agreed to just give her the return stone without expecting any conditions or objections. She offered to leave first, saying that she would go after that guy who ran away, showing her willingness to break the stalemate. Jessica refused Alice's offer of help, deciding to handle the situation on her own. Alice then decided to meet with the guild leader to discuss next steps and try to find a solution to the problem. She then opened the portals and was ready to enter them, heading towards her goal with determination and confidence. Jessica was glad to finally be alone, but suddenly became very scared, realizing her vulnerability. Michael asked her to calm down and stop crying, trying to support her in this difficult moment. He asked if she was upset because they had greatly annoyed him by expressing their concern for her emotional state. Well, maybe their flaws have their upside in providing humanity. At least she doesn't feel too sad about them. The girl should go for the third guy, as this may lead to more rumors about Michael and help clear up the situation. Many, not seeing the strength in her, tend to see her only as a victim instead of showing trust. They prefer to look for flaws in order to frame her. Moreover, Jessica knows that Michael's hands are clean, and this is enough for her to believe in his innocence. Jessica noted that it sounded very sad, reflecting her emotions and state of mind at the moment. Michael told Jessica not to worry about him, insisting that he was fine. She has to go to the men first, and if they survived, it looks like they're in trouble because they don't have my return after all. Jessica noticed that Michael was not at all happy about this whole situation, sensing his displeasure and tension. They found themselves at the spot where they encountered those guys' memories of the past, filling the air with tension and anxiety. The chances of them still being alive are very slim, reflecting the severity of the situation and the possible consequences of the encounter. These were cocoons created by the insect lord, that giant spider they had seen. Jessica was upset that they were late aware of the possible dire consequences this delay would have on their friends. She hadn't eaten anything since meeting the three, consumed with worry and concern for her friends. Only half of the allotted time has passed, but it seems that all that remains is to leave, weighing your options and decisions. The guild leader causes much more concern, leaving questions and uncertainties regarding his reactions and decisions. Pleasantly, despite his incompetence, the man agreed to let the group go, causing some relief. But he himself said that he left the sky after the conflict, which may raise doubts about his sincerity. Complete is impossible because it was not without reason that all his mentions of the guild were ignored in the interview, causing suspicions and questions. Men killed without hesitation for their own purposes, exploitation or destruction, which seemed more logical but raised questions about the pettiness of their approach. Michael asked if Jessica had noticed anything unusual, for he saw that she had noticed something, causing his concern and curiosity. Those guys said that with this farce they were trying to influence public opinion in order to achieve the creation of a dungeon that was only available to large guilds. As she thought the guild was behind this, and it was very likely that it was originally formed for this specific purpose, which confirmed her suspicions. There is no evidence that the leader left the guild after a conflict with them, raising doubts about his words. And if the White Light Guild was ignored and subjected to pressure from larger forces, then its members probably tried to maintain inconspicuousness in their actions. When she completes the goal, her essence will cease to exist, as the exposure will reveal her true purpose, changing all perception. But ultimately, these houses that belonged to Jessica turned out to be just an external manifestation of her inner world and true essence. Large guilds are involved in this story, and if their plans had come true, they would have killed her on the spot, but she survived and exposed their plot. Michael warned that many guests were expected that night, ready to solve the source of future problems with her and face her. Although Jessica understood the situation, she still recognized the need to find the camera that could contain evidence of their conspiracy. They exposed the whole truth on camera, leaving behind evidence that revealed their collusion and true motives. Michael agreed with Jessica, but he was interested in how she was going to find this camera and what she planned to do next. Michael carefully heard that someone was approaching them and tensed, ready for any development of events. When it turned out that it was the same guy with the camera again, Michael and Jessica felt relief and some tension. He assumed that the monster had already grabbed them a long time ago, so they needed more frames since they had a lot of materials to process. Some girl warned that if the men get out of here and tell everyone the truth, then it will be not only a report but also something more. They have no choice, they need to quickly find the remaining ones. First, they need to return to headquarters and assemble a group to organize the search. It seems that this hunter had a return stone for several people, so they could already leave this place. Jessica realized at that moment that they needed to follow them to find their missing comrades. Michael once again reminded her that if she was spotted, she must immediately use the hearthstone to ensure her safety. Jessica could tell from the lighting that they seemed to have almost reached their destination, or where their comrades might be. Michael senses that there is someone ahead, tense and preparing for a possible collision. They realized that it was a safe zone. Presumably they set up a barrier that protects the safe zone from monsters. They didn't have to worry since they were probably able to stop him somehow while leaving the safe zone unbroken. They were lucky that they had this magic stone or item, because a magic attribute hunter would have discovered it immediately. They were completely relaxed and did not even stand guard, indicating that they were confident in strong support or protection. The fastest way would be to just look into all the tents, but there is a risk that something could go wrong and the effect of the scroll will wear off, so you need to be careful. Jessica was curious about the hole in front of her and decided to explore it to find out where it led. And all the guard tents seemed to be positioned to protect the place, affirming its importance or value. Apparently this hole leads to an underground area, and there are even steps indicating a possible way down. Jessica noted that it looked like something very important and hidden, but they should go down to find out what was below. Michael, not wanting to argue with her, agreed to explore the dungeon, recognizing the importance of their mission. As they descended, he asked her to pay attention to her feet to avoid dangers or obstacles along the way. Michael is highly observant and notices signs of other people's presence, which can be helpful and important for safety and overall well-being. Jessica suggested that Michael's ability to notice signs of other people's presence may be a special skill. She could hit the guard right in the neck and then he would immediately pass out. Before she hit him, Jessica even managed to apologize to him. Michael decided for now to check what was on the other side of the wall. Jessica could not understand what exactly the meaning of this place was, and why then build something like this here. It is often used in prisons to provide security and control over prisoners to prevent them from escaping or committing violence. By insisting that there was nothing dangerous there, and that she should see for herself. Michael aroused Jessica's interest and curiosity, encouraging her to explore the situation more carefully and on her own. Jessica felt an inner shock because what she saw made her disbelief and incredible. Jessica was stunned to see that there was a prisoner inside the stone. He was immersed in the stone matter, as if he had existed there for centuries. Jessica couldn't believe her eyes because inside the stone she saw James, with whom they had once communicated and been friends. He was immersed in the stone matter like a prisoner of time. Michael was completely unaware that the room was specifically designed to extract energy, and without this knowledge he could not understand what was happening. Jessica was sure that this plan was conceived and carried out in the interests of a large guild. Their goal was to gain profit and control over the situation. She didn't have time to think about it now. Her priority was saving James or going in search of the room. Realizing that she couldn't leave her boyfriend alone, Jessica decided that saving James should be her first priority. Michael explained to Jessica that there was no security system in the room, but they would be able to find out about it when the magic absorption circle stopped functioning. Michael expressed doubts and said that usually this type of limiter will break if it is pulled out from the inside or touched from the outside. The girl decided to use her ability, the lightning of the insect lord, to overcome the obstacle and move on. Following Michael's advice, Jessica decided to enter very carefully, so as not to attract unwanted attention and to avoid possible dangers. Walking inside, she instantly fell to her knees, feeling a force that burst out from under her, as if a strong gravity had risen, which immediately subjugated her will. Michael quickly realized what was happening and realized that it would be difficult for them to withstand this test. He prepared for strong physical and energetic stress, ready to support Jessica and overcome all difficulties together. Jessica decided that the crystal she saw was just an ordinary glowing object and did not consider it special or significant. Ultimately, Jessica decided to approach the guy and began to examine him carefully. Jessica decided not to waste a minute and began to pull the guy out of this prison. She used all her strength and determination to free him and bring him back to life. He began to fall on Jessica, and she, realizing, made a sharp jump and grabbed him, saving him from the fall. He would not stop here, continuing to fall, for the knowledge that damage to the magic circle would bring irreparable consequences enveloped both of them. It hurt her to see him suffering and to do nothing, but both had no choice in this situation. Now Jiza was determined to free him from the bandage that hid his face. She first decided to wake him up to explain the whole situation and then seek help. Plus, the limiter could have waited a bit, allowing them to figure out the current situation first. After some time, the guy came to his senses, returning to full consciousness and awareness of the surrounding reality. Jessica noticed that his eyes were filled with anger, expressing a strong shade of negative emotions. She decided to briefly explain the situation since time was short. Firstly, she explained that she was not the one holding him captive here. The girl then said that they would remove the gag from him a little later, promising to return to this issue, leaving him waiting and tense, not knowing what to expect ahead. She was going to remove the gag from him immediately after she told him everything, although she herself did not quite understand what exactly she would tell. Still, sometimes her innocent appearance proved useful, helping her get out of difficult situations or gain additional information. To start, she decided to share what she had learned to establish common ground and start a conversation. Suddenly, during a raid on a group in a dungeon, an imposter was among the attackers, posing as Michael. She ended up here following the man with the camera, hoping that if she could get the footage, she could refute the slander being spread about her. In her opinion, everything that is happening seems to be part of the plan of a large guild associated with a monopoly on clearing. Now he can give a short answer to the question of why he is here, providing only the most necessary information. Jessica decided to offer him some water to quench his thirst, showing concern and consideration for his well-being in this tense situation. His condition was not bad, and if you looked closely, he looked like Michael's age. She said that this dungeon is the abode of the ruler of the insects, who controls it and manages all events here. James immediately recognized the name Bargis, which was associated with the dungeon and its insect ruler. He was betrayed by one of the team members during the clearing of the dungeon, which caused him a storm of emotions and left him feeling deceived and lost trust in others. While guarding the camp, something unnoticed was slipped into his tea, and he did not notice the trick after drinking it. After he passed out, all events unfolded as they are now, and it seems that he was blindfolded and gagged, leaving him in the dark. They confirmed the fact that they are not enemies and that they have a common interest in exposing and stopping the ruler of the insects. Chains made of platinum were not easy to break, as they were used to capture powerful magical monsters. Jessica realized that the lightning she usually summons with her hand would not work against the Bug Lord. Instead, she decided to shoot the lightning at the pillar next to the Bug Lord. Knowing that a miss could harm James, Jessica needed to focus and pay attention when the lightning shot. Still, he succeeded and Jessica aimed accurately, not missing. The lightning struck the pillar and not James or the insect lord. Jessica asked him to repeat what he said because she couldn't hear due to her intense concentration. Now he can only leave this place and continue his journey, leaving behind all events and possible problems, striving for new adventures and opportunities. Jessica asked him to wait as he couldn't go out right now, warning him of the possible dangers and risks that might lie outside this place. A barrier powered by James' energy is placed around the area, making it impossible for him to directly exit, creating further obstacles and limiting his freedom of movement. The guy himself realized that there was a safe zone where he could temporarily take refuge and be protected from the dangers around him. At this point, Michael decided to check if someone was approaching them or if they were still safe. James expressed his gratitude for the rescue, expressing gratitude for the help he received. Jessica said that for now they should forget about gratitude and concentrate on devising an escape plan to ensure their safety. She has scrolls of invisibility, but they will not help against detection magic that could reveal their presence. James approached Jessica about her ability to fly, wondering if she could fly. He asked Jessica to take his hand and be ready for the next step, the secret plan they were developing. Jessica grabbed his hand as he said, but she couldn't understand why it was necessary. James advised Jessica to hold on tight, as she could simply fall, not being prepared for some movement or event. Then inexplicable things began to happen, but despite this they found that they began to teleport to other places. Suddenly everyone around them noticed them and started talking about them, showing obvious interest in them due to their inexplicable teleportations. They then began to notice his escape, and everyone, including James himself, turned their attention to him, causing general tension and raising questions about his intentions and possible connection to what was happening. Namely, if Jessica is not aware of James's defensive skills or abilities, then it is likely that the pursuers will look for him and try to catch up with him. The guy began to pronounce certain names out loud, perhaps in the hope of summoning or activating certain forces or entities. James continued to say all these names out loud without stopping, perhaps trying to achieve a certain effect or evoke a particular reaction. And then he began to use his power, completely showing it to its fullest in order to cope with his pursuers or change the current situation. He was really powerful because everyone around him began to literally freeze under the influence of his power. Jessica suggested that he could be a monster given his incredible powers and ability to freeze everything around him. Jessica couldn't understand why Michael remained so calm, and she retracted her comments about him being like a monster. Jessica wonders what the guy's next steps will be and what he plans to do next given his strength and abilities. He then froze them all to death using his powerful magical abilities to make his opponents freeze in fear of his power. He questioned how they even dared to do something like that to him, expressing bewilderment and indignation at their actions. Jessica couldn't believe her eyes at what she just saw in front of her. The situation she witnessed left her in shock and confusion. Then the girl noticed the same guy with a camera who was recording what was happening. James immediately recognized the guy and said his name, expressing surprise and perhaps even some resentment, realizing that his actions could have consequences for the entire situation. Luckily, James was able to catch the guy in time to prevent him from escaping, providing an opportunity to get to the bottom of what was happening and prevent further incidents. Begging for mercy for his leader, he begged not to harm him and leave him unpunished, expressing the hope of mercy and compassion for the defeated enemy. But James did not know why he should trust and spare the one who poisoned him, leaving in him only a cruel desire for revenge and justice. He began to beg but was immediately shut down and warned that if he did not cooperate he would be killed, forcing him to internally wrestle with dire alternatives and make difficult decisions. The guy immediately took out his camera and begged for mercy, asking to be left alive so that he could document what was happening. He did not want to attack his offenders. On the contrary, he sought to repay them for their cruelty if only they would allow him to escape. but James did not listen to the guy at all and continued to freeze him. Jessica could no longer watch this terrible act and turned away feeling unpleasant and disgusted. Turning around, she couldn't figure out what the others around her were doing. The situation was confusing and inexplicable. Jessica said that those guys have a homecoming stone which could explain their ability to move and use their powers. One of the men stated that they did not let their guard down and simply broke the stone to prevent it from being used against them. Jessica realized that now was the time to stop them and prevent further danger. She decided to take the initiative into her own hands and try to stop their actions. But Michael said it didn't make sense, and James in the office said they should have left earlier. Jessica couldn't figure out what was going on and assumed that James was somehow preventing the gates or entities from appearing or interfering with the situation. Thus, Jessica misunderstood that James was somehow influencing the gate when in fact he had no connection or influence with it. Jessica felt a strange feeling of uneasiness and a familiar environment that may have been giving her déjà vu or reminding her of past events. Then a message appeared that the appearance of Bargies imposes an effect on you called pressure. Jessica also had a throwback stone that she could use to move or change past events. She was surprised that they were never able to use the recall stones to get out of the situation due to the appearance of the boss. Michael said that she was preparing because the boss would arrive soon and they should be ready for his appearance. It turned out that the boss was really not as small as he seemed to the girl. The insect lord Bargies appeared before them, an imposing figure commanding his army of insects. James told Jessica that everything would be fine, and she shouldn't worry, trying to calm her down at the moment. She couldn't understand what good could come from this, since apparently this monster was only weak by James' standards. If the situation becomes extremely unfavorable, they always have the opportunity to resort to Michael's help and use his things. First, she needed to drink a potion that provided regeneration and protection from poison in order to restore strength and protect herself from potential danger. Using his belongings should only be an option to consider after his death, and as a last resort to avoid potential problems and maintain integrity and respect for his legacy. Logically, he could not have offered more appropriate advice given the circumstances and available options to resolve the situation. Jessica didn't know if she could do anything with her boss doubting her ability to stand up to him. But James simply began to lift her up, demonstrating his physical strength and intention to help her cope with the boss. James told Jessica to stay calm because he was absolutely confident that he could beat the boss. Jessica couldn't understand why they couldn't just fly out of the area using some form of transport or method of travel. But James explained that it is simply impossible to fly out of this zone due to special conditions or obstacles that prevent leaving it. Yes, and besides, James was ready to confront and attack the monster, not allowing it to harm or offend them. If James decided so, then Jessica had no choice but to accept his decision and follow his instructions. Indeed, despite James's plans and confidence, there is no guarantee that Jessica will be able to successfully escape. The entire situation remains uncertain and requires careful risk assessment and possible precautions to be taken. Yes, Jessica should be holding something that James will give her, perhaps some object or tool that will help her in their escape. He handed her a scroll containing a spell that when used deals magical damage to opponents, making it a very valuable and useful artifact in battle. By recognizing her as a combat hunter, he validated her skills and abilities in combat, respecting her skill and dedication to the art of martial excellence. Perhaps she should stick to not showing her ability for now, allowing James to fight him, so as not to reveal her cards too early and maintain a tactical advantage. He decided to get rid of the poison, first taking measures to neutralize its effects on his body, resorting to medicines and spells to prevent the poison from spreading further and to maintain his health. He decided to freeze the poison to weaken its effects, although the poison was well studied and the prince of the battle with it was very clear. He is absolutely confident that he can defeat this opponent. James made the decision to proceed to the important battle of the day, preparing for it with complete determination. Jessica was amazed when he simply created columns of ice that reached the size of a lamppost. Jessica realized that his shell was probably not as strong as it seemed and had its vulnerabilities. James decided to smash him using his strength and skills to defeat his opponent. Jessica was scared when the monster began to rise up, approaching them. James asked the monster where he was going and what he was up to. Indeed, it is incredible, but James has enough skill and determination to cope and defeat the monster. Jessica felt that what was happening was beyond her understanding, and she could not fully comprehend what exactly was happening. The girl was confused and could not understand why he began to bleed because he seemed invincible. Jessica speculated that James' bleeding could have been caused by freezing, which had damaged his tissues or organs. Michael reminded her of the situation with Kyrgyz, who had two unique skills or abilities. Kyrgyz had two skills, lightning and thunderstorm. He could summon lightning and create lightning storms for his purposes. Yes, perhaps this monster has another skill or ability besides the poisonous mist that it uses to attack. James realized that the monster has a defense that makes it resilient. It is looking for a weak point or a new strategy. Jessica suggested that the monster's second skill allows it to escape, leaving its shell behind and becoming vulnerable. However, at this moment something unexpected or unusual began to happen, changing the course of events. The insect lord gained his second form, undergoing a transformation that gave him new abilities and strength. After that, they were all truly afraid when faced with an unexpected and terrifying enemy. Jessica was confused and could not understand how fair this battle was and why they were facing such a powerful opponent. This was a first for James. He had never faced this type of enemy before and was impressed by its power and intimidating appearance. After the transformation, the monster became significantly more mobile. Its speed increased, which made it an even more dangerous and difficult opponent for James and Jessica. Jessica sighed heavily, realizing that now the situation would become much more complicated and require more effort and strategic approach from them. Yes, they will have to deal with this monster themselves and look for ways to overcome it. They are faced with a difficult test and must join forces to win. They faced the intensity of the monster's attack and horror, forced to use all their skills and strength to survive this deadly confrontation. Jessica realized that even the slightest touch from a monster could be fatal and realized that the situation had become critical, requiring the utmost caution and ability to act. Realizing that the current approach was ineffective, she realized that the rate at which the monster was becoming a serious threat was rapidly accelerating, requiring an immediate change in strategy and action. The monster now easily evades James' attacks, requiring faster and more effective action to find a way to defeat it. Jessica suddenly remembered her ability to summon lightning similar to the one the girl used and decided to use it in this fight. James, curious about what Jessica suggested, hoped for a solution that could change the outcome. Jessica asked James if he could ask the guy for something specific that could help them in their difficult situation. When James agreed, Jessica said she proceeded with her plan, ready to use her abilities in battle. James assigned her to work on the problems on the right side, meaning that this would allow them to focus on solving the problem more effectively. However, even this did not help, and it was clear to them that they needed to find a way to hit the monster much harder in order to defeat it. Her attack was accurate, but unfortunately the damage was not enough to neutralize the monster, forcing her to look for other ways to increase her effectiveness. At this rate, the battle was going to drag on for a long time, and they needed to come up with new tactics to turn the tide of the battle in their favor. But Jessica wasn't worried because she had a plan. Jessica was confident in her abilities and ability to overcome the monster thanks to her ingenious and effective plan. Jessica asked if he could slow the monster down with absolute cold, an idea she came up with at the last moment. However, he didn't think it would slow down the monster much, and they had to come up with another way. Michael noted that this was not the best time for pleasantries and suggested that they concentrate on solving the problem with the monster. The monster was not going to give up so easily and began to attack again, continuing its brutal fight against them. But James was no less dexterous and used a shield to repel the monster's attack without giving it an advantage. He expressed fatigue from the monster's incessant attacks, calling it a bug that had already bothered him with its attacks. He promised Jessica that she would not leave his side, preparing to fight to the end with her. Now the guy had an idea on how to defeat this monster, and he was ready to implement it. Jessica was surprised and touched by the guy's actions, which proved his devotion and willingness to help her in difficult times. He realized that it was necessary to prevent the monster from going away because he was the boss in this situation and everything depended on their determination and ingenuity. Then Jason found himself in a difficult situation, not knowing how to proceed, looking for a way out of the current situation. She decided to restrict his movement, pushing him to the side, and he limited his mobility with the icy wind to strengthen their position. Michael suggested trapping the monster in the absolute cold, after which they could focus solely on attacking to defeat it. Everything happened as if by agreement. Their plan began to come true by itself, as if the situation itself was pushing them towards success. Jessica gave James the signal, and they sprang into action together, following their pre-agreed plan. He explained that the monster's slowing effects wouldn't last long, so she needed to try to act faster to make the most of this time. And despite all the difficulties, the monster's wings began to freeze, gradually confirming that their plan was beginning to take effect. James reported that he had successfully completed his part of the plan, confirming that they were on the right path to defeating the monster. Jessica said that the monster should feel the pain of the ice spear and aimed at its head to neutralize its danger once and for all. The girl had only one chance, one shot that was strong enough to defeat her opponent forever. Jessica finally gave the guy the signal, and he launched his attack using all his strength and skills to defeat the monster. And right after that, Jessica began to attack as well, joining the fight and using her strength and skill to throw punches. After a while, Jessica felt that something unusual was happening and turned her attention to her attack to make sure it hit the target. To her surprise, she actually managed to defeat her opponent and was able to achieve her goal, ending the fight with success. She hoped that at best she could break through the monster's shell, but her attack went into it like butter, giving her confidence in her abilities. And immediately after that, a portal opened and they were finally able to leave this place where the fight took place, leaving it as winners. James praised her, saying that she did a great job, and together they defeated the monster. But it seemed to her that the success was due to the effect of his scroll, and without it, it would have been much more difficult for them to achieve such a strong result. James was glad that he gave the sweater to Jessica, knowing that it helped them win the battle against the monster. Now she had a question about what to do with the monster's corpse. Michael noted that the monster's condition was so bad that picking up its items would be risky. To be honest, she was ready to go collect items right away despite the monster's condition. But it would look like she was digging into her plate with whatever James had prepared. Suddenly the guy asked her to come over and start collecting items, which was an unexpected turn of events, but she agreed. He was glad to hear this, but admitted that without her help they would have had a long time to draw energy from the ground. He hurried her, pointing out that the gate had already opened and it was time to urgently collect items while there was an opportunity. But Jessica still felt that something was wrong, and she felt a little awkward about the situation. James asked if she had decided where she would go next. If they leave this way, they will have to return through the dungeon entrance, which is under the control of the dungeon management office. The entire office may not be on the same page as the operator, but he's definitely involved somehow. The outside team they haven't even talked about could be the office security team. The entrance to the dungeon is guarded from all sides, and invisibility does not work there, which makes their situation even more difficult. This is true for the dungeon in its standard state, but the current situation is about to change. In other words, the dungeon will collapse and the space it absorbed when it was formed will return to normal. If they were there at the last moment before disappearing, they would likely end up in a place that was now classified as a dungeon. Jessica suggested waiting until the dungeon had disappeared before continuing on her way to avoid risks and surprises. He asked if she knew for sure that she herself would disappear forever along with the dungeon, eliminating any chance of salvation. But Jessica confidently stated that everything would work out and that there was always a way around the problem. She told him not to worry and said that she would let him know when it was time for them to leave the dungeon. James did not argue and said that he fully counted on her and her decision. Jessica appears to have pulled some kind of blanket over herself, although it is not entirely clear why she did this. She said James was ready for something but did not specify what exactly he was preparing for. And in a split second, she let him know that it was time for them to leave the dungeon, preparing for further actions. Oddly enough, they immediately began to enter the portal at the very moment when Jessica signaled the exit. James was glad that everything worked out for them and they remained alive despite all the difficulties and dangers. Jessica then began activating her teleportation scroll to transport herself to a connected space. But that was not all. A whole series of trials and adventures opened up before them before they had to find their way back home. She asked to be allowed to do something for her, and her plea was filled with a vague sense of anticipation and expectation. She thought about the desert she had recently seen in a booklet, imagining endless open spaces and peaceful solitude among the sand dunes. Judging by the light in the distance, they were somewhere close to where people lived, which added to their hope for a safe and comfortable arrival. And it was interesting whether they would report what happened in the dungeon so quickly. Not much time had passed, but the anticipation added excitement and some mystery. Well, they didn't see the news about her closing the dungeon apparently while it was quiet, but this only added mystery and nervousness to their expectations. It turns out that even the media were brought in to cover up his abduction, which confirmed the complexity of the situation and possible hidden threats. In the worst-case scenario, all of his allies could side with them, or they could be eliminated like the traitors they faced, creating additional tension and fear. But he doesn't always kill people left and right. He was simply enraged by those who hit him in the back and tried to kill him, causing rage and fury in him. But Jessica said that she understood everything. She was just not used to seeing such scenes, and her words sounded like a confession of her unpreparedness for such situations. Come to think of it, all this could be found out simply by capturing a couple of guild members and carefully interrogating them, which could be the key to unraveling the mysterious events. James asked if she had any plans, hoping to discuss them and possibly resolve the situation. She can no longer worry about the guild because now there is no comrade. Her thoughts are now just curtains on one home and family, which gives her a new direction and purpose. James told her to be careful not to be surprised if they took into account the situation in which they survived when the dungeon slammed, which spoke of the possibility of hidden threats and attentiveness to the environment. Michael asked not to worry because now unnecessary attention is also harmful to them, emphasizing the need to maintain a low profile and avoid unnecessary problems. And then Jessica remembered that they had a camera, which made her feel anxious and bewildered about the possible consequences of this discovery. She decided to find out what was there for now and then decide what they would do, weighing her options and risks before making a final decision. They all began to look at the data on the camera together, gathering around the screen to work together to solve the mystery hidden behind the recordings. Oddly enough, there was the same guy posing as Michael, causing mixed feelings among the group and again raising questions about his true identity. Jessica said the braids were different because Michael's had dark elements while this guy's had a poisonous element, drawing attention to their differences and raising new questions about his identity. James now sees the difference on his face, realizing the deception that was made and feeling mixed emotions about this discovery. The screen went dark and these guys disappeared, leaving behind only an empty feeling of surprise and bewilderment in the room. Of course, Jessica couldn't say that all this happened because of her secret regret, hiding her true feelings from the rest of the participants. She remembered that recently there had been news that Michael had killed a hunter, and this added to the complexity of understanding what was happening and raised doubts and worries in her. James tried to believe that this hunter had really been killed, but there was a note of doubt in his voice, emphasizing the complexity of the situation and the uncertainty. This hunter and those traitors are a bird of a feather. We still need to look for such a greedy turkey, emphasizing their general baseness and unpleasantness as individuals. The one who most likely would have killed others but was killed himself became the object of irony, emphasizing the law of karma and unexpected turns of events. Now he has read the news and understands the situation. They probably just chose a victim to make Michael look like a criminal, which made him angry and want to expose such base tricks. James said that this was the first good news since escaping from the dungeon, and his words sounded like a slight relief in their tense situation. He was then asked in the office about Michael and where he was causing internal tension and uncertainty. In the answer, Michael asked if James thought he was completely clueless, raising questions about his own determination and intelligence in the situation. James said those guys couldn't get rid of him, pointing to his resilience and strength in dealing with opponents. He started telling that they met in the Kalagi's raid. It was a long time ago and he was young, so he asked him a lot, remembering the past times and the beginning of their relationship. James suggested that Jessie was Kabula, his girlfriend, raising the question of possible connections and personal relationships within the group. He said it was impossible to know so much about the dead man unless they fought together, emphasizing the importance of collective experience in understanding his personality and motives. Michael advised her to say that he saved her when she was locked in the dungeon of the Insect Lord. James said he would take her at her word, expressing his trust and support in her decision. One way or another, the brother is probably alive somewhere, he suggested, forgetting about it, focusing on the present. Alone, he could easily finish off and clear the entire dungeon, demonstrating his strength and experience in battle. Only he still cannot understand what kind of fuss they are causing, feeling bewildered as to their actions and motives. Jessica said that although Michael is on his own, he works well in a team at the right time, expressing recognition of his abilities and the significance of his participation. But she suggested that if they're doing that by making him look bad in the news, that could be their strategy to undermine his reputation. They want to smear Michael's name as much as possible, so much so that he is on his own without influence or a place where he could go. James agreed that they were similar in some ways, expressing understanding and possible similarities in their situations or personalities. They both agreed to defeat bosses, the only goal being to defeat obstacles and achieve success. and they both have strong enough abilities that allow them to do this, which gives confidence in their abilities. If you imagine that their enemies are against killing the boss, then one person comes to mind, remaining the key to the solution. It is the guild leader Michael's former friend who emerges as the prime suspect in this intrigue and conflict. They had a falling out over a disagreement regarding dungeons, which added tension and conflict to their relationship. However, the clash is for the sake of its goal of killing a cleanup team from a small guild and kidnapping the leader of another. He would also go so far as to make an old friend a scapegoat, labeling him a criminal, demonstrating his ruthlessness and dedication to his goals. If so, then he is pure evil, having transgressed all boundaries of morality and humanity, which causes surprise and indignation at his cruelty and indifference to human suffering. Michael said there is no confirmation yet, urging caution and thoughtfulness before making any decisions. James said he couldn't think of that, specifically expressing his uncertainty or reluctance to draw any conclusions based on preliminary assumptions. As he leaves, it wouldn't hurt to get more information to better understand the situation and make an informed decision. To be honest, they could not quite understand what they now saw in front of them. Vague and unclear sensations arose. All three of them, without exception, did not have the slightest guess about what it was, remaining in complete bewilderment and puzzlement. But James said it was a farm, clearing up the ignorance and shedding light on the mysterious place. Weak hunters are kidnapped there, making them slaves for the harvest, and he himself had only heard rumors about this farm. This means that they are being kept somewhere secret from them, which adds mystery and apprehension to the situation. James said the videos could be very useful to them, highlighting their value in understanding and combating the mysterious threat. She already wants to report everything, but in the current situation it is very difficult, causing a feeling of anxiety and helplessness. James said he would then return to the dark skies and try to contact other leaders, hinting at the need to join forces to solve the problem. Ordinary smartphones without special protection can be tapped. Let her communicate with him through this means. Eat the green one, leave your other half, and let her eat the pink one. Jessica couldn't understand why all this was necessary, feeling mixed emotions and doubts about the group's goals and actions. The simplest and most convenient of all existing methods of communication: if you eat, you can talk for about an hour. Jessica noticed that she had 2 Bargese horns in her inventory. Jessica wondered what new ability she could gain to even the odds and deal with the monster. She suggested that James take the monster with him, perhaps to study it or use it for his own purposes. She was sure that the monster would definitely be useful to James in his fight, and he would be able to use it to his advantage. She said that she didn't need gratitude, since they were able to defeat the monster together, and it was the result of their joint efforts. James decided to go and said that they would still stay in touch to continue their joint efforts and face future challenges. In parting, he wanted to say a few words to her. He said that he was cheating and that, in fact, he didn't know how to do anything. She assumed he had seen through them when she said she didn't know Michael and suspected he might have ulterior motives. Early the next morning, Jessica woke up feeling deeply irritated and angry. Jessica realized that her blow was the last one, and she could not play dead if her name appeared in the rankings. If only because there are only the best hunters there. She has just begun her steps in the dungeon where those who have been working for many years fight, and she will have to overcome considerable difficulties in order to surpass the experience and skill of these seasoned fighters. Michael urged her to leave this place and go outside to enjoy the fresh air and refresh her thoughts. She was curious why she was in Mongolia, because she was expecting to see Africa or the Middle East with their exotic landscapes and culture. Michael asked where she was going when he saw that she was starting to prepare for her departure. She has no idea that her mom is currently abroad, and she hasn't received any news from her yet. Michael realized that she was still preoccupied with thoughts about yesterday's events that were not letting go of her mind. Many hours have passed since that evening when Jessica decided to use the scroll of invisibility to hide from prying eyes. During a conversation with her mother, her brother told her that she was actually in Barcelona, which came as a surprise to her. While talking about Jessica, the brother said that apparently she had not yet returned from the dungeon, and he offered to meet her at the airport upon her return. Jessica already knew that her brother was very worried about her, and this thought only strengthened her confidence in his care. He responded forcefully to comments and entered into arguments with those who spoke negatively about Jessica, defending her honor and doing everything he could to deal with negative opinions about her. Jackson is performing well and holding up well, but Jessica knows her mom will be worried until she knows all the details. Suddenly Michael reported that at that moment someone began to drive up, attracting their attention and causing some nervousness. Jessica speculated that the arrivals might be here to kidnap her brother, leaving her worried and uncertain about their intentions. Michael suggested that they observe for now and not draw hasty conclusions, since it seems that the arrivals do not have harmful intentions towards her brother. In this case, Jessica could not understand for what purpose these people came here and what they were doing here, which caused her additional anxiety and bewilderment. Unfortunately for Jessica, the invisibility effect began to wear off and she became visible to others again, which could have caused problems or increased her vulnerability in this situation. After that, they decided to leave this place, run away from there in the hope that after rest and sleep Jessica would feel better. Michael had an idea and suggested they go to a certain place, hoping it would help Jessica in her current condition. Jessica already knew from experience that she should avoid eating shrimp, because it caused her unpleasant reactions or allergic problems. Since they were already here, Jessica decided to be brave and daring to diversify the situation and experience something new. Throughout her life, Jessica always found interest in different things and areas, seeking out new adventures and opportunities that piqued her curiosity and fascination. She received a notification that she was affected by the effect of the Yugva communication item. Jessica examined with interest the man's offer to sell items and decided to find out what exactly he wanted to purchase for his collection. Michael reminded her not to forget their previous conversation, as he would understand immediately, but she must keep her mask and not reveal her true intentions. The girl urgently asked for a phone with reliable protection against eavesdropping in order to guarantee the confidentiality of her conversations and data. The man had exactly one phone that met the girl's needs and had reliable protection against eavesdropping. The man asked if Jessica knew how to properly use this anti-tapping phone. Externally, the phone looked completely ordinary and did not attract much attention, not differing in anything special. The man said that he and the girl had one thing in common or interest. Michael asked Jessica to give him one stone, claiming that it would be enough for their purpose. After a raid or adventure, she had a lot of new items in her inventory, as if a whole warehouse had been accumulated during their journey. Now, having collected a sufficient number of items, he can finally calmly establish connections with other people and use them for his own purposes. Michael suggested that he not name a specific place where they could hide, but simply choose some secluded place for safety. Jessica could not understand why the man was looking at her so strangely, and this caused her some concern and bewilderment. The man offered them a place that was located right next to the lake. He clarified that they would have to get out since the place had been empty for a long time, but they could use water from the same lake. The place the man suggested had no noisy neighbors and was ideal for privacy, being 300 kilometers from the city had its advantages, and Jessica agreed that it wasn't that bad. If Jessica is lucky, she may find Taiwanese opium there that was grown by the previous occupant. Jessica is happy with everything and notices that the place looks nice in the photos. The man told Jessica to come back again, presumably to continue interacting or collaborating with him. It was very unexpected for Jessica to hear such a proposal from a man. She could have been embarrassed or surprised by this turn of events. Jessica looked fearfully at the abandoned house, feeling a mixture of anxiety and uncertainty, not knowing what could be hidden inside and what dangers could await. Jessica suggested returning to Las Vegas and finding a hotel there to avoid risks and find a safe place to stay. Michael decided to go and check if there was anything dangerous inside the abandoned house. Michael found the inside of the abandoned house to be better than expected. With the exception of a layer of dust, overall the place looked quite acceptable. They realized that removing and cleaning everything inside the abandoned house would be a nightmare due to the amount of work and contamination involved. They realized that they would have to spend the entire day cleaning up the abandoned house, but they knew it had to be done. Jessica decided to spend the night in an abandoned house and start cleaning only the next day. Gradually, Jessica began to like the abandoned house, began to see its potential, and feel a connection with this place. Michael asked Jessica to get a doll that was inside an abandoned house. Jessica couldn't understand what Michael was up to, why he needed this particular doll, and how it could be related to the current situation. Michael began to lull Jessica to sleep, telling her to go to sleep, which caused her great confusion and confusion. To her, it sounded like Michael was performing a dark magic ritual, and this made her feel even more afraid and misunderstood. Jessica assumed that their penthouse had probably already been fenced off and someone had been left inside to start the arson. Since Jackson's home was subject to surveillance or intrusion, Jessica assumed that she too was under threat or targeted by similar events. Michael assured Jessica that if there was any threat, he would wake her up and help her deal with the situation. Michael explained that he was just watching the crows and noticed that there were probably fish in the lake. Jessica invited Michael to go fishing if they stayed here for a while. She saw it as an opportunity to be active and enjoy the nature around them. They had a lot to do while Jessica slept, and Michael took it upon himself to look after the generator in the basement. Jessica noticed many doll marks on the dusty floor, indicating that the area may have been used by someone to play with or store dolls. Jessica wanted to ask Michael for something special, but she's not sure how he'll react to her request. Michael promised Jessica to do whatever she asked if only it was in his power. He expressed his readiness to help her and support her in everything that was required. She offered to wash the floors to make the house completely clean. Michael even changed his clothes and told Jessica that she could rely on him and count on his support in all matters. Jessica thought that was enough, and now she decided to go take a shower or go to the shops for shopping. Michael wondered what plans Jessica had that were so important that she prioritized them over cleaning and leaving the house. Jessica wanted to complete a man's quest that was important to her, so she decided to put off cleaning and go on it. The time had finally come for Jessica to receive her reward, and she was shocked to learn that it was the reward of an awakened new A-rank consumable crafter. She put off completing this task for a long time, even though she could gain access to the dungeon. She simply decided not to risk it and refused to complete the task, fearing that using a new skill might attract a dark spirit or other unforeseen consequences. Jessica finally collects her reward, feeling joy and satisfaction for successfully completing the task. Jessica discovered that the reward had restrictions that had not previously been mentioned. She could only use ingredients that she had collected herself. Jessica's attitude towards this situation was indifferent. She was neither hot nor cold about the restrictions on the reward. Jessica felt that something or someone was approaching her, and this made her feel anxious and alert. Jessica realized that these were the man's memories, and the look he was giving her seemed filled with contempt. Jessica asked the man if he could create something using her existing ingredients. Jessica asked the man if he could create anything using her existing ingredients, but he replied that he only needed the finest ingredients, which she did not have. Jessica decided to help the man and gave him all the necessary ingredients that he required for his work. Jessica noticed that she had only taken out some of the ingredients, and there were still many other useful items and materials left in her inventory. Jessica suggested that the man use the cores to create a strengthening potion and use the remaining ingredients to make something useful and profitable. Jessica announced that she was leaving and would not interfere with the man's work. When Jessica stepped out of the shower, she truly felt fresh and clean on her skin. Michael warned Jessica to hurry up as the food was starting to get cold. Jessica was surprised that Michael could do so much with just one body. Michael suggested that Jessica get some beer sauce since they both hadn't rested since the previous day. Jessica hoped that Michael would not set himself on fire while cooking as he had done before. Jessica has more important things to do than food that she's going to devote her time and attention to. This horn will be significantly smaller than Kyrgyz's, having more modest dimensions and proportions. Jessica suggested a new transformation and realized that James had gained a poison ability as a result of this transformation. Jessica decided to look into the news to find out about the latest events and current news. James kept his promise and came to the head of the guild to discuss important issues or proposals. When James came to the head of the guild, everyone immediately stopped him and told him that they could not help him with his request or business. Hearing James' request, the guild leader announced that everyone could return to their business and James was allowed to go through and discuss his issues. James, in response to attempts to stop him, simply smiled, showing his determination and perseverance in achieving his goal. The man, having met the stranger, immediately asked why he came to him, what the essence of the visit was, and what prompted him to contact him. The head insisted that the stranger tell him the true reason for his arrival without hiding anything or hiding behind roundabout answers. He chewed slowly and expressed gratitude for the concern, then said that the guy could leave, hinting that the conversation was over. There came a moment when James looked at him with deadly seriousness, a clear threat or displeasure visible in his eyes. It turned out that James was confused, hinting that the man had his own problems or troubles that he did not report. James, recalling the latest news, felt that the man's last name seemed familiar to him or aroused suspicions which may be related to recent events. If the stranger's intention was to annoy him, James advised him to leave, given that the man was clearly not in the mood and was far from having a friendly conversation. It looks like things have taken a turn for the worse, and suddenly the situation is out of control, making him feel helpless. He was only trying to offer comfort given the volume of news that included names from the Ban family, leaving room for possible sympathy or understanding. Despite the news and doubts, James deeply believed in Hunter Alice's innocence, insisting that she was innocent of the events that transpired. The man thanked James for his faith and support, expressing gratitude for his understanding and trust in such a difficult situation. And in general, the very arrest of a hunter for the murder of a couple of people looks dubious and raises doubts about its veracity. He was aware that the current situation had been hyped by the media, and he understood that even if the hunter had actually committed a crime, he might not be able to prove his guilt. Hunters, including those at the top of the rankings, are considered to be immune from prosecution, which adds to the difficulty of trying to hold them accountable for their deeds. Problems arising from the actions of awakened ones are usually resolved by these beings themselves in accordance with the rules of modern society. Information about dungeon hunters was usually kept secret, but in this case it is unclear who to believe, and one should not expect any good. The man noted that he could settle everything since hunters are often not punished severely enough, which was correctly noted. James could understand who risked touching a relative of the head, whose power was so great that she was considered the head of heaven. The man still could not understand for what purpose the guy came to him, remaining perplexed as to his intentions. James just wanted to check a few things, trying to understand the situation in more detail and find out what was going on. Of course, the man was curious about what he was talking about, trying to understand the essence of the conversation and find out his intentions. He warned the man to be careful, indicating that something unusual was happening, perhaps anticipating danger or unexpected events. He probably sensed the danger himself, and his belief in Alice's hatred was sincere based on his own observation of her actions. But James only saw her on video and nothing else that could leave doubts in his beliefs. The man became angry when he realized that there was video footage that infuriated him and likely undermined his beliefs. Michael stated that he was going to watch the video again to understand this situation and bring everything to clarity. James, as usual, ignored the opinions of others, realizing this as soon as he contacted Michael, showing his usual independence. The man advised him to take care of himself and not interfere in problems, leaving it beyond his influence. James recalled that he was significantly stronger than the man, asserting his power or dominance in a given situation. The man believed that such a statement was complete nonsense, and James was wrong. He concluded by saying that fish also need oxygen, emphasizing the importance of paying attention to details and anything that might not be obvious. The man really wanted to express this, feeling the need to emphasize this statement and express his opinion. James asked if Alice would deign to correct him, but it turned out that the man had the same intentions. He said that they would meet again if he needed help and encouraged him to call when needed. Indeed, James had to deal with all this mess and resolve a difficult situation. The man realized that James was only saying what he wanted to hear and could be blind to other points of view. He couldn't believe whether the information about the video was actually true, and it left him confused and doubtful. The time is still early, but there was no one in the video. Perhaps this was the case during his absence, confirming his assumptions. He made sure that the man had nothing to do with what was happening, freeing him from suspicion or guilt in this matter. To be honest, he seriously suspected him of involvement in what was happening. And if he had actually been involved, it would probably have been done for the greater good, regardless of any doubts. If he had been involved in the kidnapping, he would have attacked immediately from the threshold of the office, not paying attention to possible tricks or manipulations. He couldn't tell if his thoughts were stupid about Alice's theoretical involvement in the Monopoly and the Raiding Guild, but he didn't believe it. In the Reverend scenario, Alice would not have had any problems with being detained given her status and connections within the guild. Well, if so, then everything becomes much simpler considering the possible consequences of this assumption. He was left with only the Daehan Guild, and he could not understand whether she was to blame for this situation. While there was no confirmation, he was interested in how she was doing there, trying to understand the situation. Everything seemed to be carefully arranged there, so that it was unlikely that anything would come out unless necessary. Leaving the video to her may have been the right decision to give her a chance to understand the situation. If you look at it from the outside, perhaps she was overreacting to both given her recent awakening. Plus, her amazing calmness despite the lack of significant experience indicates that she has enough sense of struggle to develop a decision-making strategy. What's shocking is that she was able to steal an entire horn and hand it over without hesitation, showing amazing determination and willpower. By getting into a quarrel with unsuitable people, such people often risk their lives, he believes that he can solve this problem and stand up for her. At this time, the girl was talking on the phone and offered to meet and eat soon. She expressed a wish that when she became the head of the guild, she would redo the wallpaper, perhaps choosing normal colors instead of too bright ones. In response, James commented that he liked the current wallpaper color better, preferring mature ladies who prefer more muted colors. She informed him that she had stopped calling him her boss, indicating a change in their relationship or level of intimacy. He advised her not to use the phone in such a situation, emphasizing the importance of remaining alert and careful. He said that he had a request for the girl, expressing his need or desire for something. He asked if she would be willing to introduce him to her friends, expressing interest in expanding their relationship. She understood and said that would be the last thing she asked for before she asked him to sit. Jessica reported that there was no news again today, highlighting the lack of significant events or updates. She was sure that someone was still waiting for her near the house, feeling some discomfort or fear. Come to think of it, they don't know how much she knows, including how the imposter spilled the beans on the major guilds. Since they have stopped tracking her, this may mean that they are confident that she is not a threat or that she is dead. And they don't seem to have much in the way of news about her on a daily basis, which may indicate that she's no longer the focus of much attention. But there aren't even any headlines, just mentions of old cases in the background of Alice's situation, hinting that they're not trying too hard to hide it. The killing of civilians is one thing, but incidents between hunters, which usually do not make it into the press, are another. A well-known manufacturing magnate has become the target of a manhunt, causing a stir in the news and with a specific murder target in mind. Most people are not aware of the activities of the hunter, and information about him is deliberately withheld since control over the media is much more effective and efficient than direct influence. Realizing that worry would not bring any benefit, the girl decided to continue eating what she considered necessary for herself. Michael warned her that eating food could take away her strength, but she still decided to make it through quickly since this meal was smaller than the previous one. The girl wanted to gain the skill as quickly as possible, and therefore she wanted to complete the learning process as soon as possible. If she manages to successfully complete her task, the opportunity opens up to finally meet her long-awaited relatives and spend time with them. The girl was unsure whether she had conveyed to James the information about the need to eat this horn to achieve his goal. She should immediately convey the information to James, but most likely he has already fallen asleep and does not know about the need to eat the horn. In this case, Jessica decided to use what James gave her to contact him and give him important information. The girl used the items she received from James and was ready to establish a connection with the guy. In this case, James asked someone to wait for him for a minute, postponing contact with him until a more convenient moment. Jessica concluded that James was most likely asleep and decided not to disturb him, giving him the opportunity to rest. Jessica decided to tell James that her call was probably distracting him and she would call him back later so as not to disturb his rest. Jessica began to worry that something bad might have happened in the dark environment, and she had more questions to ask. Since James was busy cleaning, Jessica decided to quickly inform him that he needed to eat the horn she gave him. Jessica discovered that James would gain the skill, but she herself accidentally found out about it in the process of her actions. Jessica said she was fine and explained that she was just experimenting a little and ended up finding out this information. She also had a new phone number, and Jessica decided to leave it with James so they could stay in touch. Since the effect is almost exhausted, they will have to say goodbye and end their communication. It occurred to Jessica what kind of cleaning James was talking about specifically, and she decided to check with him before ending her conversation. Michael confirmed that cleaning is indeed necessary and must be done thoroughly. Jessica also had a question for Michael, and she decided to ask him in order to understand the situation. Jessica noticed that their fishing rod was missing, and she used her vision to try to see what had happened to it. Finally, after some time, Jessica achieved her goal and obtained the desired skill, which she was very happy about, experiencing great relief and feeling that all her efforts were justified. In addition, Jessica noticed that her stamina had also increased, which made her happy. As they say, centipede is a good food supplement. Jessica was confused and couldn't understand why she was assigned a C-rank transformation skill, since it was unexpected, and she didn't know what practical meaning it had for her. Jessica's C-rank transformation skill allows her to be invulnerable to items that remove invisibility, and no methods to reverse it will work, making it very cool and providing her with additional protection. After a long time, she was looking forward to meeting her brother and mother and feeling the warmth of a family hug and the joy of reunion again. Suddenly, Jessica remembered the potions her grandmother had given her and she felt excited to use them. Jessica remembered 2 potions that increased agility, 9 that increased magic, and 2 more that increased strength. Michael suggested that she drink at least one of the potions, assuring that it would help them cope with the upcoming test. She still had a lot of potions and she could afford to drink one of them to prepare for the upcoming test. Agreeing, she added that she was only taking 1 potion, confident in her ability to handle the challenge with just 1 potion. She considered him a manipulator and was careful in her actions, not wanting to succumb to his influence. Michael could not understand what was wrong with the girl and tried to unravel her behavior, experiencing confusion and bewilderment. She said she was asking him to choose between a temporary and permanent promotion, emphasizing the need to make an important decision for his future. He believed that this world treated him very unfairly, experiencing disappointment and resentment at the surrounding reality. The potion gave her a +5 increase, surpassing even the value of the most valuable bracelet or moonstone, which she got by barely 20. As she began to drink the potion, the girl felt her characteristics really begin to increase and she became stronger and more agile. The poisoning probably happened faster due to the strong effect of the potions, which would have caused serious consequences for the girl. He also wanted to know about the temporary promotion because this could be important for the decision. Apologizing for the wait, he welcomed the beginning of their transformation and boldly stepped into unknown adventures with the girl. All this time she was thinking about how she could transform herself and was internally preparing for the changes that could come. She tried to transform herself but realized that she was unable to imitate James's appearance despite all her efforts. Michael told her not to worry about what she was trying to do and to just be herself. When Jessica transformed, she couldn't understand what kind of strange sensation she was experiencing, but she was surprised and alarmed by what was happening. To her surprise, she found herself transformed into the form of Bargis, and this gave her mixed feelings of amazement and concern. Michael begged her to calm down and try to return to normal, trying to overcome this unusual turn of events. She just needed to relax and concentrate so she could focus on getting back to her normal self. The girl took Michael's hand and said with a smile that everything worked out, feeling relieved to be back to normal. Jessica was fine, she was just in too much shock from what had happened, but she was starting to come to her senses. He himself was surprised and suggested that this set of potions could cause her to turn into a monster. And although he was very nasty, she decided to close him and forget him forever in order to avoid similar troubles in the future. In this guise, she definitely would not have gone to her mother and most likely would have wanted to meet her in her normal state. Michael told her to stop watching the news because it only made her feel bad and hinted that it was often negative. And now Jessica felt that she did not see any other way out of this situation, experiencing a feeling of hopelessness. Daehan Guild Headquarters. The door to the head's office, behind which important decisions and strategies for the prosperity of the guild are hidden. A man was very nervous before an important meeting. His tension was felt in the air like an electric charge. He asked if he could come in, hoping for a positive answer that would calm his nerves before the meeting. The guild leaders standing against the dark sky came into contact, discussing important issues and strategies for the future. The man was informed that a certain person did not react at all to his request to enter, which caused even more concern. And at that moment a mug immediately flew off, which only worsened his already nervous state. The guild leader stood in front of him, studying the man in front of him and trying to understand what level of professionalism he had achieved by observing his confident gaze and facial expression. If the man did not react, this means that the conversation did not take place at all, and this only added tension to the situation, forcing everyone present to silently await further action. He began to apologize and said that they spoke in private, trying to defuse the tense situation and restore trust. At that moment, the man was ready to hit him, and the tension in the air became palpable like an electric charge about to discharge. Still, the man stopped and told him to continue, giving him the opportunity to clarify the situation and continue the conversation. He believed that James had come to understand what was happening and try to make sense of the situation. He didn't hear what exactly wasn't said, but he didn't react, assuming that no important points were mentioned in their conversation. He may have acted cautiously because of something unpleasant that might have happened or been mentioned in their previous conversation. If they played Jameson's cards right, they might be able to deal with him at the same time revealing his intentions or plans. Also, all the hunters who guarded him were killed, and they have a version of betrayal from within. The man believed that no one did the job as they should, and this caused him dissatisfaction and disappointment. Have him come up with a plan to track James and prepare a team of hunters to be prepared for him to go anywhere. He must be ready for battle, otherwise, he will have to use Alice to protect himself and his team. He was also interested in what was happening with the head of the White Light, and he considered possible scenarios for the development of events in this regard. He dealt with the man and ordered that his own suicide be announced next week due to his inability to cope with his problems. There could not be a gap in density, so the fewer people who knew the better for maintaining privacy and security. In addition, they were contacted from outside, which added complexity and uncertainty to the situation. A man must gradually prepare pressure on the market to achieve the desired changes without disclosing too much information. They hold shares in them, must adapt to the situation and not become victims of underground threats. Obviously, reducing supplies will allow them to monopolize the global market and gain power. The large guilds must act in such a way as to change the world. He still couldn't believe that one of the Korean dungeons had disappeared, depriving the world of a valuable source of gold. He asked how long they needed to watch them, expressing interest in the level of surveillance and control, wanting to clarify the situation. Ben and Oscar are distant relatives, but they drank and gambled away the entire family's payout on hospital bills. After this, they were disowned by their family long ago, their actions leading to severing ties and loss of trust. Let him give them money and send experienced guards to them so that they do not cause problems or harm. The man was also interested in learning about Jessica, perhaps to reveal additional information or understand her role in what was happening. He said that she was awarded in the country where she saved people and that she now lives in the penthouse. Let him watch over her family a little longer and then let him send a dungeon manager so they can run it safely. He asked if the man was sure that Jessica was truly dead, expressing doubt or interest in this information. He was completely sure of this and just in case sent people to the penthouse to make sure of this. But he still had the question of what to do if Jessica's mother was offered money to investigate her daughter's death. No wonder she spent the whole day practicing jumping into the lake so that her form would remain unnoticed by the eyes of others. Yesterday in the evening they gathered for training. They worked hard to improve new skills despite fatigue, but with pronounced determination. Jessica suddenly remembered how the monster turned into a flying insect, and at that moment she realized that perhaps she too was capable of transformation. Jessica wondered if perhaps she could transform into a bee just as the monster transformed into a flying insect. Michael was in shock. He simply could not believe that the girl had really succeeded in this. Everything seemed like some kind of incredible miracle. A daring plan arose in his mind to infiltrate Korea and, according to his assumption, kidnap his mother and brother. Jessica strived to become much more than she currently was, striving for self-development and improvement. It turns out that during the transformation process there are limitations associated with changes in size that need to be taken into account and overcome. When Jessica attempted to return to her original form, she suddenly shrank to the size of a finger, unexpectedly encountering the limitations of her transformation abilities. When she began to return to her previous appearance, Michael turned away, sharply disgusted or horrified at what was happening. He suggested that her desire might be irritating and advised her to try transforming into something else. Jessica asked Michael what kind of insect she should turn into, hoping to get advice on choosing the best shape. They needed an insect that could move easily and unnoticed so as not to attract unnecessary attention. Apparently both of them immediately had some idea of what kind of insect they should turn into to achieve their goal. They came to the conclusion that the best option would be to turn into a flea in order to remain invisible and mobile. On the same day, having turned into a flea, Jessica was able to sneak into some place, remaining unnoticed due to her mobility and small size. The flea is the best jumper in the world, and Jessica was very fast, instantly making her way through obstacles and nooks and crannies. Jessica, despite her speed, still could not understand where her mother was and continued her search. She was still standing on the street with the sign, continuing to hope and wait for her mother's return. Michael realized that something unusual was happening, or something important was about to happen, and he became more attentive to his surroundings. It seems like they definitely won't let her stay in trouble, and something will be done to find her or help her. They warned her that she was not allowed to be here because it required permission and there would be consequences. She needed to get permission from the head of the administration to protest, otherwise she was asked to hold the protest in the corner. Of course, Jessica immediately flared up in anger towards this man for his handling of her situation. She couldn't understand why it was so difficult to realize that she simply shouldn't be touched, which made her even more angry. Her mother asked her to leave and warned her that otherwise she would deal with those who were touching her. She didn't care what she said and emphasized that they should be grateful that they lived in a country with laws. Until now, Jessica remained furious, strongly wanting to punish the scumbag for his illegal actions and inaction. But Michael realized that simply attacking them would not be the wisest decision in this situation. The mother missed her daughter greatly. Her absence left a huge emptiness and pain in her heart. She decided to go home today, deciding not to participate in the protest to avoid further trouble and conflict. Jessica tried to slip the note into her mom's pocket, but something went wrong and she couldn't do it. They decided to go after her to support and help Jessica in this difficult situation. Jessica was upset that she could only transform into a bug, feeling the limitations of her abilities. It turned out that there was a hidden CCTV camera in the corner, and everything was likely recorded, causing them to give up on their plan. When she arrived, she was immediately greeted by her brother, who was glad to see her and expressed his concern. Without any mood, she said that she was fine and nothing happened, trying to hide her true feelings. Jessica was angry with her brother for not taking proper care of her mother, not understanding her concern and anxiety. Yes, and besides, there were also surveillance cameras installed inside the house, which added tension and discontent to the situation. Jackson said his sister would be upset if she saw her like that, highlighting her concern for Jessica. She reminded him of his words that Jessica is very strong and persistent, which means that she cannot die. He did not believe them and remained persistent in his skepticism until he heard confirmation from the huntress Alice herself. It's been about a week since she went missing, and during that time so many events and changes have happened. She realized that the note was not an option, but she should definitely talk to her in person before making any decisions. Jessica realized that there were likely no blind spots and she needed to be careful with her actions and words. The mother spent the whole night crying and barely sleeping. Now she needs sleep and rest to recover. Michael asked what Jessica was up to, showing curiosity about her plans or thoughts, wanting to know what was going on in her head. She was confident that even without blind spots, she had options and decisions to move forward. To begin with, just in case, she decided to deliberately ruin the quality of the shooting in order to avoid detailed video surveillance and control. Jessica told Michael to just watch and remain silent so as not to attract attention and avoid unnecessary risks. With such a camera, they would never be able to look under the blanket, which added to their confidence in the safety of their actions. Jessica began using some kind of scroll on her mother, perhaps to get her attention or convey some kind of message. And in a split second, she transported the woman outside the room to some other place, causing surprise and shock. Jessica forgot that she left her in this position, which could lead to unforeseen consequences or misunderstandings. The mother immediately began to cry when she saw Jessica's clothes. She was deeply touched and overwhelmed with emotion. The girl wanted the process of undoing her transformation to happen faster in order to return to her previous appearance. Surprisingly, the woman, even without transformation, immediately recognized her daughter, which caused surprise and joy. Jessica realized that it was her mother's superhuman intuition that helped her recognize her daughter even without visible signs. The woman assumed that she had turned into her daughter and, deciding to check, went to her mother. Jessica realized that she urgently needed to get dressed and activate her skill to resolve this situation. When she entered, a smile lit up her face and she joyfully asked her mother if she was surprised. Mom reacted strangely. She started beating her and saying how she could do this if Mom was alive all this time. When her mother stopped beating her, several moments passed before she was able to collect her thoughts and start a conversation with her. And then Jessica began to explain all the events that happened to her, trying to help her mother understand what happened. She asked if she should use the scroll to escape here with Jackson, since they might not be pursued. She warned that if they used the scroll to escape to another area, the search area could be expanded to the entire world, and no one knew what measures might be taken in such a case. Jessica said they would be leaving for a long time, so she could deal with the situation and return to her family. But for the mother, the most important thing was that her daughter did not die and kept in touch, and she could deal with the circumstances later. If she wants to communicate, let her tear off a little from one, so as not to eat everything at once, then the communication will continue. She asked to come back and try because it was time for her to leave, but she felt that not everything had been done, that she could change the situation. She saw that she was alive and her soul became much calmer. She felt relief and joy that her fears and worries were in vain. Jessica said that she loved her mother and would definitely return. She promised herself that she would not leave her in trouble and would do everything possible to return home. Immediately, my mother called and wanted to ask something. Her care and attention immediately brought relief and support. Late at night, Jessica suddenly woke up in a panic. Her heart was pounding and her head was spinning with the thought that something was wrong. A few days after handing over the communication object, it seemed to her that someone was calling her, as if the mysterious object was waking up and starting to transmit signals. She heard a loud noise that woke her up, making her wonder what it could be, and suddenly caught her attention. But at that moment someone else actually turned to her, and she felt that this was something special, something important. It was James who asked if he could be heard. He waited interestedly for an answer, and Jessica felt that events were taking an unexpected turn. She just didn't answer the call, and he thought that something had happened, something was wrong, that she might be in danger. But Jessica said that she was just sleeping and everything was fine, calming him down and allaying all his worries. The girl said that there was nothing wrong with him, waking her up, and asked what was the matter, showing understanding and willingness to listen to him. Jessica asked to teleport to him, and he said that he would now send a photo to help her navigate. These were the waters between Toktu and Yulin Island. It was here that a new dungeon appeared, a harbinger of new adventures and mysteries. Jessica realized that it was time for another dungeon, and she was ready for the new challenges and dangers that awaited her there. She couldn't figure out whether it was worth risking them, since others would soon appear in the dungeon, and it might be dangerous to stay there longer than necessary. It had just opened, and she believed that there should be no danger yet, since no one had yet managed to find out about it and trap them. James said that this was his hideout, and that's how he learned about the new dungeon. All the same, this somehow worries Jessica because she has no desire to go there at all. She feels that something is wrong, that the dungeon may hide danger or secrets that it is better for her to avoid. But she still began to get ready to go into the dungeon, realizing that sometimes you need to take risks to uncover new mysteries and overcome your fears. Michael told her not to give herself away, warning her of possible dangers or consequences if her identity were revealed. Jessica cannot understand what is happening with the guy, because before he was the first to drive her forward, but now something has changed and his behavior has become unpredictable. She remembered his facial expression when he asked to kill the boss for him, and it made her think about what could be behind this, what motives and feelings the guy had. Jessica told him, but he said that it was underwater near his shelter in the sea, and no one knew about it yet. Michael once heard from him about his intentions to build such a shelter, and this aroused his interest and some concern about this project. Michael was right. Jessica's poisoning from the potion still hadn't gone away, and that made him worry and want to help her. Jessica noticed that it looked like the sun was already setting, which made her hurry to complete her mission before nightfall. James was very happy to see her again. His joy and smile were genuine, and he was ready to help her in her new adventure. He asked if he had worried her with the sudden call, showing concern for her condition and comfort. Jessica asked if the entrance to the dungeon was a little further down, showing interest and determination to explore a new place. As it turned out, the entrance to the dungeon was a whirlpool in the sea, and this made Jessica think about the nature of this place and its mystery. The Bargies dungeon was very well explored, and there were no dangers unknown to them, so they only looked at it, not daring to enter. They will only engage in battle if it is worth it, especially since this is a rare chance to monopolize the dungeon and gain an advantage over others. James said that there was no way Jessica would get wet to get into the dungeon, implying that they had to use a certain method or object to get through the water. And then he began to use his power altogether, showing that he had abilities or skills that could help them in exploring the dungeon. Jessica was very surprised, but James said that it was just something ordinary for him. And before they leave, he has something to say, the words of which may be important for both of them or for their future actions. She's right, the dungeon is indeed dangerous because it's familiar to him, and he'll remain vigilant, but the boss can pop out of nowhere, posing an unpredictable threat. Consequently, he decided to call someone for help, realizing that dealing with the boss alone might not be easy, but help would come in handy. The magical will seem to have driven his refuge out of the forge, and as it was, the abilities of his mage hunters were incredible, forcing him to recognize their strength and skill. Michael was slightly surprised when he saw that there was no one in front of him, and this caused him some bewilderment or puzzlement. The head of the guild appeared before him, and Michael thought that Jessica probably knew him because such a meeting seemed no coincidence. The girl could not understand why this particular man, what made him appear in front of her and Michael at such a moment. Jessica begged James to stop introducing her to the guild master, seeing this as a potential danger or problem for himself. She honestly admitted that she could neither experience nor come. Perhaps the feelings or influence of this person on her do not matter, or she is not ready for this. This scoundrel kicked him out of the guild and framed him for his own gain. He could be an enemy who is at the head of a conspiracy of a large guild, and his appearance was a serious threat. She thought that he should not know that she was alive, perhaps because of the danger or potential consequences if he discovered her survival. James asked her not to be afraid because the man was with them and on their side, which should have strengthened her confidence and sense of security. James introduced the man as Alice's brother, which could create additional affection and trust in him. Jessica seemed to have heard about her little sister but didn't think much of it, even though the surname is unusual in Korea. Jessica thought, puzzled, trying to figure out which boat they were in since the men were also trying to catch them, creating a confusing situation. There was not a word about him in the Korean press, which made her wonder if the attempted deception was part of a scheme being hatched against her. James explained that they were not going to use the press now in order to preserve its effectiveness for future use on the map. In addition, he reported that the Gloomy Sky Guild had been disbanded, and now the man was wanted along with them, as if playing a dangerous game where every step led to unpredictable consequences. Jessica couldn't believe that the leader was really being watched, and there was danger waiting for him, threatening to strike at any moment, the sword sharp on the verge of falling. So there is no reason for him to come over to their side, and now she can congratulate James since he is now unemployed. The man said that he would not say hello to anyone because he was here to help and not to make friends. Michael assured that everything would work out because he is not the one who abuses other people's weaknesses. And this is his confidence, like a support in turbulent times. I will also tell James that Jessica has evidence. That same video, like a clue hiding in the recesses of the past. The man has no choice but to accept the situation and listen to her because she has evidence video. The group, after many discussions, decided to go into a mysterious dungeon which had long attracted their attention, with its mystery and promise of exciting adventures and incredible discoveries. James began preparing to enter the dungeon, gathering equipment, studying the map and strategy to successfully navigate through its mysterious corridors and labyrinths. The guy, unexpectedly for everyone, began to freeze the sea, causing surprise and interest, perhaps trying to show his unique ability or achieve something unusual. Jessica found the man's gesture sweet. Even though they had not yet reached the entrance, she appreciated his attention and concern. Real gentleman took the girl by the hand, carefully escorting her, so that she would not get hurt, showing care and attention to her well-being. She felt like the whirlpool was sucking up water, but in reality it was just moving her around in a circle, creating an illusion that made her feel drawn in. Then they had to prepare once again, taking into account new circumstances and experiences, so that they would be ready for the next stage of their adventure in the dungeon. They must be extremely careful because they do not know what awaits them in that world, and every step can be a test or danger. Yet a moment later they were already inside the dungeon, ready to explore its mysterious corridors and mysterious artifacts. In front of her, Jessica saw some kind of fortress rising in the darkness of the dungeon, like the remnant of an ancient civilization ready to tell them its secrets and riddles. Michael discovered that there were no traces of civilization in this dungeon, which added to the mystery of the fortress and increased his interest in exploring this place. Jessica asked Michael if they should explore what was behind those walls before continuing deeper into the dungeon. But despite this, Michael did not stop holding Jessica's hand, demonstrating his protection and care in this unpredictable dungeon world. He said that he didn't fully trust Jessica, perhaps due to her previous actions or lack of experience in similar situations. James couldn't understand what Jessica had done and felt vaguely uneasy as he tried to figure out the reason for his mistrust of her. He said that the ring belonged to Michael and that the ring was Az's Apocalypse Stone. Jessica realized that she had better not deny her knowledge of the ring, suggesting that Michael somehow found out about her. The man said that the Apocalypse Stone ring is very unique, highlighting its special meaning and the possible consequences of its use. James reiterated that the man let her go, perhaps to emphasize that the situation was no longer a threat. After the man released her, Michael immediately began to take an interest in how the girl was feeling, showing care and attention to her well-being. He asked James how he knew their rescue was not orchestrated by the woman, emphasizing the importance of checking circumstances and being suspicious of unfamiliar situations. But James argued that if this were the case, he would definitely have noticed this, emphasizing his vigilance and attention to detail. Let him just finally admit that even he is not always right, calling for modesty and a willingness to admit his mistakes like any other person. Or perhaps it was not enough for him to sacrifice receiving a negative response in return, which made him think about his actions and their consequences. If he had listened to him, he might not have had to leave the guild, which emphasizes the importance of taking advice and the consequences of disobedience. The Daehan Guild decided not to kill the bosses but to support the Sky Guild, which changed their activities and the fate of the dungeon. Or the brother obediently obeyed because the elder in the family told him so, emphasizing the influence of family relationships on decision-making. The man said that despite the fact that he could repeat this as much as he wanted, the truth would still not change, emphasizing his attitude to the events. He asked what would happen if a new one appeared, since many hunters would not be able to survive without the support of the major players in the world. In his opinion, he made the right choice, at least in his opinion, emphasizing subjectivity and the importance of one's own opinion in decision-making. He explained that, for the safety of civilians, he decided to leave only one dungeon, but currently there are still 5 of them, which is puzzling. Destroying everyone who prevents him from raising the market for himself without exception was his decision, demonstrating his determination and ruthlessness in achieving his goals. James agreed to take over as head of Gloomy Sky at the man's request, demonstrating his willingness to accept responsibility and lead such an important community. He asked him to help, but not from within the guild, but from outside, emphasizing the need for external support and influence on the situation. True, even Michael did not expect that he would be so influenced that he would tarnish his own name in the process. James asked to stop claiming that he was being fooled, realizing that he was the one being duped on this. At this point, they decided to turn to Jessica, perhaps seeking help or advice, confiding in her their doubts and difficulties. The man was interested in whether the ring really belonged to Michael, directly raising doubts and a desire to clarify the situation. Michael suggested simply telling the truth, perhaps believing that this was the most effective way to resolve the misunderstanding and find a way out of the current situation. Jessica simply couldn't imagine how they would react to all this, feeling anxious and uncertain about the outcome. Michael put his hand on her shoulder and told her not to be afraid, showing his support and confidence with her. They may look scary, but they can be trusted, emphasizing that appearance does not always reflect the true qualities and intentions of people. Jessica realized that if Michael insisted on this, then there was no point in delaying, and decided to follow his decision. She said it was a parting gift from Michael, expressing gratitude and recognition of his good intentions. He saved her in the last dungeon where the Insect Lord ruled, which emphasizes his courage and devotion to his friends. While fighting against this boss alone, Michael was mortally wounded and soon died, sacrificing his life for the sake of his friends. James couldn't believe it, overwhelmed with grief and the loss of his friend and comrade. He immediately looked at the man at that moment, their gazes intersecting, reflecting the mixed emotions and deep tragedy of what happened. To everyone's surprise, the man simply began to cry, showing his grief over the loss of Michael, which caused surprise and sympathy from others. All 3 of them could not believe that he could cry at all, surprised by his unexpected emotional reaction and understanding the depth of his feelings. The man asked Jessica how sure she was that Michael was truly dead, perhaps wanting confirmation of this tragic news. She responded positively because in his last moment she was there, supporting his decision and recognizing its importance for both of them. He told him many times not to walk alone, warning him of dangers, and emphasizing the importance of companionship in unknown or risky situations. Michael didn't even know how to properly react to this whole difficult situation that suddenly hit him, leaving him in a state of confusion and uncertainty. Now that his soul was calm again, Michael suddenly felt the need to ask for the fulfillment of a request that had been in his thoughts for a long time, and he decided not to put it off until later. He asked the man to touch the soul stone so he could see Michael, hoping that this powerful ritual would pave the way for him to realize and heal. She never expected that an accidental discovery made while shopping for pants would turn out to be useful in this situation, and now it became an unforeseen and unexpected salvation. Jessica offered to arrange a meeting with the hunter Michael, promising to help in this difficult task and provide an opportunity to resolve pressing issues personally and openly. She pointed with her hand and said that he was nearby right now, filling his heart with hope and anticipation of meeting this mysterious hunter. She tried to convince them that he was really there in the truest sense, trying to convey her words to them and call their attention to his presence. Ultimately, Jessica decided to give the soul stone to a man, taking this step in the hope of favorable changes in her life. And soon after this decision, in a split second, he saw Michael standing in front of him, feeling excitement and hope for a new turn of events. Michael stated that his finger was resting on his soul stone, drawing attention to the importance of this moment and the symbolism he put into his words. Jessica asked that it be spoken a little more kindly, hoping for more sensitivity and respect for her feelings. James also decided to turn his gaze to Michael, joining the general curiosity and anticipation of new events. They were surprised how this could even happen, arousing their interest and desire to solve the mystery of this unusual event. He didn't intend to show up, but the man began to blame himself, excessively questioning his decisions and actions in the past. He asked everyone to get together and help the huntress Jessica, noting that she was a good person who continued to care for him even after death. By the way, the man heard about this, showing interest in the development of events and the possible consequences for all participants. He just didn't know where to get such a stone, and he wondered how much power it had because he was aware of its potential significance and influence on his life. The man said that she would help Michael become not only the best sword in the world, but also an unsurpassed shield, promising support and assistance in his development and protection.